He's gonna be a few seconds late. Yeah, it's gonna happen. What is up? Hello, and a happy Monday to you. What the... We're very white today. We're in the celestial realm. I don't know what else to say to you. I decided I want the door open because it's pretty freaking hot today. And... Yep. I think that works. I look like crap, but that was always going to be the case. Hopefully, you're all having a good day, and hopefully make it a little bit better, because we have got a pretty stacked day, actually. So... Oh, sorry. Just want to check something. So, we have got a really busy day, actually, because we are going to be doing a bunch of midweek muster games. In fact, one of them is going to be starting in just a moment. We're going to be opening up with Anatan versus Lash. But on top of that, there is 2 series from the EGC Elite Classic that didn't happen. They were meant to, and they didn't. For whatever reason, Corvinus was not available for a series, which means we're going to pick up the slack. We go and get that content. So we're going to be having, in about an hour-ish, we will have B versus Corvinus in best of 5, and then later on at 5 p.m. UK time, it should be Beasty versus Corvinus, which we'll also cover here. So a little bit assumptual that this BO3 will be quick enough, but we'll see how it goes. My brain needs a refresher on what our default map was this week. I should know this, but I don't. I did, but like I forgot. I didn't sleep much last night. My children kept me awake. By my children, I mean one specific child of mine kept us awake. I even had to sleep downstairs because he's not feeling too well. So, like, he needed to be inclined more. And his cot didn't allow for that. So, like, I had to basically sleep downstairs. I've not slept well. It has been a long, long day already, as I still had to go do physio. And that was a bit sketchy because, of course, rolling my other ankle. My weekend is starting with chaos. I'm hoping most of yours is going a little bit better, but let's see if we can improve upon things in a different way. Draft should be getting underway, so we are going to be having Dry Arabia, Holy Island, and Coastal Cliffs. Holy Island is the pick by Lash as well. What has he seen there that he thinks he can exploit? I guess Lash maybe just feels confident in his water play. The reality check with Anatan, though, is he's quite crafty, I think, when it comes to the Holy Island. There is something that you could potentially be seeing as a weakness if your opponent knows how to exploit it. And that's that when you watch Anatan play Holy Island, he is very much invested in getting away from water as quickly as possible. So Anatan has a tendency... Why have I got... Oh, I just realized I had, like, double audio. My bad. The problem with, like, Anatan... Not problem, but say maybe the thing that could be used against him is the fact that usually when he plays on Holy Island... He's literally trying to aggro on your water, off of water as quickly as possible, which is why the Sushi pick makes the most sense. It is like his signature pick for that map. He is obsessed with that, I feel like. His bread and butter. He might try and bolster himself with Japanese. No surprise Knights Templar gets banned, by the way. Like, H-Tree is just a given, but if Knights Templar gets put on a water map, then it's an even higher value pick/ban. I don't really think anyone has an answer to that still. Sorry. I've got a bunch of things I need to catch up on in the background. I went to get ready to go live. I quickly went to go get a drink. I came back and then like 4 different people responded to me. I'm like, great, but might have to wait. So in terms of like where we're trending draft-wise, Coastal Cliffs, Delhi, Mullions could easily slot in there, but remember it's Dry Arabia as well. So there's a lot of, I think, fluidity back and forth between the two. I don't know what just happened to Cal's draft system, but apparently now we have 5 bans for Lash because... Otherwise, it would be Imba. What? Okay, so yeah, there we go. It was just shuffling across. So we do get the whole bands. No House of Lancaster coming out here. I mean, for Dry Arabia, it's good, but I just don't think it's that important for Coastal Cliffs. I think Coastal Cliffs is kind of a bait for House of Lancaster because the stone is so far away. Then again, if you do get a gold stone staggered, you drop your landmark there and you're happy. Very unique and surprising. I know, right? Innovative guys. Your custom list and observer list doesn't load properly often and I can't join games. Verify your game files. is all I got for you, really. Okay, so like Anatan picking Byzantines. I have seen a few people roll that on Coastal Cliffs. I'm just not that confident about the Coastal Cliffs pick because it's really hard to get onto the stone now. Japan makes sense because, as expected, like Anatan is a player that we'll use on land, but also it gives him malleability around what he does with Shushi. That wasn't like a Malian pun, by the way. It's just that by having this pick, he can flex either Japan or Shushi to Holy Island, and the other can be punted elsewhere. So makes him a little bit less predictable in the draft. I think Lash is a little bit more linear. Delhi just feels like kind of a given for probably Dry Arabia here. I used to go to Coastal would make a lot of sense. And then Chinese for the water play. Unless he wants to do something crazy like Mongols. You don't think that's a word? I don't give a crap. If you say it with enough conviction, it's a word. And actually, I was right. Malleability is a word. I freaking knew it. Guys, I used to work with like, well, it was in school, but I used to work very firmly with not just wood, but metals. Checkmate, mother ducker. Dude, there should be, I should start incurring like a fine whenever people try to call me out on words not being real and we prove they are. They should have to pay up. That's right. I'm gonna be coming for your lunch money. You want to be like the smarty pants on the playground? You know what happens to smarty pants on the playground? He pays for the bully's lunch. Wait, that makes me the bully. I don't like that. Just perma him. True, that is the meta. Alright, anyway. Game 1, try on the Coastal Cliffs. I think it's probably Malians. I don't know. I think some people are still punting Byzantines. I'm just not convinced it's the optimal use for that civ. Hey, look at that. I know my boys. It is Malians versus IU. So pretty much everything as expected here. Delhi then reserved for Dry Arabia. I don't really see the Mongols being likely to come out, but maybe if Japan is still there with Dry Arabia, Lash gets a tingling sensation like he's Spider-Man and it works out really well. But we'll just have to see. Why you match? I'm the one who gets to be matched. Okay? I got slighted. That's right. I used that word like that in a fancy pants way. I'm bringing like the... I'm bringing the glove out. You, sir, are an asshole. Yo, what's up, Graham? How's it going? I did see that you responded to me. I haven't had a look yet, so apologies for that. I've got like... I was just saying I hit the go live button, and there was already 4 different people who I have to respond to. I'm like, I can wait. I think maybe 5. There might be 5. Like, bruh, people on a Monday, I swear. All these people lazing around, not working, and then... Ugh! Yeah, no problem, no problem. Appreciate it, bud. So, I'm hoping these boys get a move on, because there's meant to be a set that I really want to cast in 50 minutes. Could this be done in 50 minutes? Honestly, I think so. I think Anatan, when I've like seen against Lash, tends to play with quite a lot of urgency, which I don't think Lash likes. I think, you know, Lash is more comfortable with, it's not they can't play aggro early, but I think he's more comfortable with the idea of like the orderly fashion. He has been getting a little bit less orderly and more out of line, I want to say, recently, which I think is good for Lash. I think generally the thing that's been missing is that flex, you know, that haha moment. You know, I think that's what has been good for B, but then as metas get discovered and figured out, his lack of like anchor to the meta and then return to crazy, like maybe trips in because he always wants to be crazy. I think like that's something I've highlighted. Is if you want to be the best, you need to be able to throw those curveballs, but also just as capable of playing the most vanilla, boring ass, everyone does it style possible. That doesn't mean just picking Lancaster and like, I guess you could, but I'd rather you didn't. Took Monday off to play some V Rising. Oh yeah, didn't they have like a content update? I never played that game in the end. I saw it, I was like, oh, that looks pretty cool. And then I was like, do we check it out? And then all you guys were like, I just want to watch Age of Empires 4. I was like, all right, grumpy grandpas, we'll watch Age of Empires 4. Dude, like I legit think I can be summarized as Pinky in the Brain. What are we gonna do today, KP? The same thing we do every day, Twitch chat. Watch Age of Empires 4. That would have been perfect if the lobby had actually been ready at that exact moment. That game got a 9 out of 10 from IGN. Bro, like, getting a 9 out of 10 from IGN is the equivocal of getting, like, a sweetie from an old lady. It's not very impressive, you know? Dude, like let's be totally real here. You know, getting a 9 out of 10 from IGN is like sharing a needle with Lindsay Lohan and being surprised that you got some infection. Yo, what is up, the future is us? Thank you very much for the sub. Appreciate you, mate. Welcome back to Swarm. Also, I see Felix from yesterday. Thank you very much for that Prime sub. Get those subs in, folks. It's time to get underway. He went there? Dude, we go dark. But, like, call me a Delta Force because Bravo 6, we are going dark. All right, let's get underway. Oh, man, that Red Bull is not very cold. That makes me... I'm just going to put it back in the fridge. That's not cursed, right? I'll be fine for a few minutes, if I remember it. So... Lash. Can I actually find the L on my keyboard and see who's going to find the L in this game? Yo, we got the little cliffs. You can do it, little sheep. Hop over the cliff. I really wish sheep learned how to climb. Actually, we need goats. We need goats in the game. We have got some goats of AoE4 here, though. Anatan and Lash clashing off. This is going to be a fun one, actually. We kick off with Marlins versus Iabids here in KPMM. This is an interesting matchup these days. I feel like with the nerfs to Pro Scouts, Iabids isn't as crippled as they once were. I don't know if you really want to play Dervish here. Yeah. If you just actually started watching the YouTube video, you missed all the controversial comments we just made on Twitch. Anyway, I was looking at the draft, and there was some interesting things in there. One thing I'm thinking about with Coastal Cliffs is that we're probably not going to see Byzantines punted here as often anymore. That change around their systems makes them pretty bad on this map due to this stone being so far away. Oh, I just realized because the... There we go. Sorry, I flipped the players' POVs. If there is a Microsoft dev watching this video, can you please just update it to be the right way again? They had it, like, for 2 seasons, I think it's been correct. And then whatever they done, they added new things, which I appreciate to the capture age. But whatever they done broke the top piece again. Okay, and Sheephall, whoa. Anatan breaking the bank here. Okay, 14-9, not a bad start, especially considering that Iabids start berries. He didn't start berries. That's interesting. I mean, you could say it's kind of flavorful. Some people do, some people don't, but it's a superior gathering rate. It's the riskier resource. I mean, there is a little bit of a trade-off in terms of wood sacrifice, but why does that matter when you've got an extra 50 wood just sitting there? I don't know. I don't know if there's a full consensus. Based on the games I've watched historically, I feel like we've accepted mill opening better. So I'm curious why Lash doesn't like it here. Okay, maybe it's growth wing and he doesn't want to have to micro. That's the only thing I think about here. Like, he has got growth on the way. The thought process is if you guys don't want to pay attention, then it's better to do it this way because you don't risk killing these berry bushes before you get the extra 50 food. So I think that's maybe the thought process for Lash in this game. How demos break? Oh, demos are fantastic. In fact, we might see them in this series because we have got Holy Island. Honestly, the demo bug is probably the best thing to happen to water since we rotated Archipelago out of KPMM. Yeah, see what I did there? I threw the shade. Honestly, I think the future should be demos hurt your own units too. And then it's logical why it's so good, because it comes at a risk. It's not like this is a foreign concept to RTSs either. Siege tanks in StarCraft. You've got, what, petards in AoE 2. I'm pretty sure they damage your own units as well, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, Crazy Ivans in Red Alert 2. Okay, Crazy Ivans might be the most cool self-griefing unit that exists in an RTS. If you've not seen what a Crazy Ivan can do, you are missing out. They literally run around strapping dynamite to everything, including your own units. It does make me feel bad when I strap it to my dogs, though. Okay, so spawn overall, by the way, pretty good for Anatan. He has got a back goal to retract towards. The further forward one which you do, it doesn't matter. Like, the main priority here is getting 2 of these locked up pretty safely. Is this just an FC from Lash? It feels like it's going to be FC. I don't think you want to aggro. Without Dervish at all, there's no play. Because, like, what? You'd open with the Desert Raiders into Javelins. That's just a death sentence. In theory, Desert Raiders could be good to just stop your opponent from pro scouting. So maybe that's the thought process here, is he thinks Anno is going to have to pro scout, but the dude has 16 sheep. Well, Anatan doesn't care for good reason. Even if Lash goes for the Desert Raiders, they're not very good at killing buildings. He could go Horseman, which would be quite the curve shot to throw here. But yeah, of course. I don't know, like, Desert Raiders in this matchup, I think if you do maybe one, it's okay, and then later on you're going to do Camel Lancers, but you do, of course, reveal your play straight away. And in fairness to Lash, this might have actually paid off, because I think Anno is just going to punt for it anyway. It looks like he is going towards Pro Scouts. No Master Smiths? Could you imagine? Just think how quickly he could be producing these Desert Raiders that he couldn't afford. That's like when someone's like, look, we can buy a cup holder for a McLaren. Yeah, but I can't afford a McLaren. Yeah, but you can have a cup holder for the McLaren, which is capable of holding liquids steady at up to G-forces of 8. Yeah, but I can't afford a McLaren. You should buy this. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna see Master Smiths type builds for these type of players. We do have a semi-fast castle though, so it is the distraction strategy from Lash as expected. Has Anno taken the bait yet? It doesn't look like it. Usually when someone goes wheelbarrow, you're not seeing pro scouts. Like, the pacing just doesn't make sense. He would have had stables by now. So this is a great read by Anno. He knows what's really happening. And yeah, he even confirms on the backside. Like, you're not seeing additional production here. You haven't seen additional units. And Lash, this has to be, what, probably logistics? You could actually go advancement, get there quite a bit faster, but it's just like you have nothing to do with advancement straight away. I think Anno's just going to blob and go. So the play against, like, what Anno's doing here for Lash is usually you go racks. It's tricky because the problem is if you go racks, you slow down, your opponent can go into Farimba. But the logic is if you go Lancers now, your opponent has Donzo Javelin. You can't do Desert Raiders, you can't do Lancers, you don't really want to do Archers straight away. And you potentially just don't get any Relics here with Loggy. And yeah, confirmation. Okay, so 2 minutes away. In 2 minutes' time, Anatan will probably have like about 8 Javelins, possibly 9. Similar count of Donzos. I mean, that's going to be enough to stop any pressure point. So, Lash, what do you do here? Well, other than panic and rush an outpost up. Hello. Donzos are going to try to get in the way. Good micro there. Anatan just pins him. Doesn't quite get him up against the foundation, but the chase down is going to be good. So that's going to be 1 worker kill. Wait, no. Punt it. Punt it. He didn't punt it. He did have the Javelin to throw, but didn't toss it out there. And Javelins have now arrived, so Lash panics a little bit more. And look at the damage that comes on these Desert Raiders. Like, they just melt against Javs. Now, the problem here is Javelins can still harass this. So this gold isn't safe, and Lash is playing for Camel Lancers. And, oh my god, he just might be dead. He probably gets 1 or 2 Camel Lancers out here, but most of his villagers are going to have no HP. Yeah, Anatan, this is a sick read, man. He looked at the map, realized it was double fort gold, realized that Lash's play was too greedy for this configuration, and now he's got him kind of starved. I mean, you could try to sneak out to the west side. I think that's probably the best bet for Lash because it's not obvious. He doesn't have wheelbarrow. It's going to take a very long time. I mean, this is Gulems. I think if you don't Gulem here, you just have nothing. He's going to try for it. Okay, but the timing. Yeah, Anatan is not skipping a beat at all. He's already running across. He has an easy rotation with the jabs from here. Because he knows you have to gather gold. This is the thing. The play for Lash is way too obvious. Because all you have to do is check his gold. You can see he's taken 1,000. He's gone for a tech up. So that's like, you know, already accounting for 800 gold. Then you've got the Desert Raider. The reality check is like he can't do anything with an age up here. He can't get veterancy, so he can't play archers. So it makes it very obvious that he's gathering out in the middle of the map. And now the rotation's going to come in fierce. 4 javelins against no wheelbarrow means death for Lash. And Lash does not even realize it yet. He's finally going to come to the realization as the scout snoops it. But too little too late, I'm afraid. He's been seen and he's going to be served. And it does need to be careful about the split, though. Because it is double, triple dervish rather, and he didn't bring any Donzos over here. What, just one? Yeah. Okay, this is just sadness. I kind of like that, actually, from Anno. He peels back because the logic here is the villagers, you know, if they are running away like this, they're not working, and the scout will know. Meantime, pressure points in the base. Javelins are going to dive back onto the primary gold. He's not taking the bait. We do have that rack switch we talked about coming in. But man, oh, these dervishes, they just can't actually save anyone. First Golem hits the field, but more villagers are going to hit the floor. Yeah, this is getting a bit awkward now. So gold fully harassed out. Lash has got enough to get 2 more golems, and then he's dry. Now, the good news is these javelins can't kill golems. Can you guys guess what the bad news is? They're bringing friends. Yeah. And this, by the way, like, I know I said he needs to go golem, but, like, it's more, as it sounds, a necessity, not a good thing. Because he had nothing else he could spend gold on. Like, the potential play that Lash had out of this hole was maybe archers, but that still requires risky gold gathering up to 350 to get the veterancy, and it's not guaranteed. Yeah, this just feels rough, though. I feel for him, man. His spawn was a little bit merciless. If it had been a back gold, maybe he can actually get away with this type of strategy. But you can't fault Anatan. This was a perfect read of the intent. Just so many javelins. I mean, for him, it becomes possible with this scale, guys. He's already setting up ranches, so probably not, but it would be the nail in the coffin, really. You just kite golems, you kill them. Nothing would count you. We do have feudal horsemen now getting queued up by Lash. Remember, once again, that veterancy, he just doesn't have the gold. So I said 359. 250. Yeah, so like 250 gold for archers would have been feasible. Okay, you know what is underrated here? I'm going to say it, and Faye's going to go crazy. I think Master Smiths with archers would have been kind of nutty. It's tricky because you'd have to gather to, what, 375 gold? So still hard, but he did find the bream room to get 375 gold since aging up. And it actually would have been pretty sick. Like, heavy damage mitigation coming in from double undermesh, or just the double steeled arrows so your archers can trade out against javs. That could have been a really cool play. And did I really just see Lash gathering stone? Oh, dear. I mean, you got to do something with these villages. There's nothing for them to do. He's out of food. The horsemen are at least going to start pressure pointing a little. But it's not enough ponies, man. I don't know. This is just... This just feels painful to watch right now. But I don't have to watch it anymore. That was... how to politically, diplomatically put this. An absolute walloping. So that'll be 1 point on the board for Anat. Not a very competitive looking game, unfortunately. The strategy just, I think, a bit too linear. This has been the tricky part of Irobids and why people keep trying to flip the script, because you need something new. Irobids has, I think, more than well over 2/3 of the civs in AoE4 been the very linear, predictable civ, and it has at times made them super counterable. I don't know. That strategy to me, it kind of felt like one that Lash probably had going into the game, but didn't then react to the spawn, would be my take. It feels like the idea made sense if you didn't have that generation. And now it is going to be on the Holy Island next, so I guess no real surprise there for me. I mean, it's Lash's pick, so he had something in mind. And that also makes it easy to configure, so you don't have to worry about like the surprise. Could it be sushi? Could it be Japanese type situation? You would just get it out of the way now. If Lash can survive to map 3, what do I think of his draft here? I think it has some potential. Delhi versus either Japan or Byzantines. I don't think it's like guaranteed. I actually think Byzantines are really good against Delhi if you play a hyper-aggressive build, which, if you guys haven't seen the games that we've had at Louis MT in the Midweek Musters, highly recommend checking them out. They are probably the best execution against Delhi that I've seen for Biz. And it's like, it makes you think Byzantines counterplays Delhi. It's that good. Oh wait, is that new GTA trailers out? Oh damn, I have to look at that later. Who cares about GTA trailers? I need to find time to play Elder Scrolls. They're super predictable, and so is Mali, and Mali tools win. Malians aren't really that predictable, actually. They can do Jav, Donzo, Composite, and Go. They can instead just play defensive and full ranch up. They can scale Javelins into Farimba off of Pro Scouts. And they have a few different builds. I think they're a lot harder to read than Ayu right now. At least in some matchups. Like, Ayu definitely has some flexi. But, like, you have to be able to wield Desert Raiders. If your matchup doesn't allow you to touch Desert Raiders, you're kind of trash. Okay, so let me just flip that. We'll flip that. Now that we're done flipping off, let's go ahead and start predictions for G2. One and all, we're about to see a German big brain here. Map number 2 between Lash and Anatan. And this pick here was predicted. That's right, Lash. He was the one who opted to choose Holy Island for this draft, the best water map that exists in AoE4. And don't worry, I know you're already rolling your eyes going, why are we on a water map, KP? Get me out. There's a reason why Lash done this. Anat is renowned for pushing off of water very quickly and focusing on land. So we could get a land aggro engagement in which I imagine Lash had to have predicted the likelihood of this. So I'm curious to see what the German can do. Is this the most mirror matchup you can get in AoE4 right now? I think it is, right? When you compare... Actually, Jean French, yeah. Jean French wins. There's at least some deviations between China and Shushi, what they can do, units they can get, and points in the game they feel strong. So they are the second most same-o Civ matchup. But they still have some deviations, as we said. On a land map, for example, you might see the no IO builds. That's not going to happen here. You have to go for an Imperial Official when you play on this map. Wait. Rogan? Apparently, you do not have to go for an Imperial Official on this map. Is that good? No IO builds has been pretty popular for China for a while now, but on water... That's a lot to be missing out on. He must be looking at a fast fuel timing with this type of build. There's no reason you'd skip on taxation. Okay, no, wait, he has it coming. Okay, so he chose to do this very differently, guys. So instead of rushing the lumber camp, which is what most Shushi Chinese players would do, he skimmed on the straggler trees and then builds the Imperial Official on a delay. But this hasn't really helped him that much, right? I mean, he's up 2 boats? No, he's up no boats. Okay, I'd have to check in with the Chinese Shushi nerds, but my instinct is this was not worth. He gathered, what, 3 trees? So 450 wood. He would have got an extra 90 if he just bought the Imperial Official straight away. Now, the argument is that he accelerates quicker, but if the fishing boat count is the same, then he hasn't accelerated really at all. He's slightly ahead on the food income, but that's going to be offset by the fact that Shushi pay less for their tech up anyway. And also, keep in mind, this is like a giga-busted map for Shushi. I don't think China is that good here anymore. They haven't been for a while. China really benefits from maps that don't have high-value meditation gardens, where you can go for that like mass demo ship pump. This is not one of those. Whereas... although you can get towards the demos, it's more a case of, on something like Archipelago, the timing's clearer and Shushi's advantage is less. In a map spawn like this, you can already see what we're thinking about. That meditation garden that could easily grab 75 gold and, what, 48 food? I think that might actually be the best one, unless he wants to get stone, but that's pretty far away. And this is why Shushi became such a dominant pick on this map, by the way. Those meditation gardens are way too delicious so early on in the game. All right, how do you guys predict? 61% for Anatan. Okay, that's kind of surprisingly balanced, if I'm being completely honest. I wouldn't really expect it to be that tight. just because we've seen Sushi regularly like takes the lead here. Like in theory, China does have some upsides. So one of them is once you have the Imperial Academy, you just pump into the officials a lot more clean, a lot more efficiently. The problem is usually Sushi, they have a few tricks up their sleeves. They have that quicker tech up, the value of the meditation gardens we mentioned, but then also there's the faster castle age. This historically made Sushi look like China's dynamite, the kryptonite rather. Sorry, I'm still focused on the crazy Ivans. I mean, he'll eventually have to repair, so this will prove annoying in some way, but that is going to be even more frustrating. Lash. Oh. That's sad. That is so sad. So he gets the gold. He skims additional food, so it's going to end up being actually 60 food and 75 gold. Cha-ching. Jackpot struck. Ding, 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 ding. Even the fishing as well. Lash is losing there. He's at 8 versus 11. Okay, so this is, I don't know, this is kind of worrying. So I'm still a little bit flummoxed by the no IO opening. I mean, he eventually had to build it, but he waited so long. I guess his thought process is that it was more efficient to just miss out on the extra wood but have people close to the TC than walk out like this. But I don't know. I'd have to literally go back and just map it out. My feeling is it was not worth. Almost one whole mana? Whoa. What do you mean? It's more than you know, like manas don't have 135 resource gen, right? They're very balanced. It's only 105. Kappa. Don't get the 145 until Imperial. Calm down. Imagine if you could build your landmarks multiple times. Okay, I don't want to think about the implications of that. Anyway, we do have small ships on the way from both sides. So the big thing we're going to be keeping an eye out for here is Anatan usually likes to dip into land units quite swiftly. The most obvious one being Chuknu. Now, China, they don't have to engage in Chuknu as well. They can't, but they can go for horsemen quite rapidly in response because of the extra taxmen. So it's all about choosing the correct moment to take that switch into land. If you do it too slowly and too obviously, China can just catch you up on production. A little bit of poke harassment coming. It looks like Anatan is going to try to cut him off, though, and actually gets the perfect drifter here. If he cuts it back across the left, he could kill this boat. Lash. Oh, dear. Yeah, Anna's going to walk with him. He could body block. Can he get the body block? Oh. I mean, it doesn't matter. He's got the kill. Nicely played. First blood drawn. That does mean they're almost equal in terms of fleet. Lash slightly behind, but there's a reason for it. It's happening. It's not even the Chukunu. It's going to be the PG. All right. Predictions for how long this game's going to be. Because if Lash doesn't realize this is happening, the idle time forced here could just win water straight away. It won't immediately be a GG, but the apparent difference of 3 or 4 Springle ships will matter, especially considering that we are now in a meta where demo ships are ill-advised. He's even priming Undermesh for this as well. Now, this is interesting, actually. You need to be careful with the scout. You don't want to reveal it, because with Undermesh coming in, if your opponent sees a scout with armor, it's going to give a lot of info away. And oh my god, the timing on this. Lash, he had the right idea, he just had the wrong moment in the game. House Guard on the gold. Okay, so this isn't the end of the world for China. They do have taxation, so they can fight back even without gold access. But long-term, taxation can only go so far, especially with mass Springle spam. The good news is, like we mentioned, the demo spam, a little bit less popular right now. It means you're not as crippled as you used to be. But this is going to hurt a lot more. PG. Into the tree line. We have got archers on the way from Lash. Anatan forcing a lot of idle time here. Does just about miss out on getting a villager kill, but still, the idle time alone is worth it here. It feels like Lash, I don't know if you want to really shivs out against this, but it feels awkward just having these villagers stand here for so long. Man, it takes so long just to kill one of them. Might find a work kill. Good micro there. Lash does get the injured party in. But this, I mean, the idle time alone. The funny part is Anatan isn't microing on water at all, which could have made this much worse for Lash, potentially. Didn't want to take the risk, though. So both of them idle at home. But Lash, do you just take Castle Ace now? I don't know if this was really the plan, but... Dog, you've all of a sudden got 1,000 food. So he does drop the stables, goes for the Barbican. That's going to be a good secure, but the PG... Could... No, they won't be able to slow that down. Lash has got the defenses. The problem is Anatan is getting ready for Castle. And also pressing in water. Oh boy. $6,900 seconds? Okay. How many minutes is that? See, now I'm asking you to do maths. You don't want to... We have got idle time on the Barbican, by the way. Meanwhile, on water... Oh! Demo does connect. Okay, but you still haven't completed your Barbican, and your opponent is now going up. Interesting. It's not going to be the Shallow Monastery. He goes to the Mount Lu Academy. Yeah, so the thought process here then for Anno is he wants to open probably Lancers, because your opponent hasn't got a counter to Lancers at all. So if you open with the ponies, that's going to use more food. You wouldn't have enough for Shallow Monks. And then instead, on the delay, you follow up into Monastery, which you can supervise to pump out faster. Feels like that's where he wants to go with this. It definitely makes a lot of sense that way. He has got 500 wood on standby as well, so it feels like something should be built here. Okay, no, he's just going to stick PG. Huh, interesting. I mean, you do get more for the same price. And in fairness, Palsguard are quite quick. But my only concern here would be your opponent has an archery range already, and he could easily not mirror this castle timing, but follow it less than a minute behind. We do have good old regional inspection on the way, so this is a full Zerg. Yeah, Anatan is literally just playing HRE. It's a Burgrave. There's no other way to describe what he's doing here. So supervision is going to be important here, guys. It takes the time to produce down from 9 seconds to 6, I believe it was, with regional inspection. You do have to resupervise, though, it doesn't work. It's not an automatic thing. And the problem is, I've cast quite a few Anatan games where he forgot to do that. Okay, he clicks off, and there we go. We're back in. And in business. Anatan has learned from the mistakes of the past. He is now pumping Palace Guard every 6 seconds. That's 10 PG a minute. If you can afford it. And he can. He's got 1,000 food income. Lash might be in a bit of a pickle here, folks. We also have Springle Cruise on the way. He can't mirror that timing. And Horseman, not exactly the big lethal raider you're looking for. He does at least scout out the Pass Guard, Mass Pass Guard play. Look at the spread. Anatan just going wide. He wants to see if anything's running across the map. Meantime, one boy's already poking into the base. Now he's going to poke into the economy. Lash may have just aged up, but if he loses the fishing now, I'm not sure what you can really build. Demo tries for a backstab, but triple archer ship's going to make that impossible. Yeah, this is also now a liability near his own base. Can kill him easily. In fact, funny thing about demo ships, they do more damage to you than they do to your opponent right now. You got to be very careful. PG, that's 2 worker kills so far. And now more leaking in. Oh my. He has at least got crossbows coming out. No supervision, just triple archer range as a stance. But the damage is already adding up. Fishing boats are being pulled for the repair. Demo ships are coming out, but the archer count is still too high. And even if you survive this, you have no fishing boats left. Yeah, he never got the Springle Cruise in, did he? You can tell by the difference in attack speed here. This looked borderline over. He'll get the crossbows together to defend for the time being, but he will not have any economy to support it. Damn. Anno just ain't messing around today. Maybe Lash, because it's like a best of 3, he's 1 game down. Maybe he just tries to punt at like a land transition, but I feel like you're going to be frontlining with villages just to try to keep crossbows alive. I mean, like, you might as well right here. He goes back to gathering instead. If you could get up to, say, like 15 crossbows, I think you can stop these dives. It's still very much an uphill battle, folks. But at least I'll have some hope. It just won't be on water. Did have a few archers. Maybe he could just distract a little bit on the backside. Maybe draw attention home. But Anatan, he has dropped the stables now. Going Horseman? Yep. He's up against crossbows. And actually, Horseman's going to be perfect because look at Lash's fallback plan. He's going into Springolds. Such a difference in skill between top 7 players and top 50. I think most people would put Lash a little bit higher than maybe top 50. Like maybe, I don't know, like top 30. To be fair to him. It's just, when you're playing against Anatan on water, I don't think you can just chill. You have to aggro him really fast. The problem in this game is that Lash sat static on water and then not really doing anything on land. I mean, he tried and lost an archership in the open. I think that really set him back. But the thing is with Anatan, we mentioned at the start of the game, if you want to be Anatan on water, on this map, you have to be ready for that land assault. Either preemptively, making your own moves, or distracting elsewhere. Marine Lord disagrees. I mean, Marine Lord literally beat Anatan by distracting him on land and then pushing him on water. Right? Anno is most comfortable on the Holy Island from what I've seen historically when he gets to pressure you and then the water can be kind of stalematey. He's very good with Shushi in particular at finding those timings. And good old Dali horses on the way. You don't usually see that tech for Horsemen, but the funny thing is statistically, it's like a bigger number increase with Horsemen, if that makes sense. Because you've got a higher attack speed weight interval, so any buff there is going to remove more time. Although coming out. Just buying a little bit of time here. Now the dive comes in. He's got 2 spearmen. It's 2 spearmen. I'm not going to lie to you. This was never going to be close. Oh, no. Watched some sort of games versus Lou MT, where sort of said he wasn't learning anything because the game's still lopsided. Yep. Like, this is something I highlighted before is, like, you know, the biggest lessons if you're getting completely outplayed is in the first few minutes. And in fact, often there's no point playing deeper. That's why you see, for example, like, you know, the Spaniard Bros famous for GGing out really early because, like, there's nothing to learn. Just move next. Like, if you want to practice, if you want to, like, prep and improve, then you need to be very cognizant of that detail. You don't just hop into a game and play the 50 minutes. It's pointless. Yo, what's up, Sono Day Walker? Thank you very much for the Prime sub. Appreciate the support, mate. Thank you, thank you. It goes a long way. Hope you're having a good day. Interesting to see a chart of time investment by top players. I mean, it might just be a little bit demoralizing in some people's eyes. I think, like, this is why I always say it's very important to flip the script and do new things and introduce new mechanics regularly. Because otherwise, what you do is you just elitify the top in a way that they are inapproachable to anyone who can't afford to be full-time, which is a lot of people. Now, there's a counter-argument that gets thrown out is like, no, that's just more things you now need to learn, and the pros still know the other things they knew. Yeah, but if you completely flip the table, while some of the knowledge they had is useful and hops over, there's still new areas to exploit as the underdog. Which is why I think, for example, things like points of interest were very, very handy. The biggest problem that upcomers have is they actually don't put time into practice. They just think if they grind the ladder, it counts as practice. That's a lie. That's a complete bait. All right, so the series did finish a little bit quicker than expected. We have got B versus Corvinus in 15 minutes. So I guess we could, like, chill watch something on the ladder while we wait for that series to start. Because there's no point hopping into another KPMM series that would be at least, like, 40 minutes, probably, if not longer. Just to hop out halfway through. So let's have a look and see who's doing what on the ladder. God, my throat is so rough. My daughter gave me her disease. She's not feeling well. My partner didn't tell me she wasn't feeling well. And thus, I got infected. The thing is, like, I thought it was just a hay fever. That's what my partner had been saying. Oh, yeah, it's just hay fever, just hay fever. And then she's like, oh, she's ill. Thanks. There was one I just saw. Do people want to watch, like, House of Lancaster mirrors? We could try. And if it is just mana spamming, we leave. Is that a plan? No. Like, what else is there? Is this cold now? That's quite a bit better. No? You guys are always so fussy. Like, chill. Yo, what's up, boy? Appreciate the prime sub, mate. How you doing? Like, who else is there, then? Age of Disconnect. Solid name. Is it lame you going to conk by spamming House of Lancaster? I mean, if everyone else is doing it, right? It's not lame. Well, actually it is. You have no originality, okay? You went with the crowd. I can't believe you. You literally decided you were just going to do what everyone else done. You just went along with it, okay? I remember some people who went along with things in the first half of the 20th century. A little place called German. Okay, I can't believe we just actually compared Lancaster to that. It's getting bad. Can we get a mana nerf, please? Like, bro, what is, like, I don't see any higher ranking players. Nah, there's like nobody. Unless it's Smurfs. It might be Smurfs. It's usually Smurfs. Passive res nerf is fine. I mean, yeah, like, manas need to be something you interact with. I hate RTS mechanics that, like, do not offer up a trade-off where the player can interact with you. If all we're doing is jerking off in our monkey trees, throwing feces at each other for 20 minutes, before we get out of the trees and fight, I'm bored. You know? I want to come up in your tree and steal your banana sack. And then I want to, like, freaking, like, snatch your wife and to do so, take her away to, like, Jamaica, and she'll fall in love with me. And then she'll be standing in my tree, my monkey tree, throwing her feces at you, because you suck. And then we'll have a monkey family. That's the RTS experience I want. I got weird. Bro, like, I don't... Is this... Ladder dead. Where's people? I mean, Beasty was in here a sec ago, but his game ended. We've only got like 10 minutes now, which is annoying me. I just want something that's like... Where are all the Smurfs? I just, like, you know, I just said, like, if you want to get better, you have to play, like, scrims. I think they're all scrimming. Except Marine Lord. He's in the biggest monkey tree of all, jerking off and sipping pina coladas because he literally killed everyone. Like, his monkey tree grows from the corpses of all the other monkeys that died before him. What a Chad. Why am I talking about your tree? It's not your tree anymore. Your wife got it in the divorce, and we're remarrying. It's my tree now, monkey. She may have said it wasn't you when she left you, but it was. She wants someone with wings. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I had to find out like this in a Twitch chat. Bro, I'm just going to put something on screen. At this point, we have 9 minutes. We're not going to have long enough. Yo, what's up, Lexani? Thank you, thank you. You'd love to connect with me? Thanks, but like, if I added everyone from a Twitch stream, my friends list would get a bit crazy. We do have a Discord you can join. Yeah, feel free to hang around. That's a bot. Look, it might not be a bot. You don't know it's a... Bruh. It's a bot until it's not a bot. Do you get what I mean? And then what? Then you look like a monkey without a tree. Huh? You want to be a little stupid monkey without a tree? Huh? One's in chat if you want to be a stupid monkey without a tree. I feel pretty stupid being a monkey without a tree. You want to be without a tree? Okay, bro, that is how you get eaten by the lion. Why is this scene cursed? Oh my god. Like, can everything stop breaking? My brother in Christ. My brother in Shalom. Why are you do this? Vala Mogulis. Look at that. That's so sexy. Oh, guys, is that sexy? That map's like staring at you from the mirror like, would you fuck me? Okay, I'm going to stop now. This is going too far. You don't want a tree, you want a big rock? I mean, you must like live in Boulder or something. Alright, anyway, let's go for a little fasty 40, see what these guys have in mind. How much feces we thrown from the trees, seeing as we have got aim assist on from Nobby Tan. Look at that, guys. Proof that aim assist is the peak of evolution. He plays French. So what should someone Xbox controller? Sure, because like we've got like, what do you want from me? We've got 5 minutes until it's time for like the next game. Do I need to do it like this so it's apparent like we're just vibing out while we wait for the actual set that you all care about? Don't tell me you care about Nobby Tan. Who is Nobby Tan? And why does his knob have a tan? And who is Heshinj? Heshinj? There you go. That's the best I've got. All right, nice. He's playing Kingdom of France, so he can be a worse French. All right, ones if you think his first pilgrim is going to get intercepted, twos if no. You got a 33% chance to be right. Wait. No. You either have a 33 or 66% chance to be right. These guys plow something? I don't know. I literally like went back and forth with the observe. I'm like, well, you guys are just going to get bored of this. So let's just click on something and rock it. Oh. We don't have to. B and Corv are now drafting. Oh my god, look at that. It worked out perfectly. So you guys are bored of this, right? Thank you, team. Appreciate you very much. Let me just type their names in. B-O-Type. You want to watch a Nobby Tan? Like, what? We're a child-friendly game. You don't even get to see the full package. Alright, I'm going to give you the skinny. This guy's going to build knights. This guy's going to build worse knights. This guy's worse knights are not going to win, but then his economy will win because pilgrims. I'm kidding. What's really going to happen here is like this guy's just going to keep building knights and avoid these spears. Adding in his own spears? What a psychopath. Against worse knights, why not just build archers? Just Peppa Pig them into the ground. I don't know like why Peppa... I don't know why Peppa Pig means dying, but I mean it's like as a pig and you pepper it virus, right? I think people misunderstand what Peppa Pig really is. All right, we have a series. Nobitan. Aim assist got turned off. Knights got disconnected from the wireless. I don't know what that... Like, dude, I guarantee what just happened there. Nobitan's like, what are they doing? What are they doing? And he's pressing buttons. He's like, oh no, out of battery. GG. All right, anyway, whoopsie, wrong scene. We do have... Is that draft complete? Yeah, bro. Like, okay, we're just going to have to get ready to, like... Rip Rooney for Nobitan. F's in chat. It's not easy to lose with France, but we're doing it. Against worse Knights. Greatest of respect to him. But it may be time for him to get off my lawn. We need a taunt for Xbox turn off. What you mean? You just like, I guess it would be like booping noises in game, probably. Boop, 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 boop. Wait, why is my Xbox off? Bruh. Why?
Yeah.
Did you say boobs? No. Unless boop is how computers say boobs? Okay, what? Game 1 is... Okay, Game 1 of Core versus B is going to be on... Where are they playing? Cliffside. And there's a Delhi and Lancaster pick. I actually think Delhi are a good pick against Lancaster. I don't know, I think you get slapped around a little for that pick, to be honest. You know, like you square up on the map, like really big puff chest, and like, what does India know? And then, like, of course, like Delhi slap you across the cheeks. You're like, we're the reason your empire was so successful. What's draft? Draft is already complete. We're literally waiting for them to get into game. Doink. Oh my god, did this move again? There we go. Look at that. Isn't that pretty? Alright, well, these guys are not going to be finishing for probably about another 40 minutes. As in that pub game, because they're probably like gold or plat rank. So, we're just going to get ready for the next set. Which should be starting in a sec. Okay, maybe we had longer than I realized. Are they not online? Did they just draft and then didn't come on the game? Like, brother. No Nobby? I mean, I can check in on Nobby again. If they're not... Okay, B just came online. We're probably underway in a sec then. Every scrum in gold knows how to deal with French. They're actually really hard to climb with. I mean, yeah, if you don't micro. If you unplug your controller every 2 minutes. Just hit them in the face. I feel like French should be really easy to climb with, no? You just wall up your opponent with a few knights, and then you just get more villages over time. Easy. Unless, of course, you're playing in like a gold lobby, in which case you stop building villages at like 45 anyway, so... Big whoop. I mean, what's the best civ to climb with at, like, low ranks? I don't think English. Probably not English anymore. Low ranks or something else. Only makes Keshiks and has 70% win rate in gold. There you go. I mean, this is the thing. Like, low rankers don't want to build units. They like low rankers would probably be better off purchasing Cities Skyline and vibing, you know? That's not me saying leave the game. It's like, but what they're doing in the game usually is they just like building. The army is like secondary. You know, if you ask most low ranking players, you know, why are they building army? Their response is probably because he's building army. So if they didn't think their opponent was building army, they'd just be stacking up the goodies, you know? Build the manors, build the TCs. My favorite one is when you get like 4 TC to just build 50 villages. Those builds are goated. Thank you, Alkinkaya. Probably said that wrong. Alchinkaya? Helkin? I don't know. Anyway, we're gonna run. Should we do the 3 minutes ads now? Yeah, let's do the 3 minutes of ads now, so you guys don't have to worry about that. Boom. Look at that. Got it out of the way. So yeah, apparently Corvinus just wasn't available to play yesterday, so these are literal Elite Classic Series live. Jazz hands. Ads. Don't have to worry about it if you subbed. 4 minutes, we could have had Nobby? Probably not. Probably not. Just checking. Oh, God. I was like, oh, I can respond to this guy now. I was like, he's requested so much from me. I'm like, yeah, maybe later. we'll check in on that again. Going on a second monitor? What? What? Why do you want to be like? Why do you? You don't need to play a different game to be a vampire. There's literally a vampirism mod in AoE 4. I need to figure out what game I want to play actually when I'm not streaming. I think I might go and play Claire Obscure. I started it. I had like early access to it. I started playing it. Like, oh, this is so much better with a controller. I was like, I can't remember where I put my PS5 controller. Oops. I went back to Avowed, and I'm just kind of like, why am I playing this over Oblivion? I should just buy Oblivion. I feel bad for Avowed, but I get why it kind of flopped. Well, it didn't flop, but like it flopped in the sense that it went like this, and then immediately went like this. It's just, it throws you into a world, and it's okay for people to not understand that world. But what isn't okay is when it almost feels like the way you're telling the story, they were meant to understand the world. Does that make sense? Like, I didn't realize at first that Avowed was part of the Deadfire until they start talking about it. And I'm like, great, that's like 3 games I haven't played. 3 games worth of lore is a lot. Whereas, like, Elder Scrolls Oblivion, you know, that was my first Elder Scrolls. And it did not feel like I got punished for not knowing what happened in Morrowind or Daggerfall. Doom Eternal? Does Doom Eternal do that? Oh, yeah, actually, yeah. No, yeah. Like, I did, like, that, now, yeah, you're right. Because I didn't play through Doom Eternal still. I played Doom, loved Doom, went to play Doom Eternal, and it's, like, skipped forward. I'm like, what? Bruh. Huh? At least give me a recap. Although at the same time, I gotta say, Doom the Dark Ages looks sick. I think I'm gonna just completely dive headfirst into that game. It does look sick. It's like, bruh, do you want to have, like, sci-fi, but instead medieval? In hell? Yeah. You know what? When you say it like that, why did no one else do this? It's pretty smart. Oh, let's get Predickies up. I almost forgot about that. Be Corvinus. Has it cursed me again? What's going on? What is going on? Brother. What? Oh my god, it's because it's using like a copy and pasted template of the other one, so it's being ultra scuffed. Like, seriously. Alright, one sec. I might just redo the sleeve to, like, the normal size of one of these now. And that somehow got why. Like, believe it or not, I sorted all of this before we went live. I'm not even exaggerating. Like, we'd done all this stuff before we went live. And then it all broke again. It's a day. Alright. Can move the overlaid piece? No, because the problem is, if I make this bigger, like you were talking about, the problem is the side, like, there's two issues. So one is this like circle thing will be off and that tilts people. And it's also the size is slightly different because this sleeve was created and pushed in a different direction than where the default minimap now appears. So I need to basically redo my assets. What happened to mainstream? We are the mainstream. One and all, welcome back to the channel for the Elite Classic 3. We're here for some fun experiences. B and Corvinus, two of the craziest, craftiest, and most innovative pros in the Age of Empires franchise, clashing in a best of 5. And it kicks off here on Cliffside. This is going to be interesting, actually. Yeah, I'm kind of curious to see how Corvinus wants to approach this matchup, because my feeling is that this is just similar to English and that Delhi roll over you. They have a lot of dominance in the early phase of the game, and Delhi is one of the best civs in the game at punishing greed. Well, for anyone who's watched a House of Lancaster game recently, you know what Lancaster like to do. They like to greed. That is a horrible spawn to greed with. Let's see what he's got in mind. Looks like it's probably going to be what? Is he going to Lancaster Castle on the choke point? He is. Okay, that's quite crafty. Yeah! Okay, so this is blocking out to the sacred site. That's sick. Okay, so we already have some innovation coming in. I actually support this. I'm sick and tired of seeing a Lancaster Castle built at home. At least this has actually like a justification, a cause behind it. And of course, that does mean he can build manners on the stone back here. He also has an alternate stone that he'd be able to kind of reach as well. He also can gather on the gold. Yeah, so there's a lot of upsides here. One thing to keep in mind is the Lancaster Castle on its own probably wouldn't stop 2 scholars from coming in and capturing this. But with mana spam as well, it's going to make it very difficult for B to breach. Okay, this is sick. You know, I don't think this strategy works on like a Dry Arabia type map, but on Cliffside specifically, it makes a lot of sense. Is this the new meta Lancaster Medigarden? What are you on about, bruh? Like, they don't need resources nearby. Technically, the best place to build this is here. Actually, they did fix that. I think they nerfed it so you can't build a Lancaster Castle within 8 tiles of the primary TC of the enemy. Okay, does B know about this? There is a high probability he does not. However, he has hit a jackpot. 24 sheep to 11. And reminder, Lancaster start with more sheep. So that is really, really bad. Castle and Mana denies main woodline. Don't ask how I know that. It's not like people could time you out for words like that in a public chat. Yeah, so I think, if I remember correctly, the tweak they done fixed Lancaster Castle being built in range of the TC, of the enemy TC that is, but mana still can, if I remember correctly. It's a little bit dirty. Anyway, B, he did get a whiff of it in the end. He did actually see the mana being built here. So he knows what he's up against. And that means Corvinus is going to keep the 4 villagers out here. That can backfire really easily, actually. Honestly, if you're B, just build 5 Ghazi. I know just build 5 Ghazi sounds very expensive, but consider how long Corvinus likely wants to be here, and that this is his gold gatherers, and then you can just wrap beyond and hit the stone as well. Like, I don't know, man. I think these manas are going to be irrelevant when you think about the stone. So if this was anything more than a tier 1 mana build, I think Corvinus is going to starve. Wait. Did he just donate sheep? Are you actually kidding me right now? What? He just gave Corvinus 5 sheep in an S tier tournament. I can't. I can't believe this. Guys, this is not a scrim. This is not a pub match. This is an EGC tournament. This is an S tier tournament. The BM of it. He just gave him 5 sheep. Wait, can you take him? Corv even moved away. He's like, no, I don't want them. Don't make me take. Hey, come on, take us. This one is especially eager. He's like, no, don't do it to me. If I lose now, don't you dare. No, no. Corvinus, send them back. Send them back. Return to sender. Bad manners? Oh, believe me, that's probably going to be the thumbnail. We've already made that pun too many times. This is a perfect game for a bad manners one. Alright, so you have got the 4 villagers here. We talked about the fact once you have like 5 Ghazi, you can just dive in. And Corv has done the right thing, by the way. He didn't try to be greedy about this. He stopped at the 3 manners. We do have Rax plus archery. So economy-wise, pretty good for him right now. Sanctity is about to kick in. That will allow B to kind of mirror most of the value of the manners. Not the full. Why people are not going for the King Landmark? Because if you went for the King Landmark, you wouldn't get this Lancaster Castle up and then get 3 manners. Right? Trade-offs. It's just too good right now. Once it gets changed, yeah, I think we're going to see a lot more Abiv Kings. But currently, it's way too good to resist. Nah, I gotta say, I like Peace Comp. This kind of has the answers. Like, when you think about what you do with Lancaster, you're literally doing the same thing you do with English. And when has that ever gone well for a player against Delhi? Because your opponent has premium Ghazi, which counts your premium archer. And then you just have standard spears against archers. Okay, it doesn't feel that great. And now, in fairness to him, the Yeomen are in some ways better than Lombo, some ways worse. They're better for kiting, but definitely a lot worse for actual initial engagement. And also, remember, Yeoman just got nerfed on price for reasons that make no sense. This unit costs 50 food now. That's not cheap in the early game goes. We have Hobblers? I mean, you need everything, I guess. Hobbies against Ghazi, so one of the best horsemen against one of the worst. Wait, is the 3rd time B's got Delhi versus Hull? I'm guessing he has a 100% win rate so far. Okay, so there is some hope for Corvin that he has got the Demi Lancers, but keep in mind he's got Demi Lancers against Ghazi that get bonus damage. Nice. B moves in to pause the timer. Even pokes. Wow, love that. He forced the brace early and then pokes away at the Yeoman. The Scholar's actually coming out here as well. And the archers arrive. Okay, so Corv, he does get the decap. That was really tight as well. We'll have to retreat now. Likely to use the spearman up on the exit just to try and delay this. Yeomen are more valuable, remember. They cost more. And reveals the Hobblars. Okay, but is this as threatening as you think it is what I'm wondering. If you have more spears, probably. I think the problem here is like a handful of Ghazi and choke points can just hold this. He's retreating for now, but I think that's because, yeah, maybe missed rally. The archers went back the other way. Would have been ideal if they were all here for the fight. Ghazi are going to pinch. Very low on HP. The Scholar is griefing them right now. The Hobbler dive. I mean, he'll get a few of the archers, but now, does B not just turn and fight? No, he's actually worried. Oh, wow. He's going to keep running. Has got pro scouts in, so gathering food to bring home. Demi Lancers, I think that's the concern for B. If he gets distracted in this fight, he's worried about the raid on the back. Okay, so hobbies have been pinned. Ghazi and dive by. Okay, so this is the moment he's waiting for. He's finned the spearman. Yeoman are going to get grabbed. Can the Ghazi actually trade out well enough here, though? The spears are starting to show up again. Really, what you need here for B is just to heal the injured. And then it's worthwhile. Instead, he's going to roll here and ride back in there. Magic count not looking that great. The spear count just as abysmal. This is such a messy fight. I think B is just getting enough value out of it, though, to make it worthwhile. Yeah, the Ghazi, they break through. And that is going to be the snowball point. Because behind this, Corvinus doesn't really have anything. He didn't add in additional manners. He doesn't have a tech play coming. Doesn't have a standing army. And your Demi Lancers, yeah, they shot way too late. I dread to think how different this could have been if the Demi Lancers were here. just to absorb shots. Like, the Ghazi will beat them, but at least it would have given you something of a front line, something to mess with the archers. Hobbler's pointless? I don't think Hobbler's are pointless. I think they are super situational feudal and super potent in castle. Hobbler's with hill forts actually kind of look borderline broken. I don't think they are, but they are ridiculous. But yeah, here I agree. Like we said, it is good horsemen versus bad horsemen. The problem you have is like this idea of having a yeoman, a premium archer, up against a premium horseman. Ghazi, well, that means you've built your premium and it's countered by the enemy premium. That's already bad. But then to make matters worse, your mirrored pony is a bad version of a horseman. So do you see the double conundrum there? You don't have someone that can stand in front of the Ghazi. You don't have something that can beat it from ranged. And the spearmen are going to get countered by archer. Like, I think B just has a solid read on this. And now the manas are going to get torched down. Not usually easily done. But he's making it look simple. You think Lancaster can actually contest Delhi here like old school English? I think maybe there's like some argument towards like Abbey of Kings build, so you just flood Yeoman maybe. I think you need the manas. With 3 manas, I'd agree. This opening strategy from Corvinus is seriously like awesome. Technically, like this is really, really strong. It's 7.5 extra workers very early on, and you block the win condition for Delhi. But yeah, the hobbies were just a bit odd. You can go manas without Lancaster Castle? Yeah, I don't think you can. You need it here. If these don't fight back, you can't camp this area. But yeah, this looks over. So G1's going to be a win for B. Wacky way to open the series, though, from the Lancaster Castle as a pseudo-Barbic on the sacred site to the sheep dono. Apparently, even when you give 5 sheep to Corvinus, it's not enough to give him a win. Delhi Lancaster looks like a rough matchup. Yeah, it's because you're pretty much playing the same matchup as English. And the problem the English had, they couldn't do the 2TC meta, and Lombos get countered by like Ghazi, right? It follows the same path. The thought is meant to be that Yeoman's a bit better because the movement speed, so they don't just get caught as easily. But especially with the nerf to Yeoman's costs, the fact that they just cost so much food already, I think this is a bit of a struggle of a matchup. All mana's down. And now we've had all forms of bad manas in this game. I think Corvinus is just processing the loss. He has nowhere near enough spearmen to hold here. His goal was to maybe try and sliver towards castle, because B technically didn't have sacred sites locked in earlier, but you just don't have the time. Major part of what makes the Mana's greed work is the Demi-Lancers. Yeah, but that's also like bad in this matchup because of Ghazi. This is the conundrum. Same thought process on like French versus House of Lancaster. The Demi-Lancer pull should, like, in theory, not be as good because your opponent can mirror knights. That one's a bit different because move speed and the way you play your economy. But definitely, I don't think Delhi are weak against Lancaster. Why didn't he just go heavy spear? Because he's not Knights Templar, silly. Okay, in seriousness though, like, why didn't he just blob spearmen? Because you know your opponent's going to build archers. So would you rather build the unit that gets countered or your good unit? Alright, that's the choice you have to make. And defensively, you know, think about it, you can always fall back to the manas and the TC. And early on, Ghazi aren't going to dive that because it's just inefficient. Whereas spearmen have to get right on top of their targets. And your opponent can shoot them from reach. So yeah, it's... The yeoman as the primary like focus point makes sense. The problem is this type of approach is a tempo build. And you've been completely out-tempoed. There's like no pacing left for Lancaster. And we cast on EGC. We've done the Saturday. They begged me to do the Sunday, but I was like, I can't. And for good reason. I think they didn't finish until after midnight, and I had physio today. So... Wait, we're going to Hobblears again? Please, no. Corv's like, well, if I'm going to lose, I might as well do my part to get this Civ buffed. That's a lot of ponies. I mean, he has reblob spears quite well. But I don't know. To me, this is just an A-click. Wow. And it's an A-click in B's eyes as well. I swear, people come in at the end of games like this and they go, wow, Delhi is such an easy Civ. What the hell? You have to work a little bit of the A-click. I don't think you have to work as hard as a lot of other Civs in the game. But yeah, you have to scale to this type of snowball effect. But Delhi, to this day, just feel like the truest embodiment of snowball. And this game, a pristine example of exactly that. And also bad manners. I mean, for the sheep dono, right? Oh dear, dear. Be now 3-0 with Delhi. Yeah, I just think it's like very solid. I mean, Myriad apparently has some secret he's going to reveal to us eventually. Wait, is Myriad playing in the Silver League? I didn't check. Are you in the Silver League? If so, or if not, why are you hiding? Ah, there we go. That's why. So we'll find out if it's true after all. Okay, but like I'm going to let you guys in on a like secret possibility here. Have you considered the possibility that he's telling you this a good way of it to work? So that you waste your time to see if there's a good way for it to work, only to discover there isn't, and then checkmate. Or like you don't even practice it, and you just like prio ban or pick it, and then checkmate. Myriad's a crafty mother ducky. You gotta do the 4D chess with him on this crap, you know? Want the tinfoil hat? This is the thing, the mind games, guys. The mind games. Sacred Grove, French Mali. This is a bit of a sad matchup for Mali, no? I think French don't need a pro scouts here. Did he just get beat on the draft? Relic River Mongols. Is Unlightened Horizon been picked? I think it has. So Otto. Knights Templar will like get beat by Otto there, I think. Mongol versus Japanese on Relic River. That's not great for Japan. So I guess you have to go China. I don't know. I think it's looking like B is just executing like the matchups well. He's sniffing out what's being picked. Waffle on the whole thing. That's true. Myriad comes to me for like regular coaching advice. If it wasn't for me, he'd be a lowly gold pleb. I train him as a commentator. I train him as a player. He owes it all to me, really. See? Didn't object in the chat, so he knows it's true. Played against KP in an 8-player free-for-all. I viciously trebbed his base, so he kicked my ass. Yeah, dude. You throw rocks in my base, and I throw a sword down your throat. It's just how we do. Oh my god, is it done? Oh my god, what? They're all associated, and it... Okay, so like every single scene, for some reason, broke on the map overlay. We'll fix that one when we get back to KPM. But, hey, it loaded in the right way. That's a miracle. Oh, that's what I need to do as well. We've got something really awesome coming up on Friday, by the way. I'll look to get more details out to you guys tomorrow. But there's some really cool show matches coming up. Well, and all, welcome back to the Elite Classic 3. B versus Corvinus, best of 5. And they're on my map. It made it all the way to an STA tournament. Sacred Grove, French versus Malians. I don't know, I think this used to be pretty decent for Malians, but with the changes to Pro Scouts, the way this map plays, I want to lean French here, actually. Just because of how much harder it is to secure the deer. We'll see which way they want to try to go, though. There is a possibility you don't deer at all. But that would require Corvinus to not get completely obliterated on the steep rotation like he just got in game number 1. This time, he at least looks more competitive. Myriad should give you some training on how to achieve a gravelly bear voice in your casting. I'm pretty sure the secret is smoking 20 a day and gargling marbles every night before you go to bed. And then at least 5 times in the mirror going, I am the law! And then you're pretty much there, you know? Little tip to anyone who does want to actually take up commentary. Learning to project your voice will help you not die. Take up singing classes. Not kidding. Alright, so how are we looking on the sheep? Slightly still for B. Not enough that he's going to donate away this time. But this should just be standard night spam. Corv on the other side. Usually you just have to open Donzo. You can still go Pro Scouts on a delay, but you have to have the Donzo to protect you. What's tricky is if your opponent reads that and just opens archers straight away. It is a little bit of a gamble, though, against Mali, just because of how fluid the play is into both Donzo Javs simultaneously. You can do commentary in AoE4 because you don't know much about the game. Oh yeah, you can do like a newbie stream, but like usually newbie streams are successful when they educate people versus when you don't know what you're doing. Those type of approaches are probably better where it's like VOD review and you explain your process and gradually improve. And then you occasionally do like coaching sessions with better players to learn further, etc., etc. Why not make clear it's the 25k tournament game in this title? I think people know. But big number, you're right. Why are we... yeah, that's my mistake. We should, like, big number, very important. $25,000 tournament games. There you go. Now that I've made that change, my viewership should go up by like 12,000 people. Or I bust. You'll only watch B vs. Corv if it's 25k on the line. The fact that you require such a high, steep price to watch B, Voldemar, is ridiculous. I'm not gonna like be mean. There was something I could have said there that was absolutely cruel. But maybe you should be learning from the monster that double deer pushes into his base 50% of his games. Just saying. Wait, Nilly, you came to watch the $25,000 tournament? What if we made it a $50,000 tournament? Nilly's like brain is in shambles. He's like, these were meant to be happening on the weekend. Oh no. They stepped into my territory. So first nights are hitting the field. He is actually going to do Pro Scouts with 0 deer shoved in. Okay, this is not B playing. He's let one of his kids play his PC. This isn't my B. Wait. So you guys want $25,000 games? What if... Okay, so crazy thing. What if we didn't have to pay them that much? Okay, no, I'm going to get booed out of the room. What if we could get them to play for $300 a week? Oh, nearly. I think you got scam bait. All right, but he's shoving Corv's... I love this. This is why B is actually one of my favorite players to watch in the other game. Is you're always looking for the crafty little thing he's going to do. In fairness, right, this is actually just a refund. So it's we thought the sheep donation in game 1 from B was just BM. It wasn't. It was like an investment. He's like, yeah, so I give you 5 sheep game 1, you give me 7 deer game 2. But as we can see, Corvinus is not an honorable businessman. He shall not be allowed to trade on Wall Street. Mainly because he's not dishonorable enough yet. I think actually you could just keep spamming knights here. Because the thought process is Malians will never be quicker to pro scouts than you will be. So you just get your play, your real play anyway. So B's going to be picking up the deer now. Meanwhile, because it's knights on a very exposed map, like you can't have these donzos run out to the deer stacks. You have to guard them. Really beautiful micro by B as well. Just eliminating the scout. So Corvinus now playing a blind game. Okay, so what's the plan from here for Corv? Because I could see a world in which he tries to blob and go. He's adding in Sofa. That's kind of wild. I guess you achieve kind of this weird effect that you normally see from men-at-arms spears. Because now you have heavily armored things in the blob. Which is good against the archers. But it does mean, at the heart of things, you are not countering archers directly. Good micro again. Gets the kill. Okay, we've all been here. One's in chat if you would have, like, GG'd your game if both these knights got away. Okay, like, you don't have to GG, you're safe. But be real. I know there's some in chat. They would leave the moment someone done that to them. Like, he gets the worker kill and gets away, and I've built all these spearmen that are meant to counter this unit. I don't get it. Why does my pointy stick not counter this guy with, like, fancy feathers and heavy armor? It does not make sense. I like the fact that Corvinus killed one knight. He's like, wow, this actually works. More Sofa. More Donzos. Now, Sofa did get buffed, by the way, guys. About 3 patches ago. So they got an extra 2 damage. And I think it was an extra 20 health, I want to say. So, actually, like, respectable buff. They're not too bad now. It's still insanely expensive for the feudal age, though, for what they do. In theory, it's not too bad. And I think something that people appreciate is, like, Chevalier Confrère are able to do such a good job at a similar price. Wait, B said he hadn't trained a lot and isn't in form? Alright, he's trolling. B plays practically all the KPMMs and usually turns up with different things each and every time. Like, I don't know if I trust that statement. That's like when Killy says that he's a Chinese main. You're like, oh wow, that's... Hold on a second. Or like when Myriad comes in and says House of Lancaster can beat Delhi. You're like, oh wow, that... Wait a second. That French pronunciation? Of course. Like, you gotta pronounce everything like it's French, no? Sofa, Royal Knight, Ardon Spement, Sacre Suit, Golden Van. Oh no, the Golden Van. 2 villager kills. Pretty good value for a Sofa, actually. So, Sofa. But so far, in this game, B can afford those type of losses. Remember, he's got better villager production. He also has got the reins on the deer. Yeah, this is still no pro scouts. So Corv is just prepping for Fulani. So what's important for B to deal with this is to just not lose knights. Wait, Anat? Oh, sorry. I forgot if what you guys were saying. Anatan had a kid. I was like, that guy? He got late now. Yeah, now it makes more sense. Yeah, I know B has kiddos. They keep you busy, you guys. You don't get to sleep. Oh my god, that's a lot of donzos. This unorthodox comp from Corvinus is actually doing remarkably well. He's trying to force B's hand. And it's somewhat B's own fault because of his greed going straight down the center for these deer. Spears are now being added in by B. This delay may prove incredibly expensive. Remember, you don't really want spear on spear against Malians. There's a superior. This is just the fact that Archers feels irrelevant up against the sofa now. That's crazy. Corv, can he keep this momentum up as he keeps pushing? The Archers are doing their best to fin the Donzo count. And we have got spears now arriving. So eyeballs on that, and that's where these sofas are going to feel like they're made of plastic. Knights just laugh and kill a spear. Sofas are going to cry as they're trying to kill spears. Walls are also going to come up, so B will have that insulation now on the gold. Would be worth getting melee defense, no? A little bit surprised he hasn't gone for it yet, actually. He did get idled on the gold. I think in his original build order that made sense, but losing villagers here, now the third one, that gold vein, is starting to kind of hurt his timings a bit. And then mosh pit. But he can't really afford to give ground because if he does, the sofas are going to sliver into the economy. Does he have chivalry? He does not have chivalry, so this is kind of painful, but maybe more painful than for Corv. Barely any sofas left alive, and now we said it. The Knights do not care about spears. They headbutt the front line. How is he? Come on. I mean, defender's advantage is a thing to consider here, but this is a complete flip of the table suddenly. B, able to strike back swiftly, but now he needs to get a move on. For all he knows, there's been additional ranches added in. We can see actually Corvinus is nowhere near an age up in ranch or resource form. But B is going to have to move with urgency as if it's happening. Okay, so like this is the point where Shavs would feel pretty good normally, you'd think, but the problem you now have is 2 unit types out of the 3 that B's committing to actually counter Javs. In fact, like it's not even commitment to archers anymore. So Javs do nothing. Archers could be a cool way to go for Corv. I think he's just going to stick to melee blob though. Now the interesting thing is neither of them is going to be forced out of their base quickly. That's really important. Because both of them are choosing a raid lineup. However, well, I say he's not meant to be forced out of his base. What happened here? Knights, they get the dive in. Ugh, 2 night kills for 1 villager. I mean, Corvinus should be quite happy with that. The negative is what he just revealed. B now knows that Corv is running out of food. And the sofas. What? Are you kidding me on the timing for that? He gets away with it. Yeah, because Corvinus didn't bring a scout. What is the scout doing right now? If he's not here, is he like... Yeah, he's just sitting at the Fulani location, where it will eventually be. I'm shocked. However, shock and awe onto the tree line. He a little bit slow on the reaction. That is going to be, what, 2 more villagers going down? Maybe 3. And he can wrap towards the gold as well. He can actually get the body blocker here. Okay, yeah, B needs a big trade right now. He pinned himself in. He's going to try to rush the gate, but that's not going to be that quick with the pathing. Where are they going? How is that not accessible? He actually creeped himself with the wall in the corner. Okay, the choke point is actually going to help B at least get a few of these guys out, but this is adding up quick. Corv now with a 6 villager lead. B deletes the blacksmith at the end for no good reason. B... He hasn't really found that much more on the other side, if we're being real about this. He's got 2 worker kills in this game so far. Oh my god. Now B just looks and goes, oh yeah, we never got the melee tech. Maybe, like, it looks like the furnace is still there. Maybe we can stick something in the fire, maybe? Yeah. Ridiculous. And yeah. Are you sure you want to commit to more walls after what the last one just done to you? Meantime, B has at least been able to take out the pit mine and housing. So Corvinus kind of a little bit limited on his passive gold gen, but well, this is a big win in a fight for Corvinus. The Knights aren't here. B, he just wants away. No, 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 no. Oh, no, no. Oh, this looks so clumsy. It's like, so where are we going here? Like, what's the plan? Oh, back the other way? Great. Sofas? Even better. Yeah, these sofas are not the fierce force they are in Castle Age. You can see they just can't stand there. Okay, how is he even getting anyone out here? It's still a bad trade for B in the end. Knights are going to arrive a little bit too late. Wait, what did Knights do? Oh my god, this is getting so ridiculous. Archers are finally here. This is where it can be a good fight. But there's just so many Donzos to kill. The Archers aren't even running away right now. Another Knight does get pinned. This game is ridiculous. This is one of the wackiest feudal ages I think I've ever seen between Malians and French. And the cows are pretty much there. Yeah, he's got 15 in total. Decent amount of them deposited, 11. He's gradually getting towards Castle Age. B's Knight count isn't really looking that scary for a Castle transition himself. He keeps losing too many. You know, maybe... And I'm not the pro, but like if I had to put my money, my guess on what could maybe cause this type of issue on the Knight count, it might be running them into a line of Donzos. But like, don't quote me. Yeah, that moment not looking definitely felt like it cost him. I think the intent was good. Just run the Knights in, the Archers follow up, and then you fight. But obviously his Archers were heavily delayed. Ball's got a while, no? 800. Okay, and then the other one's on the opposite side of the map, so it's going to be a little bit rough. Could fall back to the berries. There is a risk of B eventually running out of food, remember. Like, Malians have infinite food off the cows. You're going to have to eventually think about farms. So B, it might be worth just trying to trend for Castle Age sooner rather than later. And the Pro Scouts. Time's the move to get the goodies out. I think Corv's plan is kind of obvious now to be. Yeah, why has he stopped fighting all of a sudden? He must be doing something. So B, now in perfect position to start harassing the base. Villagers on the gold. We'll be able to walk away safely without wheelbarrow. I can't believe that actually worked. And I guess you just torch some things down. This. What is that housing area? Somewhere in here was dreams of a pit mine that could never be. I'm a bit worried for Corv. It's almost like he's not... Oh, no. Did he... No, there's still room. Okay, I guess he wants to be next to the TC for the re-garrison. So he's going to prep for the Fulani. B, he's actually backing up here. Yeah, because his scouts aren't... Like, they're not normal scouts, guys. They're pro scouts. But they also forgot their binoculars. That's the thing. Like, you know, to make room for carrying the deer home, they pretty much had to get rid of the telescope, the binoculars. So, like, he's not actually seeing what his opponent is doing. And this is awkward because diving is going to be very difficult against Malians. If they have enough gold, they're going to have veterancies. Corvinus did just do something kind of wildly greedy. He queued up 7 more sofas without having the veterancy. But he's got enough gold for that. The one that might be a bit more awkward is going to be imported armors. Let's take up the plate. B is just going to harass on the side again. He needs to find that tech up now. Corvinus, is he going to intercept him here? Oh, this might be timed beautifully. Yeah. Veterancy just 20 seconds away. B is going to look to push this right now, just before the upgrade can hit, but what he really just wants is an out. Back home. To his weird and wacky wall land. Wait, is B sending it? What? This man is wild. I mean, this is almost perfect for Corvinus. The only thing that's missing is imported armors coming in 20 seconds. Donzo Mosh Pit really needs to pull that a little bit further north so that he can actually have spears against knights. Because right now, spear against spears is actually really good for B. The archers are trading out well there. The sofas are being held back by the knights. Corvinus, he may have just A-click brained himself into a mess. Oh my god, B! He dodged the bullet there. Beautifully microed. He split it up the optimal way to win a fight from an age behind. Handful of Sofa are going to be left alive at the tail end, but the numbers tell the true tale here. 37 military now to 12. 11 knights left alive. Chivalry as well. Unbelievable fight. I mean, Corvinus, I don't know what happened there. It almost looked like he just lost track of the switch. B, you know, the green on green maybe muddying it a bit in an unobvious way. Those spearmen locked with the Donzos. There was no counterplay against Mass Knights. You know, you might think Sofa just beat Knights, but statistically, no. They're actually evenly matched, I'd say. See, 21 damage on your spear attack, but worse than a normal clubbing. You have more armor, barely more health, but of course, the French Knights have more damage, and that is really what mattered there for B. Now, this gets scary. You're trying to remass Donzos from practically zero. Your opponent still has a group of archers to address, and you're now struggling with Knights. The other tricky part is your other counter option is Musafadi. You don't want to be building those against archers either. Corvinus? Maybe raiding? I just think from here it's maybe a little bit awkward, but the thought process is your opponent has exposed villages. You have special villages. Yep. Like, this is secretly a villager. I think, like, similar to the Rhino, somewhere in there is a comedian in the Ace Ventura movie controlling it. They work. Don't ask me how, but they are automated, and they work. So, like, technically, if you counter, like, raid, and your opponent goes for a dive as well, he does have more to lose. Let's see if we can find that dive point. No, he gets scared away. Are you kidding me? Seconds away from revealing the tech up, but just a small group of spears is enough to scare him. Villagers aren't going to be found on the goal, but the Knights are there to mirror the rotation. Tech up is going to be complete. The dive in a little bit late here now for Corvinus. Archers can block these in. Okay, so some Sofas going to be lost here. Mathematically, Corvinus is very far ahead, though. It's not just a 5-villager lead, it's the Fulani as well. B definitely has a lot of problems still to answer. Remember, guys, he went Guildhall, not Royal Institute. So scaling not really on his side. And oh, no. The two Sofa just revealed it. All right, this is disastrous. B, the Knights aren't going to be able to hold on. He hasn't even queued Veterancy. What? All right, say farewell. Au revoir, mes amis. Make for the wall and panic a little, because this is pretty much all that matters about this game right now. B, a third of his economy. Nowhere to truly feel safe. The wall's going to be seen, but remember, you've just ran through to Corvinus' side of the map. No. If B had a few more minutes, I see the plan coming together. Crossbows could win this game. But brother, you have not got minutes. You've got seconds. Yeah, this is a version of that Justin Timberlake movie where someone rich didn't die and give you all their time. Delete on the wall. Beast trying to get crafty about it, but Corvinus sniffs it out. Rallies them deeper. We don't just herd cow around these parts. We herd people too. So far. Oh god, he's just going to go on top of the archers. No. This is depressing. When you get veterancy for archers, just as your entire army dies. Like, okay, so what do these guys do now? Nothing. GG gets called. It's not just going to be a wipe. B can bleed. Corvinus with his wacky Malian build is on the board. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Well, that was a wee little bit messy. Just the way we like it. Okay, so map number 2, we went to Sacred Grove. Let me type that in. Is Sacred Grove not in the list, Cal? Why would Sacred Grove not be in the list? What? Rogan? It's literally in the EGC tournament. Oh, fired. Alright, so we had Mali versus French. Let me do the payout for you guys. Like, what? I don't... What? I just... Why does it pick Safety Bay? Okay, I'm just going to put it back to unknown. Anyway, focusing on what's next, let's have a look where the boys are taking us. Okay, so it's going to be Relic River, and it is going to be that Mongol pick, but we thought that it would be, what, Japanese, potentially? He's gone for Sushi instead. I think Sushi versus Mongols, like, Sushi should be fairly decent here. But the tricky part is going to be the water play. I think the river probably favors Mongols. Because it's just like an upside your opponent is going to struggle to engage with. I guess he could try to spear spam you out, maybe. Let's get predictions up anyway. Oh, wait, I forgot on YouTube. We need to add $25,000 tournament to the title as well. Whoa. I don't know if Nilly's still here. I'm going to need an extra 100k on one of these tournaments. Because, as we know, in life, if it's bigger, it's better. That's the secret truth. Damn, the person who, like, tried to fish about, like, art gigs in my Discord is getting shut down by people. I mean, I don't know, like, call me old-fashioned, but going in and crapping on someone's other stuff to then immediately try to sell your own stuff is, like, not... It's probably not going to, like, work as well as you think. Oh my god, dude, why has that scene changed? Still need to change that. We'll sort it after the series. Oh, of course it slipped. It always slips. I don't think this guy has actually been beaten on this Civ on this map. What and all, welcome back to the Elite Classic 3. B can bleed. Corvinus has proven himself capable of doing so. But can he beat this crafty strategy? Mongols on Relic River seems to be situationally an insanely potent pick. It's the dot play, folks. This map has got 3,000 food on the bottom side. Means you're predictable where you go, but also predictable where the food spawns, so you can move for it early. And Mongols are one of the best civs at doing this. Why? Because when you're against Mongols, you assume they're going to aggro you, so you never think of going for docks yourself. And most civs don't want to build racks against Mongols, because that's just an obtuse fight that gradually favors them. Now, Sushi Chinese are technically civs that can. Corv has chosen not to indulge. Instead, it's going to be focused on prioritizing the age up. Haven't actually seen much Sushi on this map, to be totally honest with you. It's not a bad one for Pro Scouts play. And Divide's pretty nice, and in theory against Mongols even better, because normally their TC is going to be even further away from what's considered to be an easy to shove in deer. Let's just see how close it is to the TC there. Meanwhile, over here, because B went for the tree line, his is a screen and a half away. So might be of worth to Corv. But you have to now be aware your opponent's going to have an accelerant with the fishing, which is going to allow him to pump a lot of Keshings, which can easily shut down Pro Scouts. So maybe you just go no Pro Scouts, all in. That would require enough sheep. 12 is a good start. Bad Medigarden map? Yeah, you don't often get good Medigarden placements here. Likely he'll just go for... Oh god, he didn't even get a good tree line. I was about to say go for food in the trees, but there's really not much of it. So, yeah, this isn't good either. This is bad. I guess you just... Oh my god. Okay, he's going all the way across map. So double golden stone. Not bad. 75 resources. Very far out there, so your opponent could easily disturb the piece as the game goes on. Also, if the plan was to go Pro Scouts, this is now kind of griefing you a little because it draws more attention to this area. With double gold being the priority, I kind of feel like it's Pro Scouts. But if it was, I'd expect people to be on gold by now. So we'll see how he uses it. Palsguard, could be one way of leveraging that early gold. It is a little bit weird to try and do that against Mongols. Most likely it's going to be for some Chug push. All right, how did you guys predict? 82% on B. Was it that part of, I don't think I've seen him lose on this map? Did that maybe sway a few people? Did I rig it a lot? I feel like I rigged it a bit. I wonder if maybe... So we talked about Chug all in. How feasible is Fast Castle here? I feel that you can get mirrored quite easily. And Mongols don't mind these Fast Castle metas now because the step readout has returned to popularity. It used to be Mongols benefited most from a long feudal because you built a big enough army to then get Kurotai. But people have rediscovered, wow, step readout pretty good. Especially with the fast imp builds. And okay, that is a well-timed revelation. Get in early with Villager and Shivs out. There's going to be a wall attempt coming in from Corvinus. But he can bot. Yep, the fishing boat was perfectly timed there. Okay, that's unbelievable. He's going to try to go deeper. That one should go up. The Khan needs to be careful because you don't want to lose him. The Villager might actually be able to get away with this. Yet the Shiv shot didn't go out. He's got the maneuver speed arrow. I actually think B can easily get this kill. Just maneuver. There we go. Nicely done. So it does get the worker kill. But does also get blocked out of a lot of the food. So that ends up blocking him off from what, 2,000? Yeah, 2,000 food not accessible now. Okay. So a little bit painful now that he's added in the free fishing boats. You could eventually burn this down if you're planning Keshiks anyway. So definitely not the end of the world, but it definitely stops B from going up to, say, 4 or 5 fishing boats. Not that I'm entirely convinced he wanted to. And Corv is now going to wall himself in. Wow, he is actually going PG. PG Chug. Which does fully get countered just by Keshiks. Yeah, and there we go. Keshik plus Archer is going to be the play. Now remember, the thing that makes this play really, really strong on this map for Mongols is how quickly the Keshiks come out. You've floated so much extra food at this stage usually because of the fishing. And now you've been floating all this stone because by going Uvu and then going fishing, you've slowed your tech timing anyway, so you just didn't have a use for it. It makes it beautiful for a double pump of Keshik timing. I wouldn't even be surprised if he leans on maybe like double producing archers here, but I think it is going to be solely about the Keshik pump. So what's Corv's plan now? Because now that there's fishing, he knows a wall alone isn't going to hold that back. It's not like diving the enemy base has much for you to target right now. So the most obvious point of contest has to be the dock. He has at least got Spinman coming. One thing to keep in mind that can actually make it quite tricky for Shu Chi here is the Deerstone Khan Hunters. So the Khan Hunters' extra 0.5 tower range is actually pretty important against Chug, specifically. It gives you enough difference in range to keep your distance. And look at these Chug and their plastic little bolts. This is such a B maneuver. I'm trying to think if I've seen anyone do Mongol Pro Scouts as much as B. I definitely haven't seen anyone do Mongol Pro Scouts while fishing as much as B. But I do get his logic here. The thought process is if your opponent is addressing the fish, he's not guarding the deer. If you look at the locations, they're in completely different areas. Corvinus can't be everywhere. And I wonder, does B now rush into the blacksmith as well, maybe? He sees what the real intent is here. So there's a lot of value in the steel arrow and onto the undermesh. Minigun's 5 head because we see the scouts. Sure, but by the time you see it, it's going to be what, 2 deer packs home? I know, it's like a cute detail. I don't know if it really matters as much though. Unless he can solve for the fishing issue. And do so soon. Okay, so speaking of that fishing, I'm wondering... It might be time to actually burn this down. And so the work begins. Yeah, Keshik's are going to be on the way. Why did my mic cut out? I'm so confused what's going on with the mic setup. It's weird, because at first I thought it was a power issue, but I legit just unplugged the Shure mic and replugged it, and now it's fine. Maybe a loose wire somewhere? Scratchy head moment for sure. Okay, so we'll get access, but Corvinus has the right read here. He could go and directly contest it when boats could come into the affair, or he goes where the army is not. Yeah, because B, although he has archers, he doesn't have enough to directly conflict with this right now. That spawning them just feels like a loss anyway. We'll start to poke a little bit, but does not have the Khan Hunter, and he's trying to now produce it out of that archer range. B, he's going to finally pack it up, but I mean, too little too late. Keshik, oh, this could be good though. Corvinus isn't looking. Oh, and he wraps the wrong way. He wants the archer range kill, but what's the cost going to be here? He's losing a lot of troops for it. We'll get the kill in the end. Archers will be able to clear up the spears. The Keshik is still being ignored. There's only one spearman left to deal with him. I mean, I don't feel like that was actually worth it for Corv. He lost quite a lot of troops just to get an archer range kill. It seems valuable in your mind, but you pretty much kind of lost it, like, tempo timing. There's still the fact of down the south side that has now been cleared. The fishing is back underway. So your opponent is economically ahead. He's got pro scouts behind this. You lost military momentum. Follow-up timing is at least going to be good in Distilled Arrow. He's going to have a small advantage here. Although he might be dead before he can use it. Chug, get jumped on. The scouts are actually even here. But they're mainly here for the deer. Okay, so still Bolt, like, it's going to come in a little bit too late here. By the time he gets the ranged upgrade, the fight's pretty much over. Yeah. You could turn around for some shots, but when the Chug counts this low, you're probably not killing a single knight. So instead, it's just going to be a sack of 5 Chug. I'm trying to find what the upside in all this was for Corvinus. He doesn't have safe food long-term compared to his opponent. He now lacks military momentum. And he doesn't have a tech play coming. Now, that sounds like I'm being a negative Nelly, but in fairness, it's the reality of the game, because from this position, B has 2 options. He either blobs Keshik like crazy, or he goes castle. It's crafty to go castle here as well. Because if your opponent's going to lean hard into Chug, you can just open men-at-arms and flood him. Meanwhile, pro scouts have moved to the north side. Medigarden might snitch on it, but there's no way Corv can run all the way over there. Backspeed arrow on the backside. Spears. There's not many of them. No, this is getting ugly. All right, B. So far, this is a series of wins where he's always winning. We talked about the Delhi pick and how he's 100% in the Elite Classic 3. I'm pretty sure B is 100% win rate in KPMMs with this map. Not sure how he's looking statistically in the Elite Classic so far, but his Mongols just look so vicious on this map. It's just one of those picks for him, really. You know, if you have to think of 3 picks synonymous with B, you're probably thinking, what, Mongols, Japanese, and Ottomans. Which is comical considering those are not considered very good civs in the current metas. But also powerful in a different way. Like, if you're playing civs that are non-meta, they're probably not getting banned away from you. People have less experience on how to resolve them. It's secretly quite the superpower. Corv is going to try to pump the out of castle. Unfortunately for him, Mongols are beating him to it. And I think that says everything it needs to about this game. This isn't really a matchup where you'd expect a Mongol player to age first. And it is going to be Mountain Academy, which shows you Corvinus' level of confidence about getting relics here. Also shows you how much food he doesn't have. Yeah, this is like it. Once that deer carcass is gone, it's berries and 5 sheep. It's not a lot of swing. Tech completes first for Corv. He heads straight into the base here. And that... Oh, no. No, he has no gold. Like, you're wondering right now, where's the veteran seize? He doesn't have enough for it. I think B knew it. That's why he was diving that exact point. Tech up completes for him, so we'll back away now. Buys enough time. His veteran seize will be coming in. Very dramatic death for that Keshik. He wanted to be remembered. And it's crazy to think it took us this long to start remembering this landmark. We had a very heavy meta of Kurtai, but it made sense because long feudal was 100% the meta. But once Pro Scout started to sneak back in, people remembered this. And now that they've recalled it, I don't think it's going anywhere. Step readout is just so powerful. I mean, it's Mongol's one real eco upside in the early mid-game. I say early game because you can technically fast castle. We see Mongols doing it a lot at the moment. Once more in the breach. Corv did at least get the space to get the gold for veterancies, but Chug scaling is going to require gold. Crossbows are going to require gold. I mean, he's doing negative damage here. It feels like the Kesh is actually healing when they fight. Yes, KP, that's how the mechanic works. No, I mean the health bar is always going up. Yes, KP, that's how healing works. Yeah, but not to this extreme, guys. Jiangnan? Is he really about to attempt to farm transition? I mean, he's got 1,000 wood. That's crazy. Interesting rally point for the villagers as well. Just another worker kill to add to the list. Defense is getting ridiculous. It's going to be the defense arrow. Dives in. Keshik's very chunky here. Spear's getting targeted down. I mean, the Keshiks willing to throw away their lives. If the archers are the only thing left alive, it'll be a win, but it's going to be more than just the archers. The Keshiks decimate the formation. And that is going to be B at match point, on the verge of victory here, because there's no doubt about it now. Rotation in the back is going to come in at the very beginning of a farm transition. And that should be us swiftly on our way to game number 4. Quick games. I think it's these very kind of perplexing openings, new maps, players that like to play funky, leads to quicker sets. We'll have to see if B can do that by closing out game 4. But once again, his Mongols reign supreme in the reliciest of rivers. I wonder, what could Corv have done? Not sure if he could have pro scouted himself. Maybe Horseman. Horseman seems kind of sick there, actually. Because Dudley horses, like, as you scale, it's really not that bad. But I think the problem is always the fish. Because your opponent has fish, like, you're going to struggle to bulk Horseman like you can bulk Cav. It kind of handcuffs you a bit. Yeah, and that's exactly why Mongols are such a good pick on that map, by the way. Destroying the dock? Yeah, but destroying it is very hard. You're going to, what, trickle troops out against Keshik raid? Also, keep in mind, even if you have more troops approaching the fight, your opponent has a boat. Or he was an archer ship. Like, that's why Corvinus didn't want to deal with it. And we predicted right. Enlightened Horizon, Ottomans versus Knights Templar. This is... I think this is 3-1. Unless Corvinus has rehearsed something very, very surprising. I'm not a crazy fan of like Knights Templar into Otto. I hope he's been practicing the rotations with the wolf camps. Otherwise, he's going to be in trouble. Is Louis versus Marine Lord next? Why would Louis and Marine Lord be next? I'm pretty sure it's only Corvinus's sets happening today. So we got this one, and then in a few hours, we got Beasty versus Corv, which we'll cast as well. And then between that, we should be having... I think we've got Myriad versus Louis at 4. So in 2 hours. Yeah, these games like weren't meant to happen today. It's just Corvinus couldn't play on the weekend for whatever reason, so it got rescheduled to today. We couldn't have those games going uncasted, so tip the hat. We decided to get them covered. Just give my feedback on point of interest, which we're going to see here. Yeah, I'm so happy they added them. I said it on the broadcast the other day. It's like, it's actually probably the best addition to the game in years. Have seen a lot of arm on the map. What are the other meta civs here? So Ottomans is definitely high up there. I think English is kind of useful. I think others off the top of my head. Basically, anyone who can play like Dark Age Spear makes a lot of sense here. But we'll dive into it a bit more as we get ready. I'm just gonna say it. This is the map of 2025 currently. This is a bright future for AoE4 if this is where we're going. One and all, welcome back to Elite Classic 3 for some Enlightened Horizon. That's right. New points of interest on the map, the walls, the merchant camps, and we're already going to see them come in the picture as B on the Ottomans faces off against Corvinus and the Knights Templar. And this is a bait pick. He wanted the Knights Templar to come out here. He expected it. It's just kind of a given in my opinion. Like, KT, this map feels like it was made for this civ. But the reality check is with the points of interest, it's made for people who enjoy Dark Age. An interesting one. A few details that really make Ottomans good for this. Cheap racks, they pay 60 with less, but it's more than that. And yep, thank you, map bug. There we go. Sorry, wrong scene. Fixed it. Apologies, yeah. I don't know why. For some reason, I am having to redo the size of the minimap in every single scene. I don't know why. But there we go. Map looks pretty. Map looks correct. We are going to get racks on racks. But Corvinus is already behind. Yeah, by 2 spinmen. Now, the reason why Ottomans are so good here, we were mentioning, isn't just about the discount on the racks. It's the Vizier point system. You actually can't play a super deep Dark Age against Ottomans. I think it's impossible for almost every civ in the game. Because of those Vizier points. The most notable ones being this one. Fieldworks. It gives you 2 imams, and that means you have Dark Age healing. Very hard to contest. Love this from B. He's already heading across the enemy side of the map. Corv is going to mirror the play. But we'll have less spearmen at this pacing. Is B stopping at 4? He is. Okay, this is going to turn into a micro battle now, and I love that. I really enjoy this because I think most of us have to admit that AoE4 is very much a macro-heavy RTS. This is a great micro element of the early game. You have to get your pump right. Because whoever burns the Wolf Den will get the 150 gold. Anything else around it doesn't matter. Why KT even contest Dark Age on this map? Because for Knights Templar, you are technically a very wood-efficient civ. You gather wood, you get food. So it's actually beneficial to have to do that early on. In fact, it's so beneficial, we've seen Knights Templars outpost rushing enemies. In fact, I'd say, based on what I've seen recently, Knights Templar feels like it could be a top 4 outpost rushing civ in the game. Because after you've done that outpost rush as well, like the villages, this is the other thing that's unique about them. You know, if you move a villager somewhere else, now it's a detriment because I have to walk them back. Look at what Corvinus is doing here. He doesn't need to walk back. They are the lumber camp. Is B baiting Corv or hoping to? Kind of felt like he was holding back spear count, but no, they are here. Yeah, cheeky Corv is actually trying to intercept. Won't be able to do so. In fact, Corvinus is gradually losing the spear war already. Heavy injury in one of them. Behind by one constantly. Good micro by B on that charge in. Decent damage done. I'm shocked Corv is committing this long. I thought he'd try and sneak to the other side maybe, but this is getting ugly. B, beautifully microed away. The chase is going to be given. Aggro is going to get switched. Okay, so he will get that final tap. Gets tapped in return, though. Loses the scout as well. Okay, no, this is bad. Corvinus, look at the count. B just finessing it beautifully. And Corv knows he can't let any of these get away. If they're injured, they need to die, even if it costs him, because the cost will be bigger otherwise. Imam is only 10 XP away. Okay, this is just getting vexing for Corvinus. B is just min-maxing it to the extreme that it forces Corv to hang around with troops he should be pulling back. Does get one spear there in the end, but it's trade 1-to-1. Tail end just actually favoring B once again. Corvinus has at least rebulked a bit, but look at the cost. Like, there might not be a wolf den going down, guys, but the fact it forced this fight has overwhelmingly benefited B. Gets another. Even with the heavily injured. Okay, we'll lose one there, but there's fresh boys on the line. And now we know what B is going to do. He's probably the most prolific user of the Imam point, because he doesn't just use it in Dark Age, guys. B uses that healing in Feudal as well, even against archers. So don't be surprised when it gets queued. Boom, there we go. Point available. Double Imam on the way. And for those wondering about the wolves do not spawn straight away. You can see right there. They spawn after 5 minutes. They've naturally spawned because we've been waiting that long. This is 6 minutes of Dark Age. Now, the other interesting part is that the wolves will spawn once you get the den down to 70%, which is now happening. So those are the two conditions. There you go. And this is going to slow down his burn speed. B, he's going to go for the yoink. Can he get it here? He might have actually timed it perfectly. No, Corvinus got it. Corv did get the goodies, which is fortunate because he desperately needed that gold. He's going to be ready to tech up, but the timing isn't feeling great here. Sultani Trade Network already on the way for B. He will be able to get this one to even it out, the wolf down on the west side. I don't expect Corvinus to try and contest that, because at this stage, it's pretty obvious your opponent's either about to age up, so you'd be running into a Hardened versus Dark Age Spearman fight, or he's got the Imam point, which is a fight you can also not win. B really needs an Imam, though. Where are they? Oh, okay, they ran to the center of the map first. Why is he using the low HP space to lead? Chill. Chill. Yeah, these guys don't actually give anything, by the way. He's just like, ain't got nothing else to do right now. Might as well kill the wildlife. Oh dear, oh dear. I do think that these guys should give a little bit of gold, in my opinion. I think it would be a good, like, gold or food. Just give something. Like, what would be sick is if the wolf den gives the 150 gold, and each wolf you kill would give, like, 5 or 10 food. 10 food might be too much. 5 foods are reasonable, though. Because they are reasonably hard to kill. Oh, yeah, you notice the very bitey infantry? It's not enough to just be a bitey infantry. To really emphasize that these guys hit harder. Yeah, like, it's a 60 HP unit that hits for, was it 6 damage? 5, yeah. With 2 million, I think that's the crazy part. Like, 2 million armor as well. They 100% should reward something. And that also, so that actually kind of adds a new layer to the interaction. Because, like, currently, if you ran in and just timed a torch right and stole the den with one spearman, you've, like, completely won that situation. There's no comeback value for your opponent at all. So yeah, it would be a nice small addition that I think would help. Okay, Pilgrim straight away from Corv. But he doesn't have archers here yet. No, they're delayed arriving. B beats him to the punchline. Meta runs through a mess. Doesn't care though. And that is going to be a good interception. Yeah, this is rough. B can just camp here. So this is what I meant about Alliant Horizon seems like it was made for this Civ with a pilgrimage across the map. The negative is it's quite predictable how you counter the Knights Templar here as well. B is just hunkered down this location. He can even go Ronins. This is sick, actually. Yeah, because of how long the game's been going at this stage, he'll have access to double Ronins straight away. If he wants them. Which is pretty smart up against archers. Corv needs to intercept reinforcements. Sapai's starting to come in here as well. Yeah, it's awkward to deal with Sapai here because in the melee fight, they just backline. So you can't spear them. And then once you have to fall back, archers get exposed. Spear count is looking a little bit awkward right now for B, though. Where'd they go? They got killed a little bit quicker than expected. The imams... Oh, no! B may have underestimated Corvinus' timing here. The creed of it! Archer's now getting cleared up as well. So that's a double imam point wasted. And no wonder off B. He's done this to himself. I swear this man goes pro scout so much. At this point, it's becoming an overindulgence. Yeah, I've seen this so many times from B. Like, he has really good starts on these Ottoman games. He builds a lead, and then it kind of feels like it gets thrown away with pro scouts unnecessarily. I kind of understand where he's coming from against Chevalier, but you also could have been skinning Sipahi. Like, the difference in pro scouts would have been a free additional Sipahi or several more archer/spears. Seeing those spears, they will arrive at the end, but in fairness to him, like, it's not that B's dead. It does just feel like he lost a lot of momentum, though. Because Pilgrims are now sneaking through. Your opponent has got 7 Chevalier. Was this a military school build? Yeah, no military schools. So it's not like there was a trade-off of I'm weaker now because I've got free production. Hard to micro? Yes. The Imam play feels very gambly in most players' eyes because it's just so easy to lose the Imams. It's not like the Dervishes for the Ibids, because also, little detail about this Imam play for the Ottomans, if you lose one of them, it becomes worthless. Because with Dervishes, if you have at least one Dervish, they'll heal themselves. But the Imams do not self-heal, so it requires you to have the 2 alive. B going north again. This is what lost him the lead earlier. So he needs to be careful not to kind of overextend. This is just sad as well. It's not like you've got the heal now to fix that afterwards. Any injuries to Sipahi are going to be long-lasting. It's also worrisome because your opponent benefits the more that you have this cav spam on cav spam because of the health increase. The more Chevalier, the better they are. Whereas Sipahi, I think Sipahi is kind of a mixed bag. You really need that front line. These, I always see Sipahi in a way as kind of a support unit. Because of the second line. And wait, is he yoinking the Ronins? I mean, Corv realistically can actually afford it. Yeah. He gets the triple Ronin. Meet the bad boys. Check this out. 10 damage men at arms with better movement speed. Not bad. Slightly less health, but worth it. Especially if your opponent's bulking archers. And for the spears, yeah. Because if you get muddied down the fight, the Chevalier can charge in like this. B. He's using the gold to block a full charge. Okay, so we do have the melee armor as well, so tanking up a lot here. Archers are clearing that backline of Knights Templar ranged. The Pro Scouts has arrived again, but can he actually win this fight? The Chevalier count is kind of deceptive. A lot of those purple bodies actually aren't moving anymore. But it looks like it is going to be the win. So Corv will be able to stabilize on the area. B was missing reinforcements. I think he was holding the archers back. And the Ronins, they haven't died. They've been alive this whole time. It's actually ridiculous how much they carried in that fight. Chevalier now going for the mop-up. This Ronin are kicking everyone's asses! He also dead. I mean, it feels like Corvinus has got him pinned. If you can get the merchant camp, it's huge here, actually. Feels possible. The Sipahi is actually mopping up the archers. The crazy part is there is still one Ronin alive. On 0 HP. He's gone! No Tom Cruise in this story. There shall not be a Last Samurai. All dead. He has got more meta points coming, or Imam points rather. In meta? No. Vizier. I think it's going to be meta here. It could possibly be food, but I think that's why he went Pro Scout. So he... Wow, he goes food anyway. So even with Pro Scouts, I guess he's just not getting enough through here. Which makes sense because the deer are in the center of the map. Actual merc camps from Warcraft 3? Warcraft 3, rather? Yeah, I'm fine with that, though. I think this is actually a well-balanced landmark. Point of interest. It doesn't feel giga-busted. It doesn't just win the game. Anyone who says that points of interest are OP right now has been playing mega random land, which is a terrible indicator of whether POIs are balanced. If you want to actually have, like, a relevant comment on the balance of POIs, you need to play the maps where they're spawning specifically. Because obviously in a mega random, anything can be broken if you get a good enough spawn. Like, if your spawn starts with 5 Forgotten Ruins next to you, which have relics inside them, yeah, you're going to have, like, a very broken game. Spy in again. Does prioritize the melee armor. Yeah, I like this, actually. Melee armor into a dive on the archers makes a hell of a lot of sense. Meta is actually going to waste a lot of their time. I don't know, man. This looks cool and all. You keep seeing B look like he's potentially at least drawing these fights or slightly winning them. But if he can never reach the Pilgrims, Corv can just keep doing this. So then it comes down to, what, Vizier points? You'd think, but the problem is Corvinus is getting too much gold, actually. Why has he got 13 people on gold? That's kind of wild. He's out of gold. But why? I mean, he could have played Boar, Berries. Would have made a lot of sense. Because you don't want to go Wood. I understand that. You don't really want too many archers here because your opponent has Sipahi. A little bit surprised we never got Pilgrim level 2 as well. But I think Corvinus, you know, even though we saw he had control for a little while, it wasn't guaranteed. Also, if you have double Pilgrim, it encourages raids from Sipahi more. Are we just going to get that flip move again, where B goes to intercept Pilgrims and then loses all his reinforcements? Yeah, the Ronins cost 100 gold each. This is not a crazy Sipahi count, by any means. Yeah, B just feels like he's lacking spears. He does mop up the archers really well in these engagements, but then he's always left with no anti-cav. And the spearmen just take so long to arrive. No blacksmith near the racks either. Archers are at least going to try to trade out against the injured knights. Corvinus. This is ideal for him. Just Chevalier, Chevalier, Chevalier. You're in a food race now, and I don't know if you have more. Because the Pro Scouts, he's not really sneaking through that much. And this might now slip onto the extra economy. Berries being gathered by B. Oh boy. Can he win this? Okay, I think that answers it, doesn't it? Angevin Empire's on the way. Honestly, wouldn't be that surprised if he just kind of waves the white flag straight away. He doesn't have a tech upcoming himself. He doesn't have a counter attack. I don't know. I think Corvinus just played this quite well. B got a little bit overzealous with his desire to block Pilgrims, understandably so. But it was such an extension. Normally, we see Knights Templar suffer on this map when you block here. Because blocking here does block the Sacred Sites, but it also blocks the Merchant Camp. So you take the villager worth each minute away, or rather 2.5 villagers worth from the Pilgrim, and then you also take the Merchant Camp worth another villager, just by camping this area. And the distance is actually shorter than going for the Sacred Site. But the problem here for B, I think, was the Pro Scouts. Pro Scouts lost him the momentum, and also it seems like he went for the Pro Scouts, and that forced him to come here to defend instead of near the Merchant Camp. Well, age up complete. B needs to try and bulk an army to protect himself. I don't know if you can stand still here. You probably feel like you need to move forward. I don't know if he realizes it's Angevin Empire either. Angevin's usually more subtle, but very powerful here. A lot of people tend to lean Genoa on this map. In this map, the heavy spears make a lot of sense. And Chevalier are upgraded now, so like, this is less than ideal. The melee armor is at least making it tolerable for B, in conjunction with the numbers. Why is KT so popular on this map? Seems easy to deny the Pilgrims. It may seem easy, but the reality check is you have to come to me. So I inherently am going to keep getting defender's advantage. And on a map like that, where it's usually about feudal begins, you have to rush out, a civ that has the ability to pump more archers than most civs in the game is going to feel very good. Heavy spears now arrive. These guys take so long to kill. You can see just target fires on anything that isn't them to begin with. B, whoa, wait, whoa. What's happening? Corv, where'd the army go? He's actually gone for extra military schools. Has he added them in yet? No, so this is just B leveraging Blob. And there it is, that's why. The Chevalier ran away from the fight. They went for a raid. There's a few worker kills. I'm not sure if that was entirely worth it to throw away the army. We do have a lot of heavy spears coming. But B, I mean, he's got a lot of archers. And the heavy spears, remember, move slower than standard spears. Although they don't receive bonus damage from, they do get kited by archers. Nuts. Another thing he could have in his mind is like B, if he starts prepping military schools, you have the Janissary pull, which should be okay for dealing with heavy spears and really good against the Chevalier. But I think more important for him is going to be getting to castle. A few of those said Chevalier are going to find their way into the back. It's crazy, guys. Like, he's actually... The reason he's winning these fights is legitimately the melee armor. Sometimes it is absurd just how good the armor is. These heavy spears do 12 damage. These spearmen do 9. But it's free melee armor versus 4. And you're paying more for the heavy spearmen. Do you see where the maths doesn't really support this unit? You definitely have a lot more health. But if the melee mosh pit just bogs you down, then the archers are never like actually pressured. They just stand there and fire. It's really smart. I'm telling you guys, like, metas are still being slept on in a lot of matchups these days. In fact, this is the reason, like, this unit right here is the reason why I think this is the ultimate counter to Japan. Melee, specifically. Absolutely wild. Corvinus, he's going to now add in some fortresses or attempt to... No. Oh, he gets saved by the Ronin. The Ronin camp actually gave him the info there. That's so important. 9 villagers. No doubt they would have actually died to Sipahi. Especially when they remember they have the Fortitude attack speed ability. Here we go. B. Age up complete. Spearman. Be a little bit careful. The archers aren't actually targeting them yet. Speaking of those archers, little raid comes in again. This is getting messy. But there's messy moves to be made the other way. B is now raiding with those Sipahi. Veterancy on the way, but still 40 seconds out for these archers. He's trying to kite. The villagers also need to get out of here. He does not want to turn for the fight. He lost the meta. Uh-oh. There is a meta raiding force coming in over here, but he needs a big hit. Because he might be about to take one. Okay, so archers just going to keep kiting back. Isn't in a rush to turn around. He's waiting for that veterancy, and he is min-maxing the opportunity to do so. Wait, lumber... Why are we building... Just run! Run, man! That was I can't believe he thought he'd get ignored. He actually thought his opponent would look there. Another clash comes through. Veterancy in! Baits him in deep. Meanwhile, where'd the Sipahi go? Did he lose them? Nope. I just don't see what they're doing. They're just standing on the Ronin camp right now. Okay, so Archer's going to clear up here. They're actually beating the heavy spears. Without the meta, by the way. This game is ridiculous. Does have a few crossbows in there, which makes it a bit more understandable why the spears are losing. Second wave is now coming, and why are these guys not moving? This is crazy. They've just been standing there the whole time. He finally realized that, okay, so the Sipahi are on the way home. You could argue they can't do much, but if they just found one group of villagers, the difference it would have made in this game. Instead, speaking of villagers, oh my god. All right, everyone lock hands. Make sure you hold on to each other. Because this stealth forest is not going to stealth us for very long. It won't come in quick enough. That's going to be it. GG gets called. This game was wild. And by the way, like, I truly believe it now. This, like, points of interest, the future of Age of Empires 4. Don't even try to counter-argue me. Please do feel free to the comments, but I'm telling you, like, this is such a positive change. Dark Age in this game was fun. Dark Age actually mattered. Dark Age actually had depth. Enlightened Horizon, overwhelmingly a success with this DLC. And also cooks us an epic series. That's right, we're going the full distance. So let me add in... What was map 3? I forget. I can't remember what map 3 was. Let's add the D. Yeah, I legit don't get it. The microphone just randomly cuts out. Like, what? The fact... I actually might try a different preamp to see if it's, like, the preamp or the mic. I'll have to do that another day. Yeah, it's getting a bit dodgy. So... And what did we miss? Game... I've forgotten what game. So it's Holy Island, where we had... No, it wasn't. It's Relic River, wasn't it? Yeah, Relic River, which was the Mongol versus Shushi. That was the other one I forgot. Okay, there we go. Just had to update those because I forgot to add them in. So, 5-game series. Poggers? Is there potential for Mongols' Dark Age horses to be relevant? Quite possibly. It'll give you pretty crazy pacing. Capture points for creeps. We Stormgate now? I mean, like, it's a good concept. It's existed in RCS is a lot longer than Stormgate. The only negative I would highlight about points of interest, and actually I'm going to put it in the chat as well, would be good to maybe have some POIs that have a resurge later on. wolf dens are like a one and done. But maybe that's okay. Not sure about wolf dens giving 150 gold. I'm fine with it. What, you want long Dark Age pressure into like nothingness? Nah, that's fine. All right, I'm going to do 2 minutes ads, by the way, and then we'll be into game. Yeah, I don't know what's causing the mic cutout. I really don't. I'm kind of confused on it. Wonder what happens when I... Okay, does that change anything? Or do I sound exactly the same from that to that? Like that I don't think that's changed anything, right? When I go like that and I go like that. I might try it like that. So I've decreased the dB. So maybe it'll be fine. I can make it a... Yeah, like there is a thing with like phantom power, but I'm not using it. Shouldn't need to. Yeah, it's kind of, I don't know. It's been going on for a while, and I just still do not know exactly what's causing it. I thought it was the plugs, and I was going to get ready to replace the plugs, and I'm like, doesn't seem like it if it's the... I don't know. I am getting worried it's the mic. Might have to just contact Shure and be like, I need a new one. Hello, please? It's been months. You got an ad? Oh no, they've figured you out. They've found your hiding place. You weren't as well hidden as you thought you were, you gremlin. Your country doesn't get ads often? Oh, look at that. You should be grateful that insert brand is willing to advertise to you. A couple of your casual friends dislike Dark Feudal Ages since the POIs are unfun their eyes, but the point that I always make about those ones is like, you don't have to interact with it. And like the people who do interact with it won't be in your games, you know? Like this is always my counterpoint on these type of things. Is like, if you don't want to interact with it, it's fine. Like the people that use it will move beyond your ranks, and that's just that. And that's fine. I think like sometimes people feel like targeted or insulted by the idea of these. Actually, let's talk about it that way. They're right way around. Yeah, I think sometimes people feel like targeted or insulted that like because something exists, they must use it. Because they're not using it, the game is judging them for not using it. That's not the case. You don't need to use points of interest. If you don't, your rankings will just be different. Whatever, fine. You'll get to play the game the way you want to play it. We are on a map that does not have points of interest. But if you like sim-sitting and staying in your base, you probably should pick House of Lancaster here, because Carmel does not have much gold. No, not safely in your base. And these two civs are very interesting for that reason. Japanese versus Jean to decide this. A matchup that honestly feels really good for Jean. Pressure, good on this map because of the lack of safe gold. Knights into Arbitrae, very strong against what Japan offers up. This is very much a timing-based matchup for Corvinus, unless he has something crafty and different to do, like maybe some recently buffed Yumi. Oh yeah, no, like I'm not saying that people shouldn't have their opinions on things, but my take with points of interest was kind of the same as like if you make more skill shots and whatnot, right? Like that's the other one for me. Some people I know were not positive about Sync Shot, just like some people were not positive about Jean and her abilities. But I feel like the people that use those abilities, like if that is truly worth doing and truly strong, they'll just move out of your bracket. They'll move above you. And like, I know people don't like that word because it almost feels like you're being looked down upon, but like, it's fine, you know? The reality check is most people shouldn't give a crap about their rank because 99.9% of the player base is not trying to be a pro. So just have fun. Like this map, I can imagine is not that popular amongst casuals, I'd say. Just because of the fact you can't camp in your base long. But from a viewership standpoint and a competitive standpoint, minus like maybe some balance issues need to be resolved around the tier, this is a really cool map. Because there is so little safe gold on the map. And the big gold is slap bang in the center. Well, I say slap bang, it's slightly skewed a bit towards Corvinus here. But you know what? I call that the reasonable Japanese buff because they can't build a castle here. Yeah, this is, I think, what makes me a little bit about Japan on this map, per se. Is, like, you can't just secure the 8k. And that's scary because actually this 8k, more often than not, whoever secures the castle here, I'd say like 80% of the time, whoever puts a castle here wins the game. And yeah, we do have Koka. This is a very old build then. If he's not adding in, say, Yumi. If this is just Koka for counter pressure play, it's very much a pre-Jean buff build, in my opinion. And what's up, Mau Mau? Thank you very much for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. So the concept here used to be that Koka was really good against Jean because she couldn't run away. So you build 4 or 5 Shinobi, and you just Shunshin on top of her and stab her face off. Now that worked especially very good against range Jean, which is normally what you want to do against Japanese, because melee Jean is a death sentence against emplacements and Mount Samurai. So what would happen is, with worse movement speed, you'd move in range, they'd all jump on top of you, and they'd immediately take over a third of your health off. And you couldn't run away. But since those days, Jean has got a movement speed buff. So when you go for range Jean, which is quite probable here, you have an easy ability to run away. Did he actually scout the landmark? I mean, even if you don't, range just makes a lot of sense. We do have the pro scouts coming in. That's to be expected. Jean is just really good at playing pro scouts on this map. And with the fact that there is 58 deer on the map, most people are going to be encouraged to play pro scouts. Okay, how did you guys predict on this, by the way? 71% for B. I think that's understandable. We did recently see this matchup. I believe we had it between Beasty and Vortex on the weekend. I wonder what the overarching plan is for Corv. Oh, well, okay, there it is. So he's actually going to mirror Pro Scouts. So now the Shinobi, I think their goal isn't to be directly in the face of Jean. It's to play the flank, so you want to be sneaky ninjas, maybe? What do you think about new Pro Scouts? It's an improvement, a very big improvement. It's like finally the nerfs it needed. Though you're still seeing Pro Scouts a lot, and partially that is residual, like civs that are still trying to figure out what's next. But another part of it is just some civs are good for it. But the idea now is like Pro Scouts is counterable. Some maps will still push you Pro Scouts. Like I believe this is probably the most egregious example of the map that will put you on Pro Scouts. Because as I mentioned, there is 58 deer. 52 of which are in what you could consider neutral territory, i.e. not in the enemy base. So that's a lot of deer. That's well over 10,000 food worth of deer. So you're going to definitely think about contesting that. I think it's worth to go Pro Scouts as the Japanese. Yeah, it's definitely a little bit questionable against Japan into Jean, because your opponent can actually just block you quite well with knights. The other thought process is, like, on this map, I think Japan's issue isn't going to be food as much as it's going to be gold. Also, because Japan does get stone while gathering gold, you technically could just start moving out to these resources and outposting up. But I think he's paranoid about the idea of, like, mass knights down the line. And yeah, interesting thing, actually. B went melee Jean. Well, mathematically, like, she is better at taking boar, right? So is this for the boar value that she doesn't need to be camped? Because there's 4 boar on this map, which means 100 XP. If you can get to level 3, in a big melee mosh pit, it's a lot of damage. But against 6 Shinobi, it's kind of a death sentence. You could argue with enough knights, you don't care. Also, he has got archers coming. I think what this probably is from B is he saw the stables. maybe? And then for, okay, like, I'm not going to go Archer because if he goes Horseman, I die. That would make sense. But yeah, a little bit surprising because, like we said, normally the range feels better because if you're both going Mass Knights later on, then this can, like, being ranged can actually finish units. But melee can't really chase down injured Knights. Bandom's going to be a little bit annoying on the flanks. The Shinobi have still not made a move. And I'm wondering when they will decide to be in existence, because we're 8 minutes in the game, he's built 7 of them, and they haven't really been able to do anything yet. This just feels like an ultimate let's kill Jean plan. And it will be good, because remember, Shinobi get extra damage against melee. So each of these guys is doing 23 damage, sorry, 22 damage to Jean. Which means 11 strikes and she's dead. So jump in with Shinshin, insta-killer, and they see her first because the vision. But remember, movement speed-wise, that is far enough away. Yeah, oh, this is the problem with Shinshin. He tried to actually deal with it by staggering it, but normally when you Shinshin like this, they basically push each other away and stop each other attacking. It is super clowny. Okay, like, if I'm B, I'm kind of happy with this investment. I'm not getting XP, but also, what are these guys doing? He's going to have to remember the timing, because Shinshin's cooldown is not that high. So he actually could get pinched right now. Oh. Archers are here, though. Oh, that was so beautifully timed. B. Whoa. Oh, that was almost so sick. Cleave into Divine Restoration. He needed 1 extra kill to survive that. Cool idea. Doesn't work out, though. However, the chase is on. That is going to be 3 Shinobi dead, soon to be 4. There's a lot of XP denied, a lot of tempo removed from B. Corvinus is ready to go for the age up. B still needs to place him into the field before going castle. How is Jean quicker than a ninja? Because she's got like a tiny little pony underneath her legs, you just can't see it. Like, have you never had one of those fake ponies? You know, the ones that like a stick and a head? She's got one of those, but like we can't zoom in enough to show you it. And you know when you were a kid, did you not feel like you went faster when riding that thing? So it just makes sense. And then one day, that tiny stick pony will grow up to be a real stallion. Where are the coconut shells? We use those as, like, nut protectors. That's why if you try to kick a ninja in the nuts, you hear a bonk. Am I saying she has a stick between her legs? Yes. And when she gets into the Imperial Age, that stick turns into a bombard. Because, like, tiny tree grows into giant tree that shoots things at you. It all makes sense, really. Why are you guys questioning this? Okay, so B's going for the guild hall. Corv... Oh, he went for the... I've been hearing about this from this weekend. Temple of Equality is coming in. Corvinus has been a little bit obsessed with this. Okay. Actually, pretty impactful against French and Jean. What do French and Jean want to build, guys? One guess. One word. It's very easy. There's no baiting here. I'm not tricking you. You want to build knights. So, a unit that's high raw damage with no bonus. Oh, Buddhist monks sound pretty good against that. And here's the other crazy thing. What did we highlight is the problem on this map that makes Japan suck? What's the thing that gets them killed? Access to gold. So what if we could just build monks and get gold? Not because I picked up relics, but because they just exist. It's actually a very smart solution to a very big problem for Japan. By the way, I'm outraged. Why is it we've added all these things to Capture Age, but we didn't think to add the monks? No one believed it. You can tell even the devs didn't think that this landmark could be taken seriously when they added Shinobi to the overlay, but didn't add Buddhist monks. Okay, so Relic's not really being rushed right now by Corvinus. It's difficult due to the lack of map control. He's spamming monks. He doesn't actually have any like real army yet. His opponent is going to arbitrate. You could technically actually play Horseman here, believe it or not. Horseman for Japan makes a lot of sense with the heal and also the damage debuff. Because at that point, the knights are hitting for like the same damage as your ponies. And you just bolt fast. Time being it is going to be in placement, so Springel's getting set up. B could try to capture Sacred Sites, rush Relics. Would actually be the best thing you could do right now. Tempo quality's been good for quite some time. Yeah, and B show it like a long time ago, funnily enough, ironically enough. He was showing it in tournament play like last year. He wasn't alone either. I believe was it Louis MT? Yeah, Louis MT actually like was on this so much quicker than the stuff happening in EGC's tournament right now. Like I remember EGC doing staggered temples across the map to do the Wololo buffs. Because reminder, the other unique thing these Buddhist monks do is the Wololo buffs units in range. If you're just in the Wololo area, you get 20% more damage. Monks generate gold? Yep. Nice little trickle of pennies. 25 gold every minute. And by the way, honestly think to this day, people just forget this. Buddhist monks are only 80 gold. They sound really bad if they were 150 gold, like normal monks. But they only cost 80. So you get a unit of 90 HP that can heal, that can debuff, that also generates gold back, and it only costs 80 gold. It's actually a pretty decent deal. Sprint placements are making me think twice about this. Another thing that's interesting, guys, is what does Jean hate? She wants to farm XP, so what she hates is not being able to do so. Well, healing stops you farming. If units don't die, you don't get paid. You do need units, though, that can't die. So far, it is just mass Uma Bannerman from Corvinus. Yeah, because Uma Bannerman have more health, I assume, is the reason here. So just much tankier compared to just the standard Mount Samurai. I don't know, this is a lot of arbitrary. What is the debuff range for Sohai Sutra? I'm pretty sure it's 6 tar range. So per V's drop won't change anything about what you can target. Why are we killing them? Yeah, minus 25 XP. A ninja beats a pig? Oh, you know. This just sounds like an 8-year-old's childhood, doesn't it? Ninja versus a policeman. Whoa, KP! Sorry if I have any policemen that are viewers. Please don't swap me. Okay, that misspell actually makes me want bears in the game now, so that I can just be like, he barely beat him. He barely beat him, yeah? Alright, B actually did secure the big gold. And he did go Guildhall, so this could be a gradual red pass drop to kind of secure the game, but the game's different now, man. And we are getting those horsemen we talked about, so Uma Bannerman buff coming in big, especially when you start to have these horsemen with level 3 melee attack. And yeah, B is going to get 5 relics, but query me this. Does he get 500 passive gold per minute? No, he gets 400 is the answer. But if you're Corvinus with 20 Buddhist monks, he is generating 500 gold a minute. Forever. Now, I've hyped it up. The reality is this doesn't look great right now. Corvinus It's all good, this idea of healing things until they die. You know? Have you guys ever like had your pet hamster die and you put like a plaster on it? A band-aid? Does it come back to life? Oh no, my hamster is dead. Does giving it medicine make it better? No. And this is the problem. Corvinus' little pets here are going to get shot in the face by 39 Arbitraire. Even with damage mitigation, they are not going to survive that. This is going to be a massacre, isn't it? Why is there a priest at your funeral? So that he can convince your parents to like buy one of those special lava lamps that they say that they inject your soul into. Just like they did in Community. That plus freeze your spell. Like they done in Community. But wow, look at that. We healed him. We tried. Oh no. The Buddhist monks don't seem to be winning. And level 3 Sean's about to come in. Okay, he's going to dive in now. Knights are coming across, though. That's a lot of circles. But not really a lot of army. If Corvinus' actual units get targeted down here, which is what is happening, and now the cleaves are going to be big. It's a lot of Buddhist monks. We just want peace. You want to be in pieces? No problem. I got you, buddy. I can definitely help make that possible. Okay, like, no memes here. This actually might have worked better for Corvinus if it was just spears. No cap. I think you probably had a better chance of, like, defending that. I don't know. It's weird. Maybe if you toggled half of them onto heal and then half of them off. So half are debuffing, half are cryo healing. But, like, the biggest problem you always see with this is, like, you need to micro them. If you aren't targeting all these units individually with different monks, it takes so long to debuff. It's just not worth. Alright, hippies, this is proof. Love and prayers does not beat a shotgun to the face. I mean, crossbow was kind of like the medieval shotgun. In fairness, the religious sects usually were Jean's downfall. I mean, she was burnt as a heretic. Unfortunately, they did not bring enough wood to torch the maiden today. Instead, it is going to be Corvinus' hopes and dreams that get doused out here by a full-on Jean dive. You gotta feel bad about this, though. Mocking the Japanese for not having crossbows. It's just rude. But look at all those pretty circles, guys. I've marked him for victory. He's been marked for victory. Corvinus is goofing around. He can't beat serious. Yeah, because why would you be serious in a $25,000 tournament? Like, that's crazy. Like, what's the point? To win, like, the majority of $25,000? I mean, that... You guys need money? Just build Buddhist monks. You get it forever. GG comes out. Weird, but in some ways wonderful game, I guess. It's going to be a fruity victory for B. Yesterday it worked on WAM, but I think the part of the problem there is it's like the revelation element, right? It's like when it's not known, great. But then once people talk about it, they're like, okay, interesting. So if I do this or that and that and this, oh yeah, yeah. Nobody suspects the mass Buddhists. What's the other one? Was that one worth it? Oh yeah. New Dark Age meta is the best thing to happen to AoE4. Yeah. All right. So, shout out to the lads. Fun series. But we've still got more fun to be had here, guys. So, mixing up the day, we've got midweek musters to look in on. And then in 2 hours, we have got the Beasty versus Corvinus set that we will be casting. So, let me have a look at the schedule. I know we've got Myriad versus Louis MT happening in an hour. Definitely want to check in on that one. And the other one we have, I think, is... So, guys, we could look at Killy versus Scatterbrained. Or Voldemar versus Elyona. What do you guys want? Let me just update tile as well. You guys want... Okay, do I need to put a poll up quickly? We'll put a poll up. What to cast? So our options are going to be Killy versus Scatterbrained. Or you can have Voldemar versus Elyona. And we'll make it a quick one. 1 minute on the poll. Go, 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 go. Vamos, amigos. BC versus Corv is in a little less than an hour. Is it less than an hour? Because my understanding is it's meant to be 2 hours. So unless someone doesn't know how to count, let me double check. Oh no, you're right. Wait, did it get changed? The timing showed later before. Okay, good eyeballs. All right, so our BC Corv set is actually in an hour. And then we'll check in on the Louis Myriad one a little bit later. Okay, how do you guys predict? Voldemar vs. Elyona. I just realized also the camera's gone dark because now it's not as ridiculously light outside, so we can do that. Look at that. Yeah. Whiteness. White guys, whiter. All right. Voldemar vs. Elyona has it by a little bit. A biggity bit. So let me get the draft for those two. And then we'll hop into game one. So this will be a BO3. We'll have Valdemar on the left. And then Elyona on the right. Let me get the draft in there. Oh, we need to quickly, when we get into game one, we need to resize the map because for some reason it decided to have a heart attack. What was the name of that weekly tourney again that KP used to organize? Oh, what, you mean the one we're doing now? I don't know, what could it be? You mean that really cool weekly tournament that everyone should be tuning into? Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays, because it is the premium place to get your competitive content. What was it called? Was it Weekly Muster? No, that doesn't sound right. Oh, wait, I called him Vadamar. Whoopsie. There you go. He can have his L back. Like he's about to get in this series. Whoa! Okay, now that's mean. Weekly mustard? Dude, do not get me started on that crap. It is not hard to read the word muster. Dented take. What does muster even mean? Google it. It's like, it fits. You muster out. It's literally like the most medieval way to say the Sally Forth. Well, just behind Sally Forth. Fits for House of Lancaster now as well. You must muster the nobles. Okay, so. Let me double check. I think we have to go through Elyona's profile. Because obviously Voldy had the series on the weekend. Is that the one? Yep. Okay, so game one, it's going to be French versus Malians that we've got. Nice. Also means a group of peacocks. Is that true? Is that actually true? What the what was this heresy? Oh, yeah, yeah. Okay, no, yeah, nice try, dude. Like, of course, Killy's in on that crap. Look, oh, let me prove him right. I see you. All right, here you go. We'll prove this. God damn it. I'm defending myself on this crap. Rare. It's not like it's not like you say muster and then it's peacocks all that. Look, assemble for battle. Collect or assemble. A formal gathering of troops. But you had to focus on the rare, didn't you? Didn't you? You mother ducker. Okay, it's my... Dude, I swear my mic... I'm getting paranoid about it now, I swear. I don't know what the hell it is that's causing it, really. Like, if I do this, is that better? I don't think that changed anything. I could bump up the watts, but I shouldn't. You shouldn't use phantom power on a microphone if it doesn't need it, because it will, like... It can actually just break the mic, because you basically, like, surge it. All right. 1 sec, because I knew this was going to happen. For some reason, our mini-map had a heart attack again. Don't ask me why. I have no clue why. It was fine. Last stream. But every single scene was like, we don't want to work for you anymore. Which is understandable, because I don't pay them. But anyway, let's get ready to go. English in the game, is that Old English or Middle English? That's ye old English, I'll have you know. I'm a rare kind of guy. You are if you're that obsessed with peacocks. You know what it is? It's because of that shirt I was wearing the other day. I was like, yo, these are peacocks, but that's a pheasant KP. So now everyone's really like very obsessed with peacocks. Why not just make it big in game now that it works? I can show you why. Because I need to redo the overlay and I haven't had a chance. Because, like, I literally do, like, a million different things. See the problem? So, technically, we make the minimap even bigger than you can get it in-game. That's why I haven't done it yet. Is I would have to go and change the full overlay. And I haven't found time. Because I am literally working non-stop. All right, into it we go. Elyona up against Voldemar. One and all, welcome back to the channel for more Midweek Muster. We are here in the round of 16. Winner of this will go up against either Louis or Myriad. Kicking off with Malian versus French. Yeah, I think this matchup, like we saw it earlier today, it was kind of crazy with the B Corvinus game, but when you play this in a more orderly fashion, I quite like French's position in the clash. Because you kind of just get forced to go Jav into Donzos out of paranoia because you don't have map control. And we know what French like to do. Can you guys guess what French players love to do every single game in the history of ever? They like knights. They like a lot of knights. So I'm going to 2x just for the Dark Age here. Just because I'm aware we have got another series coming up that we're going to have to keep an eye out for. Do they speak French? Are you sure they're speaking French and not Britannian? As in, like, Brittany? Some of them might also speak Flemish. What else am I forgetting? Was Oslatane any different from, like, French? Maybe? It's all French to you? Yeah, I mean, you know, stereotypically throughout all the, like, centuries, French people have always walked around socializing with a baguette in one hand and a beret in the other, right? Donzo is just, like, okay, this is very different, actually, from Voldemar. I wasn't really expecting it. I know we saw the racks dropped, but 3 Donzos is quite a lot. Elyona already has the tech on the way. I think the idea here is he wants to force him into archers straight away, and then obviously follow up with javelin counter. And you can do that because of the way you played your economy. You've had the pit mine generating already, so you end up with way too much gold, and you want a way to spend it anyway. So pretty crafty, actually, by Voldemar. And in the meantime, he also gets to lame the deer. Shouldn't they be called Norman? The northern ones would be called Normans. But the south one's name was Bill. Get it? That's a joke because Norman's like a name. No, Occitane was the south of France. If you look it up. Pretty sure I pronounced that correctly, Occitane. Was it Occitane or Occitane? It might have been Occitane. Because the Occitans. They were a Roman-speaking ethnic group originating in southern France. Actually, if you all were like originally Gauls, we can just assume you're barbarians according to Roman history. These guys aren't there, guys. These are Wakandans. Well, they will be if we see the scouts coming out. I'd be surprised in this matchup if he actually does go for pro scouts. Elyona's already punting for it, though. Wait. Whoa. We're in like a history strategy game, and I'm being like nerd shamed for knowing history. Did you guys also know there is a reported occurrence of an Indian camp being overran by an elephant manned by a monkey? Yeah, like that monkey legit took control of the reins and like plowed it through the camp, routed an entire battalion of Indians that then led to a loss in the battle. Okay, I can't lie to you. No, I haven't heard of that one. I made that one up on the spot. But it sounded very believable, didn't it? I bet that did actually happen. Was that in London? Yeah, okay, yeah. Corvinus, you've seen it. Yeah, that was an episode of Paddington Bear. GG. That does sound like something out of a kid's movie, to be honest with you. So Deershaft coming in from Voldemort. I like this. This is a much better approach to go than just playing pro scouts on a delay. Because you know your opponent's already ahead of you. So, question is, what's the follow-up? Is he going to play all in? We've got javelins being added in after he forced archers. Maybe you go sofas to kind of poke raid, but you're going to have to dive the base to do so. Austrians lost a war against birds, and they're still losing it. The emu war is what created emos. I don't blame them. I'd be feeling bad off that one as well. I mean, it's not even like you lost to a superior bird like a pigeon. An emu. Spears are technically much better at the deer shove, by the way, because their aggro distance is the smallest. So you can get really close to deer to kind of pivot them and direct them. I mean, 3 deer stacks is still pretty good for Elio. Is Voldemort planning to just play Fulani now? Yeah, Ranch is coming in. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the Javelin knees against French, because presumably your opponent's going to blob knights. So you're not really as good at kiting as you'd think. This feels a lot more logical. Especially on such a thin map. Because you shouldn't have to worry about the knight raids so much, you condense your economy. The Battle of Karansebs. Wait, no? What's that one? Battle of Karansebs. A friendly fire incident in the Austrian army. Wait, it's referred to as history's worst friendly fire incident. Okay, clearly they haven't checked the American backlogs. Blue on blue? Okay. I'll have to read that one later. I think one of my favorite ones is still... it was a war in India where one of the armies was heavily outnumbered by a force that had a lot of elephants. And someone came up with the genius realization that elephants really don't like fire. So they basically ass-slapped a bunch of donkeys towards the enemy army and set them on fire. They covered them in oil. So then the elephants panicked, turned around, and full-on steamrolled through their own army. And that's why we don't trust elephants. That's the, like, when the devs ask me why Delhi should be nerfed, I just reference that war. Probably gonna be seeing Delhi later. Let me double check. Did they draft it? No. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. With Elyona in the game, like, yeah, it's gonna be a prior ban for sure. Will we get flaming donkeys? I think it's more likely we get flaming camels. AoE2 already has that, and they are pretty freaking cool. The only thing I could imagine that would keep us away from things like that is... I know that AoE 4 has a very friendly rating. There's death in the game, but maybe the idea of people blowing themselves up is a tad bit too far. Because we have demo ships, but it's not literal bio units running in and pulling the string and going... Good fight out for Elyona. Was Voldemort getting a bit too greedy with this? I mean, he's posturing to slow down pro scouts by the looks of it. His Cal ranches exist? Yeah, it doesn't look very good. Knight count looking brilliant for Elyona, though, and Archer count as well. Sofa reaction from Voldemort can make a lot of sense, but he doesn't really have the economy to keep scaling that right now. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the only reason the Romans set fire to the pigs is so they could eat them afterwards. Just there around the spit roast. Good job, boys. Good job. Voldemort, this is actually how I like to see Sofa being used. I mean, Corvinus had a really cool game with Mass Sofa earlier, but a lot of the time it's hard to pull off, especially against French. But a small group of Sofa just gives you a lot of raid momentum on a Civ that usually struggles that idea. Because Malians, I don't really see them as a raid Civ, they're more of an all-in Civ, unless you play like Farimba, Mass Javs, and then you can poke raid. So this idea of just having a handful of Sofas can be worth it, but he needs to find value fast because the hit is coming. Knight's going to be moving in. Elyona is also prepping spears here, which will counter both Sofa and Javs, which is another reason I feel like people don't like going for the Sofa. It's technically spears counter all. I think Sofa Donzo is enough to spam, gives you enough time to spam cows. It requires a bit of time though, no? I mean, Sofa in Feudal Age, I don't want to say they feel like a Prime Horseman, but to a certain extent of like survivability. It's not like with Knights where very early on you want to poke trade because you know you'll get Chivalry, right? Like their effective HP is the weak point. I think their damage is good. And obviously the challenge when you've got just a limited number of Sofa fighting is getting in position to keep actually meleeing successfully. That's why I like them early as raiders. But there is obviously scale points here. It's kind of like Palace Guard with Shushi. If you build enough of them and then you go castle. GG, I already have an army in your base. GG, I have an army in your base. Hello. Nice hit here. Should find himself 2 worker kills. A little bit of an expensive dive, though. Looks like both Sofas are going to die for this. Meanwhile, other side, Elyona. It's slowed down a little bit. And Voldemort should be accelerating. Yep, there's the cows. So we are starting to see him posture towards that age up. Elyona has the timing, though. Check this. Ram's on the way. Yeah, this is breakpoint. I was wondering if we were going to be seeing it because remember, both pimp mines are spawned on the east side. So if you push in here, even if your opponent techs, he has nothing. Like, this is the win condition for Elyona. Great read. Initially, they tried to use chariots to loop ropes around the elephant legs. Wait. You mean George Lucas's idea wasn't original? Oh, that changes everything. We got scammed. I mean, in fairness, the actual funnier story is the more modern gen ones, like experiments around nukes, like nuclear landmarks, and nuclear mortars. Both of which, when you read more details on, sound as stupid as they sound. Or were rather as stupid as they sound. Sofa dive? There are a few spears here now. Yeah, good micro by Alyona. Dive will hit onto the tree line. Voldemar's not ready yet. So this is all distraction strategy, but it's just not working. Alyona has a tempered reaction. Meanwhile, the main army already knocking out one pit mine. Second one to come. Can Voldemar actually defend against this? It's 16 knights. I think he'd have to hard out micro. Alyona is close to the point where an A-click just wins. Yeah, his jab count in particular worries me here. It's just not enough to clear the archers fast. Knights are going to brute force it. Could pull back now for the spears. There we go. So yeah, he pulls back a little bit. Donzos are now attacking targets they do not clear fast. And it means the Knights can chow down on the Dane. The Dane is looking done in game number 1. With a dive like this, there should be enough Knights left over to cause true havoc. Archer's trying to clear what's left. More troops are on the way. Now Yona on his way to a 1-up in this best of 3 in midweek muster. Sofa raids are cute, but at this stage, I don't think Alyona actually cares that much. It's not enough damage. If he just clears the pit mines, Voldemar simply can't attack. I mean, he could eventually, technically. Maybe he could sneak Northside Gold. I think Alyona's one weak point right now is he's picked up all the deer. Send a scout to the west, because this is probably the only thing that gets Voldemar back in now. I think Alyona has... Yeah, of course, he scouted the whole area, so he does know that gold exists. That's a lot of rams, by the way. Is Alyona going to try to kill him in feudal? He really is. Normally, we don't see people go for the kill and blow in feudal because like ramming the primary TC is a nightmare. 7k HP. Before rams would do it. Voldemar should annoy the cows? No, Voldemar needs to... Like, we went over this, guys. I thought it was very clear where we're going with this. What Voldemar needs to do is set fire to the cows. And then just type Kobe beef mother ducker in the all chat. And boom. Cow udders everywhere. Instead, it's going to be Marley and body parts everywhere. French Knights now leaking into the economy. This is GG. Free the cows. Let them run free. Yeah, I think like they're not going to be angry at the French. Actually, if anything, they're probably aligned with them now. Makes sense as well. Country that loves their cheese needs their dairy. All right, you can wave the white flag now. 0 days since a Voldemar loss. Wait, do we still have that? There we go. We're working on it, chat. We're working on it. It's in process. Maybe. So that was Malians versus French. Wait, I should give a point to Voldemar. Whoops. There we go. Alyona is woman? Unless he's a dwarf. That might explain the beard. At least according to fantasy. No, he's a guy. Alright, game 2. Into Enlightened Horizon. We've got English versus Japanese. I think English are actually subtly good here. Let's find out. Whoa, 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 whoa. We're not sticking that point there. Am I going to cast EGC today? Yep. That's what we're going to be doing next. Right, I guess people want me up next. Beasty versus Corvinus. Believe it or not, English might not be complete trash. One and all, welcome back to Midweek Master. Game number 2, Voldemar's back up against the wall. He trusts in the English on this map. Enlightened Horizon, one about Dark Age aggro. And you've got a Civ that can build Dark Age men-at-arms. Sounds pretty good to me. On the other side, it is going to be Elyona on the Japanese. In theory, actually a very good Civ at playing Dark Age as well, courtesy of the cheap racks. That cheap racks does tend to get overwhelmed by the premium men-at-arms unit, though. We'll have to see what he can do. He should have a bit more momentum in terms of timing because of the movement speed. Negative is going to be the fact that the English produce men-at-arms as quickly as you produce spears. So as long as you can afford it, you should never really fall behind on raw count, which means you are raw up on fights. Remind you of Robert the Bruce from Braveheart? Wait, what did Robert do to get me that slander? Why am I being compared? I don't know, I thought if anything, people would have went for the announcer guy from Knight's Tale, you know? Drunkard, slightly sleazy, but you probably still favor him. You'd side with him. Was his name Chasseur? Was that it? I mean, who wouldn't want to be Paul Bettany, you know? What a Chad. Yes, Joffrey Chasseur. Anyway, whole point in this strategy, the reason why we're seeing a lot of Dark Age is because of these Wolf Dens. They're worth 150 gold each. It's a lot in the early game. Add in the merchant camps, and it makes so much sense why people want units out in the field. We are going to have Elyona going for his own, as is Voldemar. So he's not looking to directly snatch away. Both of them will get their own. But do you see why I think English is good on this map right now? Look at what Elyona has built and think about why this would be a really big problem. It's a huge conundrum, actually. The men-at-arms will have value down the line. The spearmen should not against English, because if this is a council hall build, you've now created a unit that is inherently going to get countered by the premium archer. Similar burn point as well. So it does set fire. And now both should be locking the age. It is going to be council hall. Elyona, this is the other thing that kind of sucks for Japan here. Are you going to build Shinobi against longbows? In before Abbey? Neri likes to lose games. This ain't no Lancaster game, sir. And yeah, he likes winning as well, so it's going to be Kura. In before next patch, Wolf's movement speed buffed? Quite possibly. They feel quite irrelevant right now. I think either the movement speed should be buffed, or they should give resources so they're worth killing. Maybe even both. Because right now, they are just pointless. Okay, so we are at least getting the Tawara early. What is the follow-up idea? Elyona, has he got enough food to actually go ponies? 11 seems decent. He might just go for a good old-fashioned castle rush, but I think that's scary, actually, here. You're going to need to use a lot of gold just to get the age up. You're only going to be able to afford, what, 9 samurai? 9 Mount Samurai? Voldemort also has some men-at-arms ready to torch through. And that's interesting. He backs up entirely, so he actually gives him the merchant camp. A little bit surprised by that. Yeah, he valued the deer shove. Okay, that's kind of cool. So it means your opponent can't raid you. If Voldemar's thinking about going all in down the short route, then this strategy makes total sense. He's going to have an unharassable economy. And... Oops. Yo, where's the scout at? You've got a job, mate. Yeah, and he knows it. He's on his way back now. That is a critical blunder. Elyona, he's going to lose out on 5 sheep. That's almost half of what he has. That's crazy. Like, that actually might just be the edge he needs. Because there's another weakness for Japanese on this map, guys. This map, your berries don't spawn your base. They spawn further away. So you don't have safety and protection like you normally would for berries. Will we see an English win? I mean, it's looking pretty good for them right now, to be honest with you. He's even upgrading the men-at-arms, which makes sense. Decent chunky unit. Can absorb a lot of the blows of standard things Japan would think about going here. It's going to be this horseman being queued. Now, remember, Voldemar already does have a Rax, and as the English, you already have your spearman upgraded to feudal. Okay, so what's Elyo's out? Well, with the deer shove in, I think horsemen are going to struggle to get you through. On top of that, scaling horseman just feels ugly here. He's got 3 sheep. So he's going to have to play dangerous. The good news is against English, they shouldn't really be ever diving here. It's just so risky with English longbows, they're too slow. Technically, there is a really efficient route to dive your opponent, and it's if you get through this wall. I don't see people use it often with LBs, but longbows are really impactful in this type of area. Same with yeomen. Just tiny choke points where they can't be fully surrounded, and they are a premium firepower unit. Looks like we have got Yuumi on the way, so Elyona bait and switch. Yuumi definitely beneficial to go into after the buff. The big problem I have with Yuumi here, if you build them straight away, you can actually break English, I think, mathematically with the buff to them. They're 10% cheaper than they used to be. But on a delay, the problem here is you have to outnumber these longbows by a decent amount. The problem is I don't know if he's got time for that. Voldemar now entering the base. He's going to get a sniff of it, a whiff of it. He does see the Yuumi. Okay, so this is where you could just queue up more men-at-arms. Might even just consider continuous longbow spam. Yeah, because wait. Oh, no, he sees it. The campfire reveals it, so he knows where the archery range is. Elyona, this is the risk. He tried to be crafty about this. He hid the archery range so that the play wouldn't be revealed early. Unfortunately, it gets seen a lot sooner than he expected here. And now if Voldemar just moves over, he can camp here. Stop any from coming out. We do have another archery range stable on the east side of the base, and you can already see how claustrophobic Enlightened Horizon is. Yeah, it feels like if you make too many mistakes on the opening, you just have nothing to do. Because you get pinned in, you have nowhere to build counterplays. Which is good. I think, you know, if you make mistakes, it should feel punished, right? Oh, good. We built a scout to lose a scout again. I honestly think Elyona's original plan was to scale horsemen. But without the extra sheep, it's impossible. Like, he just doesn't have the numbers. I'm going to try to dive in now. The 2 horsemen isn't really selling me on this. Longbows will trade out on the backside. The horsemen are getting bogged down on some MAA. He's going to try to micro them past. He's not moving, really. Like, standing ground like this, it means the men-at-arms at least trading out well. The first wave of longbows gets cleared the most, but reinforcements have arrived. Yeah, this is the deceptive thing. Sometimes you think you're doing well against English, but it's just because their LBs are so slow. And that's because of that. Usually English players don't like to rally across the map one by one. Nowadays, we usually see them like bulk up 6 at a time and go. So wipe the army. I think Elyona is dead in this game, guys. It's looking pretty linear from here. Yeah, another thing to praise with Voldemar is the positioning on the council hall was intentional. If he built it south side, if he built it north side, it would have been a longer run to get troops in. This is more risky for the reinforced path, technically, because your opponent could have ran out here. That's also why Voldemar walled this off, so there couldn't be any intercept raids. It's a really smart read. He saw his opponent was thinking about ponies, and he removed the actual rotation potential. Because now, if Elyona wanted to intercept, he'd have to run past these longbows all the way around and then cut back on a loop. That's just way too much movement. Rewarding aggro is good for the game. Agreed. I don't think people should just be able to camp and like do nothing. I don't think that's good at RTS experiences. Honestly, I think the more maps that use these kind of 1600 gold veins, the better AoE 4 will be. You like the Daimyo counter and the UI? Yeah, dude, I love being reminded that Elyon is getting his face stomped in with this 0 bannerman. When they make Spring Walls great again, the Spring Walls are fine. Spring Walls are still good. They're just not as ridiculous. Even then, I don't think the nerf was that drastic, to be honest with you. Anyway, this should be the final strike. Elyon's not going to be able to hold here. Steel Arrow is just around the corner. Once that hits in, it's going to be guts. All he needs is vision, by the way. The moment they step round, Voldemort, he's kind of griefing himself a little bit. And there we go. Yep, scout with the campfire. Perfectly positioned to see in. Hard hate games where people camp and do nothing. Agreed. No, I'm not saying you shouldn't be able to camp in your base if that's why you want to play the game, but I don't think you should just be rewarded for doing it and me be punished. Enlightened Horizon is, as the weeks have gone on, by far the best addition to the game they've made. In terms of maps. Okay. We done it! Days since a Voldemort win. But we're not going to change it to 0 yet because he needs to win the series. All right? That's the prerequisite. So that was the English versus Japanese pick. Let's see if he can nail it. It's awesome until you get Juganude. Just build Lombos. Like, what's the problem? Okay, so... G3, they are going to be going to Pigeon's View. Roos versus Shushi. I don't think Shushi are, like, underwhelming here, per se. I kind of like them. It is Roos's best map, though. They're definitely not easy to deal with here. Alright, let's get to it. Alright, deciding game between Voldemort and Elyona is going to be on good old Pigeon's View, a better balanced version of High View. Shushi versus the Roos. Yeah, so, I mean, this is a matchup, not necessarily where Shushi are, like, weak, per se, on standard maps. I don't also think it's a map, rather, where Shushi are weak. But we are talking about Roos in their final form, you know? Like, to Hero Might Magic this, it's like trying to deal with Comfy on their default, their home terrain, where they could get more move speed. Instead of move speed, though, it tends to be a lot more economy. And a bloody good spawn. Are you kidding me? That's fantastic. Look at that deer. Whoa. Okay, that's super easy to push in. And this could easily turn into a Pro Scouts race, by the way. They both got really good deer. I'm not even sure if you feel a need to go Pro Scouts versus a deer shove here. Voldemort is probably going to be more inclined because of the second deer pack. Yeah, this is kind of nuts. Also, that's an outrageous high trade house. And this is also why Roos feels so ridiculous on this map. He could even go deeper if he's feeling adventurous to get all the straggler trees. Wild. And Voldemort? Is he going to go for the deer shove? He's bringing the boyos home now. We're going to stick on the 2x speed until we're into the feudal age. Wow. Okay, that is a crime. 7 sheep for Elyona. Voldemort up at 18. That is an overwhelming advantage. It's about to get better. He's laming the deer. Okay, so yeah, Elyona is going to be forced into the Meditation Garden Pro Scouts build if he wants to compete. Medigarden itself, not too bad. He's going to get the 25 gold, 25 stone, and probably about 30 wood here. Wow, that almost sounded like a lot of passive gold. Meanwhile, Voldemort's already getting 18 and 16. They saying this kind of nuts your own map. I mean, it can happen on any map. Anyone who like thinks there's such a thing as a perfectly balanced spawn map is deluding themselves. Even Dry Arabia, like, you know, everyone's like, oh yeah, Dry Arabia is perfect. The amount of times I've seen games decided by a spawn on Dry Arabia is crazy. Let's not pretend that every single map in the game doesn't, to a certain extent, have spawn issues. It's unavoidable. You guys want a random gen? This is the price we pay. So, Elio will at least be able to lame the deer over here. He has got pro scouts in first. Is Voldemar going to do it? He went to 3 scouts, so it seems usually probable, but if you wanted it, you go 4. Okay, yeah, he's actually going to combat it instead. I like this. Whoa, pause that thought. Is he going FC? I kind of like that even more. Alright, we can slow this down now, because we're 6 minutes in. Yeah, so like the fast castle play makes a lot of sense here. Did he scout Elio go into spears or just assume it? I think maybe just assumed it. He's even got walls coming up. That is greedy. I think trying to wall this is maybe a step too far, just because of how long it takes, and yet Elio does see him. The good news is he's chasing scouts with scouts. Elio needs to pull him away. No! Maybe it would have been too obvious, but that just revealed the plan. So instead of getting a free villager kill, Voldemar backs up for the safer wall. Elio. Okay, that was quite the guess, actually. He didn't check for this wall, which would have made sense. Wait, what? Are you actually kidding me? Are you really serious with this? He's going to get both walls. What? That's pretty wild. The problem is he won't get this wall up. That's going to take too long. That's crazy, though. What a play. And high trade house on the way. A very safe one. So you see why he walled here, by the way? The reason why Voldemar was obsessed with this wall is if he got it up, he could have built the high trade house here, which would have been a lot more gold. Get your numbers in for this baby high trade house. I mean, chill for him as well, guys. He's a kid, you know? He can't handle the big boy high trade houses. And the wood count, by the way, here, 22. Okay, so a little bit lower than expected, but it's still a 72 resource Medigarden. Acceptable. Gonna feel irrelevant in the face of what's come with the high trade house. We'll go for the 2x speed again. As Elio's trying to prep some horsemen. I don't think he really wants to play the age, though. Yeah, he's macroing for castle. Should, in theory, have an edge on the Shallow Monk timing, but Voldemar's going to be quicker onto the map here. And I think that's also why Elio went for the horseman, is to try and catch the first Castle Age archers here. See, I'm speeding up so you guys can see the result of the high trade house. 59 for the first tick. He is actually going to try to burn through this. Wait, what? He's laying the... Wait, what? Are you kidding me? How is Voldemar getting this wall? I mean, Eliona will break through, surely. I wouldn't be so certain because horse archers are coming. And he just created a wall with a gate. So he can kite you. You'll never be able to touch him. Will need to have a scout here if he wants to make those kills happen, though. And final number, 119 gold. Yeah, what? What were these crazy numbers? 69 and 190. Chill. Remember, with high trade houses, they are either ridiculously broken or always pretty decent. First, the relic's being picked up. So Elio, he has gone for the rush timing. It's only one monk pickup so far, though. Second one to be grabbed is going to be seen. And, oh, wait. He's not sending the horse archers. I mean, in fairness, one horse archer is not going to be enough to kill a monk. So I guess he just wants to wait for the third relic and not risk it. Does pick one up himself in the meantime. I do like Eliona's idea, by the way. This is the correct response to horse archer spam. You just mass horsemen. What's going to be key, by the way, are those stealth forests. It's a good thing for Voldemar that he has both abandoned outposts, so he would see any rotations early. Yoinky on the deer. Wait, did he just, like, what happened there? Wait, is that because... Oh my god, he can actually do it. He can... Quick! Wait. Oh, he didn't realize. That would have been so sick. Another relic being picked up, though. Voldemar is going to make it a 3-2 splitter. Well played. Says a lot about the state of the game when Roos and Shushi get through bans than expected. I mean, HRE, right? Like, HRE just needs enough. It's kind of stupid that, like, it's still not been enough. It is by far the most powerful civ in the game. Then House of Lancaster is just not... I don't think House of Lancaster is a top 3 civ. It's just boring to play against. I think that's, like, the most tiresome thing. It's just not an enjoyable experience to engage with. Knights Templar I don't think are, like, top 3. Maybe, like, top 6, 7. Yeah, like, I don't know, like... Value order is probably HRE number 1. China even number 2 and number 3. And Roos the other one. Then Delhi, Shushi, France Jean. France Jean, like, it's not that they're OP, but then also, like, they very rarely feel bad. House of Lancaster has pretty mid win rates in tournaments. Yeah, because it feels like if they get let through, it's for a good reason. I think their picks are sometimes predictable. So, like, we had the Corvinus B game where he picked it on Cliffside against Delhi. And it seemed like a cool idea, but... Like, you basically just get... I think you get hard count by Delhi. No such as... this was ambitious by Voldy. No front line whatsoever. Boyer's 4-2 wasn't in yet, but it doesn't matter. He does lose a lot of the ponies, but considering this is meant to be the counter unit, I don't feel like he lost much. That's wild. So well played, and also in an environment that technically should have favored Elyona. The Stealth Forest, remember, you can't see him at a distance at all. Hasn't now got the scout arriving. Second wave, and that's bad news for Elio. What went wrong here? Did he just jump in too soon? He got forced to. Voldemar's timing was actually perfect there. If he waited just a little bit longer, the horseman count would have been high enough to kill him. Especially with the update to their animations, they're a lot cleaner and attacking now than they used to be. Only counter horse archers knobs. Chuganu, actually, is pretty good here. Because Chuganu have the same range and they shred you. The problem is you were playing for map control to get relics. So if you went Chug, you would have lost all relics. That's why he went horseman first. What might have worked better for him is Lancers. Lancers can die to horse archers, but the idea is Lancers don't attack the horse archers, they attack the villagers. And then that forces your opponent to react to the play. This is insanely greedy, by the way. He's gone 2 TC against massive horse archers. And Elyona doesn't have much food. Is it all gone? Yeah, he's on berries. This is very dangerous. Time for physical therapy. Enjoy it. Have fun. I don't know. I feel like I feel very good on Mondays where I do physical therapy. Like, physiotherapy I think it puts me in a positive mental state. I don't know if I'd want to be a gym goer, though. I hate the idea of gyms because they're boring. There's nothing to do. Maybe if I had people to go with or something. I think you need that social element. I'm just not one of those people that can just, like, self-grandulize in front of a mirror for an hour about how cool they are because look at the weights. Like horse archers do. Like, look at these guys. They think they're the only thing that ever matters. That's because we are the only thing that gets built all game. We are best. They aren't wrong. I can't argue with that. They literally are the thing that gets built all the time. Need a fun routine. I want to get back to climbing, but like climbing isn't really something I'd look to do in the morning. Some of you do like in the evening, which might make it trickier to shoe in. Just watch AoE between sets. That's the thing. I don't think I need more AoE consumption. We already get a lot of that. Few knights here. I actually like that detail. Means Chug just can't counter you. This is rough. Yo, what's up, Vicent? Thank you very much for the Prime sub. Welcome back to Swarm. Smart lad. Follow like Vicent. Get those subs in. We've got another series coming after this. Beasty versus Corvinus. I wouldn't want subs to get in the way of it for you. A little bit awkward. Horse archers are attacking one of the buildings right now. Shallow monks are not hardening their bodies, so they're feeling the pain. How does Elio survive this? We still don't have Nesta Bees, which I kind of understand. If he just went Nesta Bees, the Knights would kill them. He doesn't have a front line yet. So he has to delay that. But, like, ideally, with all the wood and gold access, knobs do make a lot of sense. The problem is what you're seeing here. He's playing wide. So going Nesta Bees means you get raided to death. If he was building farms, then knobs would be an option. Bulbmen not the best counter? That's not true. 50% damage reduction. Come on. That means in a fight, you have like... What was it? 270 HP against archers, right? Wow. Yeah, no, it's pretty bad. Yeah, he looks pretty dead. His own base is now getting used against him. Knights are going to start hitting into the outposts. And that's villagers on the chopping block. Damn, nice micro as well. Pulls a bunch of horsemen with just 3 horse archers. Line formation might be beneficial here for Voldemar to just immediately move away. Doesn't care, though. A-clicks, baby. We got the Angry Monk trying to fight up against Knights. The problem here is the Chug are just heavily outnumbered and outgunned. I think he's dead. How's the army so big difference with no value killed? Russo P? Yes. Let's go with that. 3 relics, 2 sacred sites, high trade house gold. D shove in without pro scouts is the other thing to keep in mind. Like, in fairness, remember, you know, he didn't go pro scouts. It is actually a very big difference here. His castle time is much quicker. His initial trade's better because of it. I mean, Ruse, the big problem with Ruse really can be anchored down in their ability to push scouts out of hunt cabins, I think. I don't think it's necessary, personally. In Dark Age, anyway. I think a lot changes about this Civ if you make the hunting cabins require feudal age to build scouts. Because the thing I've always iterated, you know, it gives them the quickest deer shove in the game. It allows them to lame your deer. They get more sheep than you on average. And then there's also the fact that they see everything. Like, it feels impossible to sneak one up on Roos because they have 3 scouts most games. Bare minimum 2. Because there isn't a downside to building that hunting cabin. Think about the maths of it, guys. If I build a hunting cabin, I spend 100 wood. By the time I tech up, I've made back what I spent. But here's the other fun part that people forget about. I'm not going to build a mining camp. So I've saved 50 wood by building that hunting cabin. Now you start to realize why it's so good. And then I don't have a harass point on my gold because I continue to rely on hunting cabin plus food gathering to generate gold. Tiny details like that have insane ramifications. Alright, this dive in feels like the GG. If he had more horsemen, maybe. Horse archers, they've even got the Saint's Blessing. They dive onto the workers. Elio, he knows it's over. GG gets called. Voldemar will be proceeding through to the round of 8 up against either Louis or Myriad. Alright. We done it. Look at that. That is a Voldemar win. We have to update it all. GG's to the Dane. We give the respect where it's due. Days since Voldemar win. 0. What a legend. Also, the issue of food economy, wood economy, passive gold economy, or if they really need stone, they can buy. Yeah. Like, Golden Gate enables a lot of the crap on top of it, for sure. And it's not like a recent problem. It's been a problem for a long time. Like, literally, like close to the start of these midweek musters, we had a map called Transhumans. And that Civ would sit in its corner, not touching its starting gold for 20 minutes. 20 minutes is kind of crazy. For any Civ. Alright. I believe draft underway, though. So let's get ready for the next set, which is going to be Beasty versus Corvinus. Fact, I've got the deets now. Let me reset everything. BO5 format. Boom. There we go. And I'll update the title as well. What's the cap on Roost passive gold? Wasn't it something like 400 or 500? And that doesn't include the high trade house. It's quite high. You can like you don't reach the cap until you've built like 10 or 1500 cabins, from what I remember. It's a lot. Okay. So Beasty, he did get the House of Lancaster. Map wise. Dry Arabian beginning. We've got Holy Island in there. Knights Templar for good reason did not make it through. Okay, we're back. I don't know. So, like, replugging the mic didn't do it. Replugging the XLR didn't do it. It genuinely might be the preamp then. Sheesh. That's going to be like $120 or so down the drain. I mean, I got a few years out of it. How much are 286Ss? £120? Oh, that's used. £150 new. Yay. Actually, 160. Damn it. Okay. But, yeah, we were saying, in terms of Holy Island picks, like, what's strong here? I think you're probably looking at Japanese versus Sushi, just as standards. They both got pieces. No one's kind of weak on that one. I believe first game is actually getting ready, so we can hop in. Yes. What sound gear am I running? I am running a Shure SM7DB into the Elgato Wave XLR, and then we have got the DBX286S preamp. So, like, what should be a really good setup. But I don't know if it's a power cord or something, but, like, something just keeps cutting out. It's really weird. But it seems to have started with once we went to the DBX. And that's what's making me wonder if there's something wrong with it. But then again, I don't know. My headset mic one was fine. It shouldn't really be a Shure that's the problem. Like, the Shure SM shouldn't really be the problem. But it was the thing that got changed, and then these problems started to emerge. So yeah, it's a bit weird. All right, let me get predictions up for you guys. One and all, we've got a fun way to party in the midweek because we are here for the Elite Classic 3. That's right. Scheduled for Monday. We had to check in on this. Corvinus in the purple going up against Beasty in the yellow. Whew. This is fun, actually. Like, thinking about these two clashing. I mean, Beasty definitely seen as one of the leads, but obviously there's questions on whether he's actually been able to be in the true form that we saw in the first Elite Classic, or rather EGC Tournament of the year, considering the amount of time he spent in the subathon. It hasn't left much time for practice on a new expansion. Corvinus, on the other hand, is one of the players that benefits most when you flip the table with a new meta. And between the Pro Scout changes in Season 10, the arrival of 2 new civs, and the updates alongside it, if there's any time where Corvinus should be able to shine, it's now. Opening up with French versus Sushi. Matchup where you can see both sides having upsides. I think Sushi's not terrible per se in this matchup. They do have some pressure points. Normally, they are going to be trending towards the Castle Age, semi-fast, just to try and get to more advantageous unit types. Some plays won't hit very hard here, so one that comes to mind is you don't really want to be playing into the early PG, which has become more popular for Sushi, because French obviously have those knights that hard counter you. Knights Templar always banned? Yeah. Knights Templar are, I don't think cross-applicable to every situation, but they are situationally really powerful and decent in a lot of the other maps. The thing you have to realize in tournaments is the results will be skewed sometimes where someone accidentally did not ban them and there's a water map. If there's a water map, which there has been drafted in this series as Holy Island, then you don't want to let Knights Templar through. They are just way too good. They are the best Civ on water right now. It's not even close. When they play these games are live right now. So, the other thing to keep in mind, by the way, they did at least nerf Knights Templar on water so that they don't get the ridiculous production speed buff on their water units anymore. But yeah, I think they're still maybe a bit too potent. We'll see, though. Skull Cavalry coming in. What's the sheep pool? Oh, I just realized I need to flip these two, don't I? There we go. Sorry about that. No, it gets confusing. So 11 sheep to 10. So very balanced, actually, on the spawn. I think they've pretty much divided everything there is on the map, bar these two sheep. The question now is, who's going to go pro scouts? Beasty actually has a really good spawn to just shove the deer in and play aggro. Corvinus is pretty bad for that. And this sucks. He got the boar on top of the deer. In a time long past, this would be seen as an advantage, but not really these days. And wait, what? Why are we getting Jiangnan? Oh my god. What? What is Corvinus up to? Wait. Wait, what? Jiangnan in the straight song. That's kind of odd, no? It's been a while since we've seen the TC boom meta. He has Ford Stone as well. Like, that's really odd. Did BC scout that? No, he didn't go deep enough. So he doesn't know it's Jiangnan yet. That's important. But Ford Stone, he could gather from the east side, but that's still not safe. That's wild. If Beasty doesn't go pro scouts, he should be able to punish this. In the YouTube video, he did beat Beasty. Okay, but like, that... Okay, to be blunt, that actually doesn't inspire confidence in it. And in his way. You beat the guy, but then he's going to immediately dissect why you done it. So, like, if he beat him 3 or 4 times, I get where you're coming from. One off, I'm a little bit skeptical right now because the thought process here is shock and reveal value. Like, this is why, for example, players like Corvinus, B come to mind, have historically done like reasonably well in the early phases of tournaments where they can catch people off guard. But then as the group stage goes on, the playoffs arrive, your classics like Beasty tend to then just feel very comfortable because like you've revealed your secrets, right? And the Jiangnan, so what the Jiangnan Tower does is it allows you to produce units out of your buildings for free. I.e., if you build a Rax, you get 1 Spearman for free. If you build an archery range, you get a Chuganu for free. If you build a stables, you get a Horseman for free. So it's, like, in theory, a very good tempo build. But the reality check is it just doesn't feel comparative to Meditation Garden at all. Yeah, it's kind of contradictory. Like, one of the biggest problems with Jiangnan is why would I build more production buildings when I could just supervise the existing production building? That makes the value point very odd. In fact, the only time it feels good to do Jiangnan is with mass stables. And that type of build is incredibly situational. So, Superfish on the front side. Beasty has lamed the deer. He's going pro scouts, though. And presumably, because of experiences on the ladder, he knows what he's up against. And I think he did actually glimpse the landmark in the end. So yeah, gets confirmation. He knows it's going to be 2 TC. There is an argument that he's somewhat enabled this by going for the pro scouts. Nice micro as well. Corvinus, it does cost him the scout, but the spearmen, the villagers won't be harassed. He is, however, now playing blind. And I don't know if he... No, what? He never scouted it. He legit never checked on Corv's base. He has no clue whether it's pro scouts or not. He can assume, but it's going to take a bit of time for confirmation, which means he's likely to build more spears than may be necessary here, which would slow down the 2 TC timing. Speaking of which, second one on the way. If you're wondering, why does Corvinus hate free resources? Why is he not building on the deer, for example? Whatever else. It's not just the night factor. It's that as Sushi in China, you don't want to build your TCs loose, usually. Because you don't want villagers dropping off to resources on these. You want to supervise them. You can't supervise TCs. You can almost guarantee there was probably a point in development where you could supervise TCs, and it was silly. Yeah, I could like already just imagine that easily. So what's the win condition for Corv? Obviously he wants to scale an eco lead. But after that, is he just looking to play defensive until the farm transition's complete? Because that's a lot of time for Beasty. He can take map control, tech up seems feasible, relics as well. He could have technically mirrored 2TC himself, but the problem is he already went pro scout, so it's kind of one hand in the cookie jar. You don't want to have both. Wouldn't totally surprise you if Sushi could hold this. I mean, it feels like Beasty's going for the all-in, doesn't it? He's adding in the archers. So he's not interested in just controlling the map. Time to unnerf Meditation Garden? Yeah, no, like, you're going to get timed out for that. Why would you... You just complain that Xiangnan sucks and you want to unnerf Meditation Garden. That thought process doesn't make much sense, does it? If anything... Medi's fine. That's like going, oh man, people are going to hate me for this, but they should really, like, unnerf Arkan and buff it to 50%. We're freaking idiots, man. Like, okay, people are really going to hate me for this comment, but I think School of Cavalry should be, like, much quicker. 20% is so stupid. Like, only a tiny 20%? Why isn't School of Cavalry 100% quicker, huh? Night dive in. Did actually get a worker kill there. Yeah, Beasty's just trying to keep an opening so he can keep rotating in while he preps the archers. We do have the outpost defense and a lot of spimmin here. Technically, this is breachable with just a ram and archers. Yeah, why is he going CA? I guess this is Castle with Mount Lu Academy for supervision pump. That still takes time, though. It doesn't just happen instantly. I mean, I can't believe he went for this. Technically, it should be very hard to dive, but like, what happens if a ram gets built here is what I'm thinking. And that is full disturbance of the piece, so no 36 food, no 25 gold, 25 stone, and no 30 wood. Okay, so like, how does Corvinus make this work? It's presumably Mount Lu Academy, because why would you want Shaolin monks against knights? So you're going to get pressured. You need food. You've got 6 sheep, the berries. And then the berries are, like, this is his backup berries. This is important. And yet, Beasty, perfect game sense on this. He's already checking it. The boars are not accessible in this game. Not with the current positioning of both players. Also, if you're robbing, you go cast off Song. True. Like, the concept of this build is usually meant to be long feudal build farms, and then you feel kind of okay. Because, yes, you eventually paid the full price, but at that stage you have so many villages, you have so many farms, you just don't care. But to rush it like this is a bit wacky. We'll find the Imperial Fish for kill as well. That's now extra food being blocked out. And Corvinus has got, what, 700 food left here? That's not a lot. You can see Beasty's waiting for it. He's like, okay, so he must be coming back here. I've already checked the backside. There's no way he rushes out there. Spearmen are going to come home early. Villagers going to move out. No, this timing. Beasty sees it. He knows. Okay, so if you run past with the knights, he won't be able to get home. Instead, he's going to choose to torch down the outpost with hand cannon slits. Archers are on the move, though. And yeah, okay, Corvinus knows. That's why I thought he'd send the knights. Maybe he'd be able to get there in time. So Corv will be able to dodge the bullet. And now he does have the berries in the corner. So in a way, Beasty's kind of just giving him the safer resource. And wolves are up. Out of time? It might be out of time, but he is still alive for the time being. What Beasty needs is an entry. First Lance is also being queued up by Corvinus. It's going to need a lot more than that. And there's the Ram. Yep, makes a lot of sense. You've got the village here, so you can pop block your opponent. You can basically push his whole economy here. And there has been no reroll, so actually, if he just sneaks a knight in, he's even checking with the scout now. Yeah, if you rally the new knights to the east side and keep pressure on the west, Corvinus is stuck. He knows as well. He just checked. So he still has entrance. He's going to keep brute forcing the west side of the base, though. Second village to be targeted. Corvinus. That is a very wonderful population limit on 2TC. This is always the worst feeling. Like, I've built a new one. And he's destroyed the other one. Wow, he's really gunning for the Mount Lu Academy. Right. What's he really worried about here? Regional inspection so that Corvinus can spend his 600 food quicker? Alright, we're kind of hungry. If you're playing Pharaoh right now, this is like you're about to watch 75% of your houses de-promote to the previous level. I think he's just dead. It would take a miracle hold. I mean, Mr. Self-proclaimed Walla God here, if he had a relic, might be able to do something. He won't, though. Even if he did, it's 35 archers. Okay, where do we get food now, guys? Well, luckily, I'm playing Knights Templar, so if I just gather tree... Wait, no, that's not it. Wrong Civ. By the way, there's a second group of knights. Oh, God. But, guys, the farms, they're cheaper. We could just build them for 53 wood. Is he going to lose to landmarks? He is. All right, that's 3 landmarks down. Technically, like, for normal Civ and Castle Age, this is where you die, guys. How OP is Shushi, huh? They have 4 landmarks? Wait, did he not finish it? Oh, okay. I don't know if Corvinus really cares. I mean, in fairness, it is giving him food. I think that's why Beasty prioritized it. Because it's just food starvation. Corvinus is at 32 food a minute. Wait, and he just built more stables. Wait, what? I guess we're just buying our way to knights now? Me and Beasty are both fine with this game not being over yet. It's just more content. I mean, the flex is not needing to go Castle Age to win this game, right? You could very easily go Castle Age, but wouldn't it be much cooler just to break him? Like this. That is not a very sturdy looking town center. TC down. Corvinus is trying to prep nest of bees. If you can get 3 or 4 maybe. Instead you spawn 1 and you've just been dove at the perfect time here. Knob shot's coming out. He needs 2 more reloads. He's not going to get them, though. The Night's Now's leaking around the back. No wood! This is the worst time to be woodless! That's it. Corv dead. I don't think 1 nest of bees really would have saved him here, but maybe it would have at least taken out 15 archers, maybe 20. Woodless gamer, goldless gamer, foodless gamer. I guess at least he's still got a little bit of stone. I don't think I've seen someone so suddenly be out of every single resource imaginable to man in less than 20 minutes. Okay. So the people believing in the, like, it worked before against Beasty, do you see what I mean? It's like, maybe it was the shock and awe value of the revelation the first time. Not so effective when your opponent expects it, maybe. I'd be curious what map it worked for Corvinus on, and also any other conditions around it. Like, for example, him not seeing it before. Maybe he didn't rotate scouts well, etc. Alright, let's get rid of the Voldemort detail now. He's had his moment in the sun. So, game 1 win for Beasty Sun. Where do we go next? Do you punt Holy Island this early? I don't think it really changes anything. Yeah, Holy Island, I feel like Holy Island with drafts a lot of the time, it's very hard to get a, surprise, tricked you type draft moment versus just, like, you kind of eventually play it. You know what I mean? Like, there are some other examples where you can actually manipulate the draft to force big mistakes. I feel like we're at the point where Holy Island doesn't do that. Doesn't mean it's not interesting, though. So we do have English versus Ibids. Did they draft Enlightened Horizon? Yes. So this is either Enlightened Horizon or maybe Boldland? Because Boldland, the tree lines aren't very safe and they're small, so you can rush your opponent. Sacred Grove wouldn't make much sense. Let's have a look. Let's see if the lobby is up, and then we'll be able to tell. Like, this to me seems like it's probably Enlightened Horizon. No. Wait, is this? This is Holy Island. What? Oh yeah, actually, I'm being an idiot. He already used Shushi. Yeah, but he chose this. I guess, like, well, in fairness, his draft feels kind of screwed at that point, no? So I tip of the hat, I guess. All right. So game 1 win for Beasty. Wow, I saw the predictions as well. 127k on Corvinus. Okay, I shouldn't laugh. But that's a great way to start the video. Game 1 had 127k on Corvinus. Okay, I won't laugh again. I've already done that twice now. Welcome back, one and all, to the channel for game number 2 between Beasty and Corvinus. This is a little bit surprising, actually. Corv opened this series with a Shushi pick. A questionable choice considering Holy Island was drafted. But he had something cooking. This is kind of a flashback to the Canadians, if you will. It's the Ibid build, which is usually meant to be industry wing. That's interesting. Beasty, on the other hand, has got a powerful pick in the English. English, their potency is known on water maps. It's the extra range their boats get that tend to get them the wins. And on a map like Holy Island as well, either landmark choice they have gives you an opportunity to aggro your opponent. Okay, so that's interesting. He doesn't even bother, like, eco-wing industry. He goes straight advancement. But he's going to be dock dropping the enemy side anyway, right? Yeah, he's on the way. Make sure you aren't seen, son. Yeah, he does it loose enough. So dock will go up. One villager will not stop this. If Beasty moves deep enough, he will be able to finish the villager after he builds the dock, though. Love games that last more than 40 minutes. Feels like a brutal slog. Yeah, I love the follow-up. Do you have kids? Clearly not. Well, either that or they're part of the 4v4 team. You're stacking, you know? Okay, wait, he brings a second villager? Okay, that's sick. It is expensive to have 2 out here, though. What was this villager doing? I'm not sure, actually. Was Beasty maybe considering a rush on the enemy side? And now he doesn't have to worry because the fight was brought to him. Definitely a curious one. We are going to have the arch ship coming out in about a minute's time. Beasty will not be teched by then, so he'll definitely feel some pain on his economy early. But remember, what Corvinus has done here is very all-in-y. He doesn't have a counterplay if this fails. And sorry, let me just set up what we're on here. It's not Dry Arabia. We are on good old Holy Island. Yeah, so like the conundrum here for Corvinus is obviously he doesn't have any eco upside. He's playing to stop beasties. You truly believe that the developers deviated from the historical reality of manas without any real reason? 9 manas are too many. I mean, I've talked about this already. If you think about what a mana is and the concept of it, a mana should be occupied by a local lord who oversees the local population to generate taxation or other resources for the betterment of the country. So really, like, the solution for House of Lancaster was always simple based on that description. It should be kind of like a hunting cabin, but with open ground. So if you have terrain that hasn't been built on here, and you build it, you generate resources. But if they overlap with other manors, or if there's buildings in the way, they get less. Simple. So anyway, we do have the harassment coming in. It's going to force the idol for Beasty, but Abbey of Kings is already in the way. He did only go for a solo dock here. But reminder, like for Corvinus, there is literally no eco upside currently. Oh, wait, are we on the KPMM scene? I keep getting them mixed up. There we go. Thank you. Elite Classic, guys. All right, how did predictions look, by the way? 85% for Beasty. Yeah. I am a bit reluctant with the plan Corvinus is cooking here. This was a really cool build when it was first discovered, guys. It was last year at King of the Rockies. The Canadians brought it out. And the shock and awe of it, no one really expected it. It was super big brain. The idea being that you could like play IBIDs. So it usually wasn't advancement. It was usually about like the eco-wing, if I remember correctly. Because you got 300 wood to build docks with. Which is insanely good because you only pay 75 for a dock anyway. This is a little bit more wonky. Demo ship's going to be coming out. Imagine if he, like, loses the demo straight away. Wait, he actually could. And that would almost kill the dock. Detonation? No detonation. So he's just going to demo to clear. That's actually fine. Double demo to clear a Baglar is an even trade. But guys, if he can kill the demo quick enough with this archer ship, he will force damage on the dock. Fails to do so, though. Meanwhile, on land, King is in. We do have the humble home of the woodworkers, but no safety for the goldies. Okay, Corv did at least get enough gold to generate 2 more baglers. Beasty also has a problem. He hasn't actually protected the dock. So he has choices here. He either sneaks a dock... Oh my god, he already did. I couldn't even see it. Look at the mini-map. It's hidden in the Relic. And Corvinus, because of the direction it went in, had no clue. So right now, Corv's like, I've done it! Yes! I've cleared him! I am the truest champion in the world! Oh, buddy boy. If you only knew. And he... Oh my god! The fishing bow! That baited him, so the fishing bow took the extra shot that would have killed the dock before it built the unit. So now the archer ship, well, it does need some repair to stay alive here. The demo has been pulled back. There's maybe an argument that it wasn't worth spawning this unit for Beasty. But because there's more troopers building up behind, and it just got revealed. So Corv now sees what he's up against here. He did lose 2 workers on land. Question now is, do you build fishing boats? Can you justify fishing boats here? Oh. Demo. We'll get the connector. He could have had a follow-up demo coming out himself, but instead it's actually going to be an archer ship, so less valuable here. Wait, is he repairing? Oh, that's sick. He's repairing the villager. Good reaction by Corvinus, though. Am I the only one watching this feeling like this is cool from Corv, but I'm not quite seeing how he wins eventually with this? Like, you've at least eliminated your opponent's fishing, right? But your opponent has a knight raiding your land, and you can't access gold. That's a problem. At this point, Corvinus cannot build more bagglers or demos. He can only build archer ships. So you lose. Like, you don't actually have the tools to win water without that. Demo. Whoa. Be careful with that lad right there. That is friendly fire waiting to happen. He's going to bait a dive. Wait, that's double demo now. Careful. The self-detonation's a problem here. Oh, he doesn't care. Wait, what? No. Are you kidding me? He traded out into the archer ship perfectly there. Took it out just before it'd be a problem. And remember, Corvinus is diving Beasty's healing aura here. He needs to get back to safety. And look at the confidence. Beasty knows there cannot be a demo ship coming out to counter him here. He just got another dock up down here. And there, yeah, Corvinus needs a solution. He has finally gone for his own dock, so he will be able to get fishing. Finally. Villager. Wait, is he hidden? Wait, you can't click that. Like, no, guys, I wasn't even exaggerating. You legitimately could not click on that villager there. Another dock coming in. Mr. Strat, remember? So it's funny you mentioned that, because actually another person that had like this giga genius idea around repairing very early on in Age of Empires 4 on like boat battles. You know who it was? It wasn't just Mister. It was actually Viper as well. The moment Baltic was introduced, I remember talking to him, and he had this idea. He's like, oh, so you could like just pull villagers along the flanks and then repair as you go? Oh, look at this. Another worker kill. I mean, Corvinus is just desperate for the gold. You'd think at this stage maybe it'd be worth playing towards the coast. Docks have been discovered. I think you can target them if you rotate cam. I don't think you can. Because the problem is, like, on a shoreline, it's elevation. So if the villager is lower, then they actually technically are, like... Basically, any click angle, they're going to be, like, overridden by the hulks. Yeah, like archer ships, their shots will get saturated on the Hulk first, and then Springwood shots, because if you do it correctly, the whole idea is that Springwood is closer than the villager, you can't hit the villager. So the only way that A-click would hit the villager is, let's say I had a villager here, and you attacked from this direction. Then, because the A-click point is the central point of this boat, the villager is closer and hit him. But that's where the villager from the defensive side is strong, because if you're attacking me here, the A-click won't work. Now, technically, that could be resolved if there was, like, the optimal A-click targeting. I can't remember what it's called, like, smart attack move, which is where if you click on the ground, it doesn't attack move the thing closest to you. It attack moves the thing closest to the cliff. I just can't... Did we get that in AoE 4? I always forget. I don't think we did. It's a nice feature that Dota's had for years. Okay, so Corvinus has 0 boats now. He's gone into Spearman and a war. Tell me you're struggling without saying it. Is he going to... He is. He's going TCs. He's going TCFC. That's a lot of Cs. That's more Cs than you get in the Command & Conquer title. I don't know if it's... quick enough here, though. So fishing's coming back online. Like, you see double dock, don't see any boats. At this point, with the stone as well, it's probably quite obvious to Beasty what's actually happening. Corv has got a lot of sheep, by the way. He's got 17 sheep. Kind of crazy, actually, he's still got so many. King is going to get flopped. Another ship type, like a melee. I feel like the melee ship from Age of Mythology is probably the worst, not the worst part about Water, but like it's up there. It seems a bit clunky and hard to understand for a start. For like a new viewer, I think. I don't think a melee ship is the way to go, personally. I think water should have alternate ways of investing in it to get an advantage, such as garrisoning units on boats to make boats more powerful. So yeah, it looks like he is going to totally forfeit water. Great read by Beasty. He's moved across to the additional dock. And now we should be seeing him stockpile up. Likely going to be White Tower just for safety. Honestly, you could technically King's Pass with the shamble state of Ibids here, going Growth Wing 2 TC. But if you go White Tower, you get more production, you're definitely safe at home, and you can even then try to prioritize monasteries. A boarding ship? Yeah. Boarding ships would be cool. Like the idea that you could take over boats or destroy them, maybe. This is the thing, though. I don't know. You can say we're okay with like just having land maps, but if done right, it could be an overall addition to have water and maps. I think the crude and fair comparison in other RTSs is like future or modern day RTSs with air. I think noobs usually don't like having to deal with air in those games. Like low rank players don't really like it because it's just a weird extra confusing element to the cake. But there's a lot of RTSs that really refine their design around it. For example, you know, if you're up against artillery, the way you beat artillery is usually air. Now, I'm not saying boats will be artillery, but my thought process is like handled correctly. I think it could be a very positive element. It's just there needs to be a way in which you can use land to invest in water, is what I'm saying. Like, if I lose water at the start, I can't get back on. Even if I could get back on, you're still going to have like 20 ships to my one. It's very weird. Alright, White Tower on the way. Corvinus into Golems. Has that been seen? Almost going to be a little bit annoying, but it looks like Corvinus is hunkering down. He's not ready to forfeit the game yet, but guys, this is ridiculous. It's 31 fishing boats. Air balloon, you can put archers in and shoot ships. And you can see further, right? Oh my god, okay, so wait, that's where the golems are coming from? Wait, what? Okay, Corvinus is trying to cook. Beasty has got the archery rangers coming, though. He saw it. Wait, did he run by the mill? He knows. So first golem arrives. The next ones are going to make it obvious. Oy, oy, oy. Short bows from the villagers to try and slow this down, but crossbows are now coming. And triple archer range will be more than ample to deal with it. Oh, I don't think this is like GG at all. The concept right now is Corvinus is just trying to buy time. So if his opponent's defending here, he's not attacking him. AoE 3 had air balloons? I can do you one better. Cossacks had air balloon first. Checkmate. Yeah. So do you want to hear something like giga broken for an RTS? So Cossacks had a technology called air balloon. It's quite expensive, but when you deployed it in the air, you immediately got full map vision. No downside. No way of countering it. Pretty crazy. Okay, so crossbows have arrived to try and stop Corvinus' crazy antics here. He has got a camel lancer. It feels like he has to turn to fight or he just dies. Yeah, does lose the crossbow straight away. Lancer down to half HP already. There's more coming as well. Like, once Beasty gets the rallied crossbows here, this production line can't work. Unless it wants to die. It was late into the game, though, so not AP. I think in that type of RTS, permanent vision is like OP. Kinda. And I say that as someone who loves Cossacks. Some games kind of get away with it. For example, Red Alert 2. Like, Command & Conquer games, I think, made it make sense. I do sometimes feel like it's a little bit OP that allied forces could actually shroud themselves and others couldn't though. Okay, so Corvinus, is he just going Imperial? This is starting to feel like military wing. Corvinus horseman? With what food? It's 5 sheep, the deer, and nothing else. A horseman feels like it just gets you killed. I don't know if you can get enough. Wait, why is he building... Why? Yeah, Corvinus is just messing around at this stage. This doesn't really have much value. In theory, it seems good because it takes 850 crossbow shots to kill. Sorry, 800 to kill. But, like, your opponent has so much more economy right now. It's a top tier count for expos. Don't you start. There's already someone in chat sweating because they know when this thing's built, I'm going to follow camera and things are going to get shaky. Is he trading yet? No, he's not bothered trading. I think that's fine, though. I don't think Beasty needs trade. He's going to get Imperial first. If this is Berkshire, I don't think you can do anything. Wait, did he get scouted? Beasty saw something that convinced him Horseman's next. He's dropped the racks. You lost your Elite Classic spot because of that unit? Just micro them, lol. Why you, like, stop with the A-click. Just more APM, Killy. Come on. Looks like Beasty will cleanly just mop up the proxy base, make sure there's no shenanigans there later. He's going to look to secure in the center of the map because he knows Iobase, they're very gold-heavy civ. So he's trying to strip that away. The crazy thing to me, by the way, is that Corv rushed Castle Age, and would you like to look at how many relics he's picked up? None. It's Beasty getting them all. What is up, Faplop? Faplop giving out all the gifted subs. Appreciate you, mate. Berkshire in the center. Ooh. Oh, the Wallalow! Oh, the succulent irony of that. The crossbow attack speed makes this problematic. I don't think one Tower of the Sultan can kill the Berkshire quick enough to stop it going up. So BC does have to camp here and lose a few crossbows, but it's worth it. Yeah, and the Camel Lancers can't dive in either. More villagers being pulled, because why the hell not? We've got fishing. I mean, Beasty only has 40 fishing boats, guys. And now Torch is out to deal with the big nuisance. Kid Daddy's like, oh, of course. Villagers. A-click it. Oh, look at that. Even birth to Spearman. By the way, guys, that's the secret trick in team games. Iobid's mass desert raiders with military wing. You have them build into a Tower of the Sultan right next to the enemy base. You play HRE and you stick 20 Lanch Nectar inside. And then you let the enemy army dive on and destroy it. You're welcome. They never suspect the salami slices. Ironic, considering that used to be Corvinus' name, and it looks like Beasty is going to be the salami slicer in this game. Ready to carve him up. Ram's going to move in the second TC. Sacred Site is now being locked in alongside the extra relics. Nice guy Beasty doesn't like to do you one dirty. He even lets you know he's got the relic. And that is going to be enough. GG. He finally accepts it. There's no way back from this. It's now a 2-0 lead. Beasty one game away from the clean sweep. KP with elite strats. I'm telling you guys, subscribe to my coaching platform. I don't have one. You think I'm going to afford a platform? Subscribe to Twitch. There you go. That's the coaching platform. Because some of you maybe got ads and then didn't hear that Giga Chad big brain team idea. And now, like, rookie mistakes, you're not going to know how to win your team games. When you pick Iobid HRE, you're like, what do? We both want relics. Nah, there was a solution. Just not going to repeat it. Okay, predictions. Wait, did we pay out already? We did. Yeah. It's a nice looking PC. Thank you, thank you. It is a godly PC. Dare I flex? We might actually have the best PC in AOE4. It's statistically probable. So yeah, that's like Ryzen's latest and greatest. Actually, that's not true. There is an X3D version of the 9950 now. But yeah. Powerful AMD card on that bad boy. And we've even got our Heroes of Might Magic Victory Horse. Poogies. Okay. So. Oh, I didn't put the second point on. There we go. Day 2345 asking you to drop the hair care routine. You're asking for a hair care routine? You don't even have a sub emote next to you? Brother. The hair care routine is simple. And I'm giving it to you. You haven't even subscribed yet. This is just an assumption. So you just get some product in your hair, rub it together, and then you slick through. And you keep slicking through, and then you pat down, and you're done. Outside that, for the hair care side, you put water on it. You get in a shower, you put water on it, and then you dry it. Shampoo, not every day. Don't need to purge the hair that regularly. Rinse it. And actually, like, okay, do you want the big hack? So, like, the big hack is you finish, like, after you've had a shower, like, pat it down and then hair dry it back. Just give it a little blowback. Doesn't need to be, like, thorough until it's, like, as dry as the desert. I don't know why more guys don't actually use a hairdryer. It's so freaking handy, actually. So handy. Not all of us shave our entire head off like beasties. Like, some of us keep the hair, so we need to, like, balance it, maintain it, figure it out. And structure's not clear now. I'm boarding. We might have something coming up for that, by the way. More details to drop soon. Yeah, by the way, reminder, guys, I'm organizing something cool. I'm hoping to announce it tomorrow. We're going to have a pretty epic show match planned for Friday. So keep an eye out for that. My forehead and advertising placement for more monetization. No, we use the hair in my case. You trying to say I got a fat forehead? What the Any tips to grow back hair? Like, we'll get to that. Ask me later on in the week. I got you covered. This is looking grim. And I don't know if it's going to get any better. One and all, we are back into the Beasty vs. Corvinus series. For the first time ever, Mongols on Enlightened Horizon. On the other side, though, something we see too often is the House of Lancaster, not the House of L's. It seems to be the House of W's in a lot of people's eyes. Although their win rate would suggest otherwise. We've got an interesting opening, though. It's going to be the Dark Age Spearman play, which starting to feel a little bit mandatory on Enlightened Horizon, courtesy of the merchant camps being worth 1 villager, and each wolf den giving you 150 gold super early into the game. Will your hair grow back if I subscribe? There's only one way to tell. I'm not going to say it will grow back if you subscribe, but statistically, you would not be worse off compared if you didn't. So, like, you might as well. Let's see who's going to have to submit to who in this one, though. Theoretically, Mongols should do very well in this because of the double production. But, guys, this is weird. This is not the Mongols I was expecting. Yeah, multiple issues here, guys. For a start, because he has to be so quick out on the map, he couldn't stop the Uvu first. That's a big deal. And the other thing is, to make up for that, he's packing and moving the racks between Spearman production. Okay, that's a cool idea. But I feel like you're losing out more than you're gaining right now. Because you can't move it anymore, I don't think, right? Has he got 2 villages? Yeah, he's got 2 villages queued up. So he could force the drop-off and produce another one, or he goes for the pack-up. And your opponent's already burning one of these. So could Corvinus turn this into an outpost rush, maybe? Probably not without the stone gen, because you know you won't have more spearmen. It's statistically very unlikely. Meanwhile, Corv, a little bit slower on his burn through here. What happened? Was it the Khan? Yeah, the Khan just wasn't present, so there you go. Torch complete. Oh, Micro. Beasty now going to move across. Will be too late, or rather should be too late here. If he saw a target to charge onto, it could be a little bit different. And wait, did we not get Gamba up? Ugh, this map. I don't know if there's enough time for a Gamba now. I'm going to give you guys 30 seconds. Because genuinely, these details could decide the game that much. So, burn complete. Both players are going to split the goodies. Lancaster Castle already on the way for Beasty. Corvinus. Trade. It's got to be tempting, right? Trade post isn't like insane, but pretty good. The problem is you've just spawned a bunch of wolves, so you've kind of grieved trade. No. You actually can't trade on this map. Your traders would like trade twice and then die, I think. Because you probably get hit for... I think you get hit twice here, right? Even if you only get hit once, it's the first hit into the immediate second. So that ends up being 32 damage, and the trader only has 90 health. Yeah, and I think he realizes it has to be Deerstone. Like, oh my god. That is such a clownery. They added trade posts right next to the wolf camps, and you legitimately can't use them. 150 gold plus 1 vil worth of res per minute. Is that worth building a Brax plus 3 spears? Yes, because it's not just that. If you don't participate in my fun little game of Wolfdom, I will take your merchant camp away. And that's an extra villager per minute. You see? Didn't we lost 6 traders to the wolves? Oh my god, I didn't see that. I can feel his pain just reading it though. Oh, that must have been brutal. Okay, so mana spam's going to start coming in. What's Corv's game strat here? It's definitely not deer. Come on, leave the man something. Leave him his dignity, at least. Corv's had a hard day, guys. It started off with B donating sheep and then still beating him. And now it leads into this. The anti-deer shove. Deerstone's always the best landmark. The discount traders are not that big to make Silver Tree worth it. The scale point is, with the production speed, etc. Like, on this map, it could have maybe been justifiable if the walls didn't exist. I am usually the first person to criticize Silver Tree, but in a game against someone who's not doing anything but greeting themselves, it's very efficient. Is BC? Yeah, it just feels like the macro a little bit off. Yeah, so not enough wood, too much stone. Yeah, for a second I was like, is he thinking 2TC? We've seen that a few times, but usually if you add in the first mana, you're going to add in all 3. I guess this is FC, maybe. I mean, Corv is now adding in the stables. I don't know if you can FC this. Because then you at least have a target in mind, which would be Relic Rush. Will be a little bit tricky because your opponent presumably would have about 6 manas by then, and he can summon the Demi-Lancers. Oh, by the way, no more of these midweek mustard jokes. Look, there's my point. I was right. The word is there. Muster the nobles. People acting like it's a weird word. Do you even Anglaise? So Keshik's now on the way with archers. I guess Corv is going for the good old-fashioned all-in. He's going to have the double merchant camps. That's going to be worth 2 villages. Some double production on the stone as well. Your opponent isn't investing in the army yet. It's in theory, like, not a bad idea, personally. Or per se, rather, but... If Beasty just starts prepping archery ranges, he can camp here and shoot you on the way in. Wait, you're doing what to the nobles? Sheesh. Alright, someone's taking their chambermaid duties a little bit far. Hey, you gotta do what you gotta do to get by in this life. I mean, shoot your shot, or I guess in this case, someone else's. So, that is gonna be the burn down. Bounty coming through. Blacksmiths do not exist for Beasty. That's a myth. Why would you need blacksmiths when you can just have more manners? Can I just not see this for once? Shout out to Anatan for being the only player to not do this. And what's up, Irfan? I see you the sub, mate. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Welcome, welcome. Back to the swarm. Speaking of swarms, Corvinus may have actually found the injection point here. Gold, relatively unguarded. And Beasty not reacting to the prey. Oh, no. He doesn't realize. Yeah, because Corvinus is burning the wall. Oh, my God. Look at that, guys. He lost 1 mana worth of villages. If only he had an extra 15 villages worth of gathering. Okay, it's more like 12.5. It's a good start, at least. And it would have been great if it wasn't for this. All of a sudden, BC has army. How did this happen? Where did this come from? Who are the Demi-Lancers? And why do they like to consume village assaults? Because the damage is so low, they need to fight something unarmed. There's something more demoralizing about Demi-Lancers killing you because they kill you so slowly. Like, yep, we're going to survive, and 4 of us dead. I do love the way that when they die, they hug the meat. It's like Ron Swanson just got killed in the medievals. Could you imagine how confident you were feeling about this game until the Demi-Lancers arrived? Because now this creates conundrums. He's going to have to build spearmen against Yeoman. He has to react with troops to secure more resources. And by the way, like, I started with the biggest detail. Your opponent has a premium archer, and the counter to the Demi-Lancers is what? Spearmen. So, you see the design flaw with Demi-Lancers now, don't you? It forces you to counter them with a unit while your opponent is building their best unit. I'll die on this hill. This is what makes Yeoman look OP. It's the mana economy as the Demi-Lancers alongside them. In fact, I feel like most people are willing to accept that Yeoman actually feel kind of underwhelming now. If you look at high-level games, in Feudal especially. If it wasn't for the mana spam, I don't think you'd see players building them like this. Because the mana spam, there's 2 reasons why you scale Yeoman at the stage. The banners make you undiveable. And then you get to Castle Age where the Yeoman are kind of worth it. With a whole army of them. They don't even die that quickly. Has Corv really got that much food? So he's gone into pastures, but that's going to limit his income a little bit. We do have ram spam, so he's looking for that succinct timing, but Beasty, he's already even adding in the spears. The other awkward issue is, like, all of the manors are behind the Lancaster Castle. So he's fording with his tankiest building. He has Keshiks. Do Keshiks do that well against Yeoman? They move away from you, and then also, like, keep in mind Billman spears is a thing. Killing the landmark reduces HP mana? Yes, but you reduce mana's HP by 500. So you need to kill a 5,000 HP structure to reduce mana's, which you can have maximum 9, by 500. So if you do the maths on that, it's not actually worth it over killing the mana's. Even if you don't equate the fact they'll still be generating resources instead, like, there's 500 extra HP on these compared to the mana's. And that's talking max mana count. Spears. Okay, a little bit distance here with the army Corvinus. We do have Ronins. Hiding in the rams. But there's only 3 of them. And this is a lot of Broman. Attack speed arrows can get activated. Good luck sticking on top of the target here, though. Oh, no. He doesn't even have the Khan Hunter to give the range. And now the melee mosh pit comes in. Spearman just committing to it. He's got Billman, that's why. Yeah, he's melting through these. Lancaster Castle is going to go down, but it's going to cost Corvinus everything. He'll get rid of the manas, but at that point, they won't matter. Because now, the bio units are good enough. You don't need the static defenses. Villagers being pulled just to make sure the manas do stay alive here. Corvinus on the edge of his seat, on the edge of the abyss. And he's about to fall in. 3-0 victory for Beasty. Clean sweep. No hopes for the Hungarian. I guess an admirable effort. Maybe with a different map style, I could back a Mongol play, maybe? I just don't know what you're meant to do when you hit feudal. Possible you could have tried for some sort of fast castle build, but step redoubt I don't think performs very well on maps with the small gold veins. It's just too little gold gain and too much movement between.
Now you're mine.
Hey, what is up, Marine Lord? Thank you much for the raid, mate. Appreciate you. Hope you had a good stream. I don't know what games you were watching. I'm presuming it wasn't these ones. I think I glanced earlier. It was the Lucifer set, right? Was it Lucy vs. Vortex? Something tells me that one was a little bit closer than this. Well, don't worry, though, guys. We have got plenty more action to come. We'll be checking on some other midweek muster series after this one. So stay tuned. All games from yesterday. Got you, got you. Tried Corv versus Beasty, but his Holy Island micro burnt my eye socket. You mean you're not a fan of the Iobid advancement wing into what now? Poor guy. Hey, I called it. He should have went for the industry wing. Would have built the docks quicker. And then think about later on building those TCs. I think the strat was fine. Yeah, it does feel like it relies on you dominating the opening, though. Like, you can't draw the opening with that play, right? Oh, yeah. Like, the second villager caught him off guard from Beasty, I think, in that game. Oh, God. Oh, God. No. Get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here. It's only one Keshik. Agincourt! King's College is coming in behind. At that stage, the game is over. Like, Corv is trying to macro up as well, but you're just eclipsed, right? I mean, mana count is only 4 out of 6. It doesn't sound that crazy. Yeah, Marine Lord, like, can you just appreciate that this is meant to be a competitive RTS? Like, we're not like Diablo or World of Warcraft. It's not a speedrun event, so. This series felt like it as well, though. GG comes out, an inevitable outcome. 3-0 for Beasty. Okie dokie. So, distromination between these two. But fear not, citizens. Let me check the schedule, because we can do midweek musters now. Doink. So, there were some matchups we had coming up, like Louis MT versus Myriad, which we were going to check in on. Just checking what else there is as well. So we are into BO3 territory currently. I don't think we have any quarterfinals happening just yet. Usually quarterfinals, most of them anyway, get slotted into Tuesday. But let me have a look and see what people scheduled for. Oh, and I'll put some music on while we figure this out, because it's all of a sudden very, very, very quiet. Okay, so we have got Myriad versus Louis MT, and then we got Core versus CSO in a few hours. There's also Killy versus Scatterbrain we can look back into. Beasty using his worst rated faction in competitive. Did he rate it the worst? I thought he rated English the worst. Lancaster's not English, sir. You'd know this if you bought the DLC. I can't. I can't help those that don't want to help themselves. Okay, so let me go ahead and grab draft for Myriad versus Louis. Which honestly I think might be a more competitive set than that. Maybe. Carmel, Dry Arabia get drafted. I don't think Emma's cooked food yet. So likely what we'll do is this series, and then I'll go eat, and I'll play a video while I eat, and then we come back and do more maybe. We'll see how it goes. It is possibilita. We're already at, what, 5 hours? We'll see. Oh, you mean English versus Iabits. Yeah, but English is, like, different and more acceptable in water. There's a very big difference between land and water games for English. Because English have a unique technology that gives them more range on their boats. It's expensive, but if you get to it, you can just, like, roll water with that. So we've got Civ Draft. I'm missing Map Draft. Where is it? There we go. So default map this week is going to be Coastal Cliffs. And then was it Myriad on the left? Yeah. Beasty did beat him 5-2, I know, but I disagree with the grand finals format. In my opinion, winners bracket finalists should have a reasonable advantage over losers finalists, and no fatigue isn't enough to me. I think it's absolutely fine and has been fine for a long time. Drafting is a big part, and getting that info of your opponent is a big advantage. Like, Age of Empires 4 is more comparative to a game like Dota 2 in that regards. Obviously, Dota 2 has more permutations, but AoE4 has an insane amount as well. An extra series or two forces your opponent to reveal more strategies, where you could theoretically hide more. I don't think we need these other stupid details of, I'm going to start with an extra game. Why? Okay, so I'm checking whether we eat now or after this series. Turn your notifications off. I'm checking about food. Playing for long times is hard? Yep. Okay, guys, what I'm going to do, because I'm actually feeling the hunger quite a bit, I'm going to put up an epic game for you guys to watch while I eat. And when I come back... Oh my god, so many ping notifications. When I come back, we're going to do Myriad versus Louis. And then maybe we'll also do... what was the other one? There was Core versus CSO. Okay? So, let me find you the epic content you have deeply sought. How long are these games? Oh, this game was ridiculous. I can't remember how long ago it was. Was it that long ago? I don't know. It was brilliant though. So guys, you can either have B versus Killy or Elyona versus Louis. You can either have non-stop bloodbathing or the most ridiculous will it end game. Which one do you want? Bloodbath or never end? All right. Looks like B Killy wins. All right, guys. So gonna let this video play. When I come back, let me go up next. I'll type it in the title. Up next, Louis MT versus Myriad. All right. So enjoy the game. Seriously, like it's epic. I'm like it. I think it's one of the most consistent murderings I've seen in the weekly format that I can think of. So enjoy it. And then afterwards, we'll be back for more Midweek Master Series. Plenty to come. All right. See you soon. All right, let's get it. One and all. It's happening. B versus Killy in the quarterfinals. Byzantines up against Knights Templar. I have not got to see this matchup very often. But something tells me it's going to be another Byzantine nightmare because Knights Templar, believe it or not, are one of the best outpost rushing civs in the game.
Media players
Why?
so cursed.
Wood. They love it. High in a fiber diet. They even eat it. They give you food as well as the wood. And this makes them very efficient on the racks, outpost, and spearman timing. And they are playing against a civ that absolutely hates that timing. Byzantines, it's not about the gold. It's about the berries that you go for so late. But this could be better. Could he actually do like a crazy outpost hit? Maybe? I don't think you can, though. Against Akratoy, it's too risky. So yeah, he'll just take a safety. It's going to be an outpost drop on the berries. B should know about this, so he can't get blocked out. I will 2x speed just for the Dark Age. Killy. I mean, this must be him feeling right at home. Guys, for those that know where our journey with Killy began, a long time ago, in a galaxy far, far away, there lived a boy that would only ever men-at-arms rush in the Dark Age with English on Highview. His name was Killy. He's returned home, baby. Returned home. He's even gonna start torching down the Grand Winery? What? I mean, it's ambitious. But in fairness, you do a lot of damage to it before it's complete. And it's not like you've got anything else to do right now. The tricky part, though, is this outpost kind of wasn't deep enough. Because without an arrow slit, he can't block the full berry patch. So just a bit unfortunate there. What he's at least doing here, guys, is if he garrisons the outpost, he's not going to hit villagers until the second berry. So by doing this, he can force his opponent to waste wood repairing. So he's getting some value while he can, because the archers are on the way. Oblivion's just fine. I don't need to play again. Bro, I'm sorry. How many hours did you play it? Did you actually play Oblivion proper? Oblivion had a lot. The problem is Oblivion's primary content kind of sucked. Okay, and I'm saying this as someone who loved Oblivion. I think the thing that sucked with Oblivion is the repetition of the demon worlds. But the overworld was phenomenal. Okay, so B does realize he's not going to get berries anymore, so he pulls back. Archer's here as well, so that's going to keep him content. I don't know, like... I guess you kind of need the archers anyway just to guarantee you can't dive, but this definitely doesn't feel great for B. Especially with Kingdom of France now coming. Like, what you realistically need here, guys, is javelins, which is why he's rushing berries in the back. Javelins is your saving grace, because Knights Templar would love nothing more than just to do France into Chevalier and archers. It is their go-to comp. They are poor man's French in that regard. What are you doing? Okay, that's kind of cool, but also a bit weird. So Killy, he pulled the villager back to capture the outpost. This is the one that built the outpost originally. So he pulls him all the way back here. Chopping wood's good. Something I've noticed, and this is another reason why Knights Templar is like one of the best outpost rushing civs in the game, is because they're also one of the best proxy-based building civs in the game. Their villagers don't have to waste extra wood to stay out. They don't have to build a mining camp or a lumber camp or whatever. Just go over and chop a tree. It's free real estate. Aren't Keshiks better for mobility and killing pilgrims? So, what you just said sounds cool in theory, until you realize that your Keshiks are going to get contested by Chevalier and will eventually lose. And then, what's your counter to archers? You see the conundrum? It's kind of a scale point issue. Honestly, I think usually Keshiks are only good to stop absolute greed. or if you just have very limited olive oil. You'll always feel better about the idea of scaling javelins and longbows because they have a realistic critical mass, whereas Keshiks don't. This is a bit rough. He tried to spring a trap on the other side, sends the archers over. First Chevalier, getting good value. Club to kill, gets away. And also that creates the space now for the Pilgrims. Remember also, because he captured this point of interest, he can now see if his opponent's leaning this side and switch. So, yeah, POIs on high view, very, very important for Knights Templar. Are you going to check out Tempest Rising? New game similar to Red Alert? I already have. And I think I talked about it the other day. It's cool. It's okay. I don't mind it. I don't think Templar Rising feels like anything special, though. It's not trying to be truly innovative. But I think also, in some ways, it's paying a bit too much lip service to Command & Conquer without understanding what truly made Command & Conquer captivating. And that's the character building, the world building. I wasn't enamored with the world building of Tempest Rising. It's okay. Like, I've been playing through the GDF campaign, and I'll continue to do so, and I'm having fun with it. But what I'm not convinced of is that 10 years from now, I'll be talking about Tempest Rising ever again. And that's fine. Not every game has to be iconic. If you want an RTS experience that's reminiscent of Command & Conquer, it's worth picking up. But there are some simple things that will frustrate you that frustrate me. For example, the fact that you can't just have all buildings split production between them. I don't know, I think they were so focused on being Command & Conquer, they overlooked some very basic things that Command & Conquer done differently. Like, in Command & Conquer, those don't know, if you have multiple production buildings, like multiple Raxes, it doesn't produce out of multiple Raxes. You have a primary Rax, and more Raxes improve the production rate of that Rax. And it's almost like they forgot about that with Tempest Rising, because you just have this weird situation where all of your buildings are on a UI slide, and you have to click between the tabs to use the different buildings. Unless you control group, but Chevalier, in the meantime, have failed to get a single worker kill so far this game. It's becoming a little bit problematic. Killy has at least kept pressure on B side of the map, so it's not all doom and gloom. His opponent isn't really countering the Pilgrim. And in theory, B, he still has to address this outpost, which is now fortified. Looks pretty in the orange, by the way. He also has another issue, which is if you're not going to be building olive groves, which are probably not next to Grand Winery, then you eventually have to go more wide to more berries, more deer. And your tree lines don't really serve to assist with that. So Chevalier over time should feel really, really good here for Killy. Yeah, my worry right now for bees is going to be a bit too defensive. And I like these doing this. Cura Siphon's on the way. So he will be clearing the way onto the berries and the deer. And that might set him up to start prepping Grand Winery into groves. Okay, how do predictions do, by the way? 91% for Killy. That's crazy. Elaborate. I guess, like, you would have seen the outpost rush, and we did big it up. It is a big deal. Guys, hear me out. I figured it out. Knights Templar is broken on high view and low rank. Because low rank people don't build scouts. Why would you? A scout doesn't win a fight. That's lame. So, hear me out. You send all your villagers into the Shroud, never to be seen again. They never will get scouted. Big brain. Anyway, we do have the eventual pull. Yo, you know what? Okay, this is kind of Giga Brain. I don't know if he's going to do it. You could technically tank with the Pilgrim. If you got the timing right on what you're doing, like, you could actually, like, just have free damage absorbed on the unit that's going to disappear. But obviously you got Chevalier here, so it's like, he'll just... But that is a curious idea for early game with Pilgrim. Because a Pilgrim has basically got textiles already. So in theory, if you bring 8 villagers out and then aggro onto like the Pilgrim, it should be very hard to lose the Pilgrim. Because also he's going to run away. So like he'll tank 2 hits and then you just kill the ball. Very situational depending on the map. But might be worth it. It's like this fight over here. Kira Siphon. Taking a long time to actually get through this outpost. Gotta be very careful the overlap when you charge in here, because sometimes you actually take the pure full damage from the siege. Start clumping down. Remember, Kira Siphons do not have as much health as Rams. That Limitane line is quite thin, actually. Yeah, the Kira Siphon looks like it might be given over at this rate. Let's dive in. Looks like that is going to be the cleanup. Just needs one more club. Okay, nicely defended by Killy. Huge military lead now. He was thinking about going Castle Age. I wonder if this scares him a little. Because that's actually quite a big army. Also, I really like Killjoy's position. I imagine we're looking at Genoa next. Angevin, I don't think Angevin is that great against Byzantines, unless you're against a Sippy Cup build, with Kadas. And we don't talk about this. Doesn't exist, guys. Like this isn't a thing. Ignore this, because no one builds Genesis. So most likely it's just gonna be Genoa. I don't know. I think Genoa is just the generic go-to option because the bonus is applicable to almost every Knights Templar game you could imagine. It's 30% more gold, you know? Like, what more do I need to say? In theory, Angevin's really good if you're going for an all-in Sacred Site win condition. It's just... the issue is how expensive that is. Because you need the keep drops to really make things. Nice diving. Let's end up losing one of the Knights, but that's absolutely fine. Do we have raids? Yeah, we did have a little bit of poke over here, but outposts are up, kind of making it more of a nuisance. I think the goal is, like, you know, eventually B will secure the kill on this outpost, but you're just making him pay so much for it. This is now the 3rd Kira Siphon. And reminder, these things are not cheap. 260 resources. Almost the cost of 2 Chevalier. Wait, are you trying to justify genitals in my chat? Okay, that actually might be like a perma. I don't do it out of joy. I do it for your own safety and sanity. Yeah, genitals just ain't it. They need a complete rework on their animation. Nice diving again. Another freebie? I'm perplexed. Was he feigning aggression? I mean, he's going Golden Horn Tower, and oh my god, you tried to feign aggro against the most aggressive player in AoE 4. He sees him. He's sweeping through the army quickly. I mean, this isn't a race. There's nothing left of him. The archers can now peel off to deal with the villagers. Unbelievable. Okay, so against a tame, logical player of, like, average game style, this makes sense. Against a guy who every 30 seconds feels a thirst for blood, it does not make any sense at all. Oh my god. And Kilyadi now to hunt down the villagers. I mean, there's no way to really run. He hasn't got a gate. The archer count is too high. Textiles plus Akratoy will minimize the losses. But it is definitely starting to add up. I mean, the idle time alone. Unbelievable. Now, it's not over. Technically, B can supplement his economy with Sistance to buff what remains. And it has been a long feudal, so the eco count should be quite high, in theory. In reality, there's like a lot could still die here. Okay, seriously. Can we just agree that villager formation shuffles are ridiculous? How have this many survived? How is that only the 9th kill after he lost that dive? Well, that defense, rather, so convincingly. This is ridiculous. Ring a roses. Do I need to get my daughter out here to play, like, ring a roses? Bucket full of we're just going round in circles. And finally, He has mopped it up. So it's going to be finding his way into completing the Golden Horn Tower. But oh, will you look at that? Killy now has immediately what he needs for Republic of Genoa. Benny Hill's music? No, like... Benny Hill's music is more appropriate when there's like 20 knights following, they can't reach you. When it's just one or two, it's full of Ring of Rosies. Also, I can sing Ring of Rosies and not get DMCA'd. I feel like if I had a trumpet and could play the Benny Hill song, I'd get DMCA'd. And I need the money, so no. Someone who doesn't really need the money as much anymore is going to be Killy. A nice big inflation coming in. Timing actually perfect as well. It's going to get it trigger in before the next Pilgrims pop off. Is Formation Shuffle abusing tourneys? No, it's just a mechanic that we've had to get used to, tolerate, live with, all the above. Killy, he's still going to be leading archers. I think this is fine, though. If your opponent had a lot of javelins, it's a problem. But, like, realistically, javelins trade worse into their archers than they do into healers when both in the same age. To be honest with you, right now, there's just the lack of quantity that's kind of worrying me a bit for me. Native plastic, mate. Cataphracts now. Okay, so he does go for it. We talked about cataphracts and why, because like they're not usually on the table, Angevin Empire would kind of suck. This is interesting though. Killy already reacting with crossbows, but that does enable javelins. Can Knights Templar do pilgrims and traders? So Knights Templar can do traders in Imperial Age. So in Imperial Age, they get access to Venetians. If they choose them, they'll get the ability to build 5 traders that move quicker than standard traders. Like, we're talking they've got a canister of nitro attached to those boys. Nitrous, rather. They be zoomed. Like, Venetian traders go so fast that rumor has it that Vin Diesel took one look at them and decided he immediately wanted to buy all of them and race them. So I wonder if Killy starts playing Stone. Oh, that's only one so far, but it could make sense to gradually trend to secure the Sacred Sites. One thing that is going to be big is the Monk transition timing. We don't have it yet from Killy, and I think the Cataphracts are why. Normally you just, with this type of map control, straight up, and yeah, that's what I was talking about. You see how quickly that guy died? You've got to be really careful standing behind buildings. You take fewer damage from the Hero Siphons. Is he gonna kill another one? Is this the 5th Hero Siphon? This is quickly approaching the most valuable outpost against Byzantines. Looks like he will get the clutch repair in the end. Yeah, back to like the original point. The reason why he didn't rush monks is the Cataphracts. And I think that's intentional from B. They just wood? No, Hero Siphons cost wood and gold. They're expensive, right? Even though they have less health than standard rams, they're more efficient as entities of one. They have good range and good damage up. He's still alive? Oh man, he's looking more than just alive, guys. If he starts getting these systems up, he's going to be thriving. I think that's the only negative right now with B's build, is obviously he just hasn't really been accruing stone to escalate economy. But he's going to de-escalate Killy's. He's got the outpost to protect on the ball. Pilgrims are still trending this way, so he needs to get the army over here ASAP. This is true budget knight versus true Chad knight, and it kind of feels bad because with Knights Templar, you do have a way of kind of contesting Cataphracts with Knights Brothers, Templar Brothers. The problem is they're just so slow and inexpensive. So instead, he just wants trash tier frontline, good backline. The problem is your opponent has so many archers and javelins that counter that backline perfectly. They'd be in a really good position. I think Killy is in such a rush to protect. He does look to sneak the villagers out, but that is going to be seen. 2 of them get sniped. Yadi. He's just going to have to forfeit the area. There's not really anything he now wants right now. I mean, the board would be nice. B behind this, there's bigger problems though. If Killy doesn't pressure, this is going to start happening. Olive Grove's a key here, folks. He is trying to centralize his economy on a map where you feel very naked and vulnerable. You just don't have vision. Or also just big on the retreat. I mean, this game is just getting better and better for B. He's about to go up to 4 relics. I'm kind of shocked that Killy never found his way to relics. We talked about why the cat is, but sometimes you just kind of got to punt. Now he needs to just basically attack. Could he seize down the Grand Winery? Take the goodies, maybe. Gotta find out. There is a wall lull available. Yep, nicely done. That's going to scare him away. Cataphracts on the back line are just munching away at this as well. There's a few spearmen plus the crossbows in there. He does have numbers, but obviously not all of them here. Chevalier Confrère. Just enough of them left. He's going to go for this again. We've been here before. Another dive underneath the primary TC. Stick on top of this. I mean, the problem now, though, is the Chevalier, last time this happened, there was a lot of them. Now there's 1 or 2. The enemy's crossbows also just do not have much range on them. They can't camp here. Camel's also arriving, so that's going to be a pushback. And all of a sudden, like, I'm starting to look at this game, and I feel like B's ahead. Which is crazy when you look at the worker kill count on each side. Why is Killy still making budget knights? Because Templar brothers are way too expensive. They're just not spammable. They take a very long time compared to Chevalier, and they're very expensive. So you have 2 thought processes here. If you want to raid, Templar brother. If you want to full all in, Chevalier Confrère. And he wants to all in. Arguably, even for raiding, Chevalier Confrère aren't too bad, guys, because at this stage in the game, they can free hit a villager like a standard knight would in field range. I know that sounds pretty underwhelming for a Castle Age unit, but for raiding purposes, keep in mind how many more of these you'd have than Templar brothers. Templar brothers, you can see there, 253 resources. These guys, only 166. So Killy still has flex to play Sacred Sites for resources. That's the good news. Bad news is starting to look like everything else. Why is there a relic? Yes, this was a strategy. It definitely wasn't that we looked here and realized we still have a monk back here. He's going to bring it over now. Needs to build a monastery to secure that. I just find that wall very comical. This is like you walk in like, what are you doing back? We're working, horse. Definitely going to bill you for these hours. So double Sacred Site for B is going to get decapped. Killy, if he was thinking about a Sacred Site win condition now, there is a very fair argument he has completely missed it. There was a timing earlier where it would have made sense, but something we highlighted that feels really rough with Knights Templar. You can't rush fortresses. It's a 900 resource investment that takes a very long time to build. That's why you never see them. Shouldn't it be better to put the relics in a monastery in this situation? In this situation, no. He's fine on gold. He's got a 4k in the corner. It's his olive oil that's letting him down. He only has a small handful of grove, so actually Grand Winery is super valuable. The only reason he's got this many javelins is because of the Grand Winery relics. Javelins really are the MVP for him. Killy, an insane bloke, by the way. 35 archers, 31 spears. It's definitely budget tier army. I think B, Cataphracts isn't really as desirable anymore. For raiding, fine, but definitely not your frontline you want. What could make a lot of sense here is actually just Varangian switch. You could even just think about Limitani for tank race. What do you think, guys? Ones if you think B's going to win. Twos if you think Killy. This game feels like it's getting hard to call. I mean, technically B's economy looks great. But Killy does have bulk. And I never write this man off for the levels of aggression that he applies. I mean, this is a guy that can out-aggro Vortex. Not many people can claim that. That is ambitious, though. Rule of Templars with 0 Templar brothers. What? He's only got 6 Chevalier. What? That's crazy. I can't believe I'm saying this. Oh, B is going to get scared away. He was starting to macro up a little bit. I don't know if you really want to be rushing Imperial per se. Probably not sure what he wants to get into it. It's going to be additional cataphracts, and we do have the toxic stuff being prepped. Double outpost, fortifications rushing in. That means Killy has to kill these now. Fortification. Oh my god, wait, is he using the... That's sick! The System Dialecticus! He's rushing Mangonels! 12 seconds to get an emplacement. Forces the fight onto him, so there's going to be at least one Mangonel emplacement. B, this is a hard fight to stand your ground on, but now with the Mango to reinforce, maybe, just maybe, it's good enough. Spearmen have reached the Javelins. I think he's just going to get overwhelmed. If he had double outpost, very different fight. So great read by Killy to block one of them. But oh my god, and imagine if he just now switches Presidium. You'd never kill the thing. That was crazy. What a sick play by B. You don't really see it used very often, but yes, you did hear me correctly. Dialecticus, research speed, applies to emplacements. You can get an outpost fully upgraded in 24 seconds. That was crazy. And look at the tail end of the fight. Killy lost military mass advantage. Absolutely wild. Another fortress drop in the meantime by Killy, so he's at least scaling his eco. He's got a sizable lead already. Soon to be up to 4 pilgrims. I don't think he's going to be fast enough to get max payday on this one. Did he go for... No treasure towers. A little bit surprising. Once you have the double fortress, I think it's worth it. Oi, oi, oi. You could die here. Yeah, you... Killy? He's going to get seen. Yep, that right there is a freebie for B. And he knows it. He's going to head over. So Fortress has to be cancelled. I can't believe he even tried it. The moment the point of interest is being captured, alarm bell should have been going off. So yeah, instead it's going to be on the east side in the end. All that effort just to end up walking to the other side of the map. That's got to feel bad, especially considering now that B has gone to TC. This is full Fortress. Guys, in fairness, it is a lot of gold. 119 gold currently. He's going to be able to buff that up with treasure towers eventually. It's definitely worth playing it like this. Traps in the meantime. Please tell me he done it. No, Presidium, come on. Presidium's super efficient for this play right now. Yeah, this is the annoying thing. Like, statistically, you could argue you're more likely to get killed with villagers repairing by Knights Templar trebuchets. Because, for those who don't know, the Knights Templar trebuchets, individual shots are weaker, but they shoot twice. There's even an upgrade in Imperial Age that allows you to add a third projectile into treb shots. I'm wondering actually like what B's win condition is. Because you can see what Killy's intent is. He wants to cap out on Pilgrims. I think for B, the longer this goes, the harder your entry point gets now. So like you probably just play Imperial. Because cannons will solve all of this. Real cannons will destroy all of this. What's that graveyard of fortresses? Attempts. I mean, technically, so here's the thing that I don't get. I shake my head at people who moan about stealth forests. What a noob. If you really hate stealth forests that much, just start fake building everywhere and cancelling. Stealth forest is gone. Problem is resolved. You're welcome. Lash. Fortresses. He has got camels in there. Spear's now arriving though from behind. He's also got the armor increase. I don't think the Springles care though. Like, wait, no, he's actually lining up perfect for Springle shots. Most of the cav is dead. Backline looking sturdy for B though. He can start to back off a little bit. Mangonels are now arriving the perfect time after all melee has been removed. It's gonna be mango on mango gameplay. Also, Killy, yeah, feeling a little bit overextended now with the Trebs. I'll start to back him off just in the nick of time here. The Fortress drop in the stealth forest. B was unaware of that. That's going to force him away. But we do have a trend towards mass mangoes, which usually follows up with a play. It seems more and more likely, more and more undeniable, actually. This is feeling like a pretty crazy game now. So, Genuine's crossbowman. What's the thought process for Killy? Technically, with the range aura on the fortresses, javelins can't hit you. So that's actually not bad. I think for Killy though, like for this to be a real win condition, you need the other sacred site, no? Right now, he just looks a bit stuck. I think he's going to try for it again, folks. B, in the meantime, is going to now secure the 8-stack, the 8k. How is B not further ahead on economy? Has this TC not been frequently producing? We also have 3 lines that remind me of my own. A reminder that even top-level players can do this. We're all guilty of it, folks. There's a big gap with no lumber camp. It wouldn't be a B game in the late game if we didn't get more and more sprinkles. Ah, yeah, guys, I understand the thought process here. Oh, Genuine's crossbowmen. Those are just like a poor man's springles, right? Right? I mean, technically, actually, yes, they are. Now that I think about it, they have a worse attack speed. They actually, sorry, no, they have better attack speed. They don't penetrate. So as long as you hit 2 units with a Springald, it's going to do a lot more damage. Because you hit for 28 versus 32. Yeah. That's actually an interesting dynamic to think about. B can't win. That's a bold statement. He can't win this? He's got Trebs, guys. If he starts targeting down the fortresses, he can force an attack on his side. Yadi is now obliged to take. That's a lot of cavalry, though, and not much front line. He's going to split up and head straight in for the mangoes. Killy, that's an overextension. Going to try to protect some of them, hides them deeper into the range line, but that's just not going to work. So all siege gets purged. I'm sorry, I thought casters had the curse. Apparently chat has it too. Even able to get the Trebs. Okay, that's huge. That is so much kill value. It's actually going to turn around for Mango, sees it as a higher value target. Makes sense. But now we have the Trebs to start sieging into the fortress. This is where Killy's game is going to slow down quite a bit, actually. Farm count behind this is at least decent. He's sitting at 36. But Olive Groves are just better. 33. And the other thing, guys, like, while you're looking at this going, but he has all the pilgrims. True. But remember, you have to add 25% villager count onto bees because of the systems. Like, economically, bees are actually not as weak as you think. And then there's the olive oil on top of all that. So you start to see why, actually, it's not just as simple as Killiadi has built. Yeah, it doesn't have many of them. One less. There's going to be 3 remaining standing. And the interesting thing about taking fortresses out is, of course, you take away map control, but you also take away economy from your opponent. Normally, dropping a castle is to protect a Nico expansion, but with Knights Templar, it's a double pain factor because it removes a secured area for resource gathering, but it also removes pilgrims. Yeah, it's definitely a valuable target for your opponent. Because realistically, if they take out a fortress, they're taking out 3 villages of gathering per minute. Count now. I mean, the problem is, like, you just don't have a high-value target to the same degree. It's nice to take out the seeds if you can, but difficult. It's also nice to remove these outposts because of mangonel placements. But... yeah, he's genuinely trying to use Prep to snipe siege. Are you kidding me? 5 HP. Current refund. I'd feel so scammed by this right now. Killiadi just needs to finish a target. Just keep switching. Oh my god, there's so many almost dead siege weapons. If B backs these up right now, I'm gonna cry. Oh, he's jumping straight against the remaining siege. Both of them are just draining each other's rivals, by the way. I can't believe it. He does pull villagers. Okay. But, like, is it maybe too late? They're still dying. And also, where is B's army? What? Pick to the bone. Camels arrived just in time. The clutch save there. Chevalier would have actually cleaned that up. This game is crazy. What? It's kind of funky how B's economy just evaporated in terms of his ability to produce units. It shows you how expensive Horseman spam can be. Hence why most players reserve it for Imperial Age, not Castle. I got a big smile on my face because this has been almost comical the way it's been played. KT Mango Trap's kind of good. Yeah, like it's... I mean, someone just mentioned in English, the old Sharon projectiles is a meme now. Because of the spread. And reminder, like I said, you know, if you have a static fight, at least in Imperial Age, these things can snipe all the seeds then as well. Because in Imperial Age, you can add a third projectile, so you spread the damage. Is Knights Templar the Siege Thief? No, I'm not going to go that far. Horseman, an ambitious dive in by B is going to be wasteful. He just doesn't have a front line. The mangoes? Chevalier not going to finish them off. If Killiadi could just sneak a small retinue down here, unfortunately there's already a castle up for B, so Sacred Site win condition not seeing realistic here. Gotta give it to him though. This is a pristine Sherna Genoese crossbows now. They're very snowbally. It feels like they're hard to bulk, but once you have that critical mass going, hard to counteract as well. 110 health on this ranged unit compared to a standard crossbow at 80. I think the funky thing is like crossbows, generally these crossbows look really sucky at start Castle Age, really powerful when you get scale, and then kind of plastic when they go Imperial because they don't scale stats that well. This is crazy. Look at the aggro from Killiadi. That chase in, man. Has he got greased axles? Yeah, there you go. That's the difference. No greased axles for B. So he actually can't run away. He's losing more siege. Horseman not going to get a dive in for free, though. And Killiadi, that may end up being an overextension. Full blitzkrieg effect. We go so fast, we have no fuel. Looks like maybe he can get rid of the siege. I don't think there's anything left of him. his economy has been picked to the bone in terms of his ability to produce army. He's been found wanting. Killy able to punish exactly that. Genoese crossbow mass remains. Trebs now moving into the base. Systems would make a lot of sense. Even just the olive groves, actually. But there we go. Insta-kill. That's going to put him down a tier. And B is apparently planning to look so desirable to the Americans that they invade the map and protect it. That is how modern history works, B, but unfortunately for you, this game took place in like the 14th, 15th century. So probably shouldn't rely on the Americans to come with them. I mean, this could be a lot of javelins. A lot. They're just not being produced. I guess B just wants to try and go Imperial. That's the only reason you'd hold this much olive oil is Imperial into Mass Siege. Nestabees, yeah, actually that makes sense. Nestabees is the counterplay. Against 50 Genoese crossbowmen, it makes sense. Dead though, B forced to reinvest again. Doesn't Crusader like to raid Byzantine and Constantinople? Yeah, but usually you could just like bribe them. Okay, and he actually spends the oil, so 4 camel riders queued up. Or 8 though. Mango emplacement's proving a little bit annoying. Actually goes after the siege with them. Not ideal, very ambitious target. But this is double Mango emplacement still, because the cast has 1-2. Speaking of Mango fight, nice wall up onto B's villages. Gold gathering has been fully denied. B, by the way, has no other gold source behind this. Horsemen, however, once again dive in. Siege about to get swept. The difference here, however, is like long-term gold. Killy has infinite gold. B does not. He has infinite liquid gold. Can't believe they're still in castle at 45 minutes. Welcome to Killy gameplay. I don't know, sometimes watching Knights Templar players, it really feels like they don't want to go Imperial. You could just imagine them chanting, don't go in, don't go in, don't go in, don't go in. This game is wild. So B into mass camels now. He has reclaimed gold. Like, if you're gonna go Imperial, this is the moment. But it's tricky. He just doesn't have good gold reserves. He can somewhat fix that if he actually just pulls the relics. So you can passive gen gold to try and bypass it. The issue isn't teching and then getting your techs because you get them fast. The issue is actually having enough to enforce the tech. That wallop right there, the mango is the follow-up here. Oh my god, he's full on wiping him. Another villager pull. Into Genoese crossbowman? Are you insane, man? That was an insane hit by Killy. It has, however, enabled a ridiculous quantity of horsemen to flood the field. It's breeding season in Pony Farm. Killy is about to find out. Mangoes get mobbed. Mass horsemen. They're circling. What happened to Killy's military? Oh my god. It's just gone. And crossbows, I don't know if they're rescalable quick enough. It's a 26-second wait period. Actually, not true. He has military academy. It's down to 17. Maybe the mangoes is a big concern. And the farms. Oh my. Actually wrapped onto them with Expilatores. This is it. B. He shutters the farms. And Killy is nowhere near maximum population. Also just pushing the front side. It's just ponies everywhere. Well, this is true Byzantines, isn't it? Hide behind the city walls. And then when a tiny opening arrives, raid the countryside. Which is ironically what I think the Templars usually like to do to the Byzantine. It doesn't matter. Alternate history, baby. What is this ridiculousness? 47 minutes. And we are still in Castle Age. This game is wild. But I think it is coming to conclusion. It's crazy just how much Mango play we've seen in Castle. Normally this is reserved for Imperial. To this scale anyway. Yeah, this is a 0 wall game from both sides. Walls are overrated. Killy wouldn't give you time for it, and B's like, fine. Aggro it is, sir. Aggro it is. There's out wave number 1. Okay, so actually Killy did have a gold vein in reserve hiding in the corner. Gold? Not really his problem right now. Food is. Also, keep in mind, additional fortresses down means less pilgrims, less gold. Like, long term, you know, all of a sudden we have a situation where Killy might not be gold favored. You get gold from killing pilgrims? You do. So we used that when we played in Beastie's hidden free-for-all to milk a Knights Templar player next to us. Kept killing the pilgrim with one. Good payday. Sacred Size, he's gonna lock it in, man. This is over. How does Killy get back out now? Because now, like, the gold that he's got is all he's ever gonna have. So Imperial is just not happening. Genuine's crossbows burns through your gold quickly anyway. You definitely can't play mass mangoes anymore. I'm bloody impressed. And he has just enough gold to get him across the finish line. Because once he has got Foreign Engineering Company, he can just build Nest of Bees. That's all he needs. Killy seems to have thrown. I think he just got baited into an overextension. Like, you say through, but, like, how? Going to the base to try and press an advantage, I don't necessarily call that a throw. B was insanely weak on military production at a certain point. Just unfortunately, Killy wasn't able to use his base to protect him. I wouldn't be surprised if he just called GG in the moment the foreign engineering company comes in. Because he'll know what it means. Like, even if you could wipe the siege that the current army has, it's just going to be replaced. And you can't do that. You can cap the sacred sites so you can farm pilgrims. You can farm them anyway. Like, they'll still travel, guys. Like, you know, the pilgrims don't, like, they're not blocked by a sacred site being captured first. At this point, Killy is probably going to say screw it and have one final fight. Do pilgrims get textiles? No. But if you get the Hospitalier choice in Feudal Age, they do get extra health. Crazy game. Wait, is that? I thought you could still send them to the sacred site. Oh, yeah, you're right. I'm an idiot. I misread that. Wait, did that get changed? Or is it always that way? Wait. Oh, I think they keep traveling if the capture happens after they spawn. Is that correct? Maybe that's where I got you baited. Alright, my bad. I take that back. Well played, Jack. But I think they will continue and do their final trek if the sacred cycle capture. Yeah, okay, there you go. That's where I got confused. Because I've legit watched 10 pilgrims walk onto a captured sacred site. There you go. I like that. I like that I've still got things to learn about this. But B doesn't care about the exploratory's tech. He cares about having him just forcing Killy out of his base. But what was that for? We do have a remass here. This is pretty ridiculous. Where did this army mass come from? 90? I mean, he can't keep this up, though. A valiant last surge, but unless you can get right on top of the old grove now, inevitability is knocking at the door. You're talking about elite techs here. And also remember, one of them is going to be the camel support. So everything just got so much harder to kill. Killy is basically looking to end this game the way he started it. Building only skills. I can't believe this is just game one. I don't know. I've got a bad feeling. Like, sometimes you kind of get these type of games that just exhaust the players and then it rolls quickly. But either way, this set off to an insane start with G1. You take out a Pilgrim Loan? That's a good question. I wish that was in the UI. I don't think so. No. He doesn't even have the ability unlocked. I don't think I've seen one pro use that ability yet. In a game. In a proper game. Byzantine Fortress is going to get cleared. But that was his last punt. Killy, bless him. You got to remember he's an old man. And B is taking him on a marathon. At this point, he just wants to go back to his good old rocking chair. And catch another season of Neighbors. Most aggro game 1 hour I've ever seen. Yep. These guys had no chill. I freaking loved it. And yeah, just in case it does go deeper, B, he already has trade going. That's it. GG gets called. I can trade. You cannot. Killy and B delivering quite the bloodbath on Pigeon's View. Woo. Cool game. Cool set. That turned into, actually. Yeah. So, like, what was the comment? 15 minutes now in Castle Age? Yeah, you're playing Knights Templar. You never leave Castle Age, right? Right? That's it. You stay there forever. Is this a BO5? I believe that was... I can't remember. It would have said in the bottom corner. But what we got now is going to be Myriad versus Louis MT as promised. So, let me have a look here. Where's the draft? There it is. Okay. Did I enter it? I did. Nice. Look at that. I was already ahead of myself. So let me just add the map draft overall. And then we'll get ready for game number 1, which of course is going to be in Coastal. Did you see his Discord ping? I did call. Thank you for letting me know. Appreciate it. Oh, and we need to pay out from the last series, don't we? Yeah, there we go. So, map draft, like everything in. Wait, what was the map draft? Because that's sus. KT pick? Okay, yeah, it's only land maps. So it's going to be Coastal, Dry Arabian, Carmel. If you're going to pick Knights Templar, you're basically... I think you can pick them on Carmel, actually. I don't think they're too bad there. Because Carmel has not got a lot of safe gold. But obviously you can gen the gold on the flanks. And then basically what you do is you kind of want to set up keeps there in the mid game if you don't drain the food too fast. Because there's a lot of food in those directions. So definitely a play that can make a lot of sense. But we'll see if it actually even comes to that. So we can start the game now and we'll get ready for G1. EQ raid from B decide the game? Oh, yes. High view always has a way of creeping up on you, to be honest. Even deep in the game. Dude. Ow. The inside of my leg is like super... Oh. I had to jog a bunch, and I think I like... Basically, I don't know what's called. Is chafing the word I'm looking for? Chafing sounds wrong. It almost just like sounds more dirty. But yeah, like basically just full on rub the skin to the point that it actually stings now. So that's really fun. And by really fun, I mean really not. But we'll focus on more fun things than that. So let me get game 1 ready. With it being Coastal, you're probably looking at Malians versus IU or Shushi versus IU. Those matchups make the most sense. I don't think Jean is... She's okay here, but against the civs she'd be up against, I don't rate it. It is going to be Malians, but Louis done something a little bit wacky. He picked Japan. Need some baby powder? True. Ain't got time for that right now. Do you consider casting some Silver League games? Yes, but I don't know when they're happening. It's hard to keep an eye on the extra, like, schedule. I mean, like, I can't remember who's in the Silver League. Okay, so Silver League schedule. I think there was a sort of series today. Killy's series was earlier. And there was like Gully versus Dragavan happening. Is Philosbo smack talking when he isn't even number 1 in NA? That's funny. Technically, on like the ranking echelon, am I not like close to the top in UK gamers than you are in NA? That must be a bit embarrassing. Oof. Wouldn't want to be that guy. Okay, let's get into it. Oh, need to update tiles, so it's now live. Boink. So yes, that video issue, I think it will be up on YouTube later. I'm not sure if it will be today or in a few days, but yeah, pretty epic series. Basically, we had that playing while we had a snack. I hope a lot of you enjoyed it. I think a lot of you hadn't actually seen it before. But let's get into something absolutely fresh. And here we go. That's right. One and all, this could end up being an absolutely wild series. Louis MT up against Myriad, a matchup that most of you want to say is going to be Louis favored, but hold your horses here. Few details to keep in mind. Myriad has been on the rise. Myriad also likes the late game, weirdly enough, which is why this will be entertaining either way. And finally, we have a Malian-Japanese matchup, which is quite unorthodox these days. I feel like these two civs play in different ponds. But they will be playing no pond at all. We are on Coastal Cliffs, the map that is basically just 2/3 dry Arabia. Myriad Malian picks sometimes can backfire if the gold spawn isn't generous to you. Technically, this would have actually accounted for one of those, but luckily for him, Louis MT is not a Dark Age Rush Japanese gamer. No, Louis MT instead might be the most prolific Japanese mounted samurai spammer I know of. This guy builds non-stop into Cav. He goes all the way into Imperialists. He continues to build them. He just doesn't stop. It's a wild experience to watch. So we are on the 2x speed in case it wasn't obvious. Just the opening here. I just want to allow the players to get through to the feudal age, and then we can slow things down. Mantiquari versus Kura Storehouse is going to be the choices made. Yeah, Coca kind of just fell off entirely. It is very, very rare that we actually see Coca at all anymore. Just doesn't seem to be something that's appealing. I'm trying to think like what the drastic change is that really caused this. It might just be a pacing issue around the meta. I think also food limitations of this civ really start to hit you. If you know the game's not going to end fast enough, then you're basically going to fail to actually still be in contests by the time late game comes around, due to the fact that you just won't have enough economy. So I think those details, more than anything, kind of like highlight it and force the change back. Oh, they all coming in from Louis. Pretty logical here up against Malians because they can be pressure-oriented with the javelins. Normally, I don't know if you really want to be doing jabs here against Japanese in particular. And one sec, let me just do this for you guys. Just realize the colors are the wrong way around. So Louis looking up FC. Is Louis going to be a Buddhist gamer? Because some people kind of been going wild for Buddhists. I'm not convinced it's truly the way all the time. But historically, if there was a player who would go for it, honestly, Louis is the leader of the pack, in my opinion. I think in the early days of Japanese, he was exploring Buddhist monks more than anyone else. Guy was borderline obsessed with actually finding a way of making it work. Mixed results, admittedly. But those that did work out actually kind of made it look a little bit busted. What did Beasty do against Corvinus? He beat him. Oh, you meant more specific details. Well, depends on the game. All right, Rack's coming in. So Myriad is going to go pressure orient. It makes sense. Louis already given the appropriate defense here. I'm actually going to hit the 2 XP just because if this is what I think it is going to literally be just your standard Japanese FC with harassment that's probably going to be too late for Myriad. Instead, it might be that he's just gone Donzos to protect himself. So we'll slow down once Louis reaches castle or if actually something happens earlier. Yeah, so this series, I think, is still ongoing. So we're just playing a little bit of catch up to actually get into it. Stone Gather. Louis actually could go for the early Uma Bannerman if he chooses. A lot of players opt for this. It allows you to get a knight out in Feudal that gets auto upgraded in castle. Looks like instead, he just wants to cheap it all the way up as fast as possible. Floating Gate, as expected. You can sometimes go archery range here, but it kind of feels weird because your opponent could just immediately react javelins anyway from an age behind. It's better to get mounted samurai because they're genuinely hard to answer, even for Donzos. Give me double pit mine. Love the plan of deer by Myriad. This is really important. I think you need to be kind of competitive with your food income. You can't just spam cows to eat. It's going to slow you down. Instead, you want to spam cows to fill. Yeah, this matchup's pretty wild in the late game as well, by the way. Both sides having quite potent hand cannoneer units. Ashgari hand cannoneers versus the Malian gunners, the Musfadi gunners. On top of that, both of them benefit a lot in the cav department. Obviously, for the Japanese, it's all about raw damage scaling, which goes quite high with the percentages from the Bannerman. And then for the Malians, you have the effect of the Sofa. And even from the infantry standpoint, I think these civs are fairly evenly matched in the hyper late game if they can get there. They both have ways of trouncing the other's comp. Normally, I would lean a bit more towards Japan, just because I think Onobugeisha is a catch-all. There's not many units in the Malian arsenal that can deal with Bugeisha outside of Sofa. Like, actually, I'd say Sofa is the only one. Anything else just doesn't have the armor to compete. Which is why the idea of something like Farimba is cruel. The problem with Farimba and the idea of Mansa Musafadi is, like, at that point, you are playing with the expectation that the game is going to be 50 minutes long. But you have no guarantee of that. That Myriad is going to go for the full wall in, aware of what's going to be coming. It's so weird watching Louis be the one with less walls. Excuse me. My daughter is killing me. So sometimes people like to actually drop the monastery early and rush a second Shinto. Looks like Louis is just going to take it very composed and slow. We have got the archery range follow-up to be expected here. No fishing. I mean, you can go for the fishing if you want to. I don't know how you're going to get back up. Yeah, reminder, there might be fish on the minimap, but you cannot get on it. Told you she is like a pigeon killer in some ways. I swear my daughter is trying to slay me half the time. I mean, in fairness, it's actually more an Emma, so she didn't tell me that Freya was ill. I just assumed it's Freya's hay fever. Until on Saturday evening, my throat was super rough. Okay, Grand Fulani, how are we looking cow-wise? Yeah, pretty full. Nicely done. Myriad is sacrificing a lot, though. Relic timing is looking really good for Louis. Second Shinto is out. Should be 2 more relics picked up. In fact, yeah, he even goes deep for the hardest one. Japan slaughter Malians late game. I think it comes down to whether you can get Farimba. If you can get Farimba, I think Mansa Musafadi actually counters a lot of what Japan does. It's just, unfortunately, you struggle to go Farimba in this matchup right now. Especially with the nerfs towards Pro Scouts. The Gunners are interesting, though. The damage scaling you can get on the Malian Gunners can actually allow them to just wallop through enemy Gunners. But it's like a one and done. Also, I'd like to point out these fish are not unreachable. Well, the sure is not. If you play Japan and go Shinobi, you can blink down. So, little tip, if you want to really screw over a pro and they don't know what's happening, pick Japan, Shunshin down, run all the way up the coast, pray that the spawn is nice, Shunshin up, and then backstab them. You're welcome. Love this Yumi comp that's currently ramping up more. I mean, it was already, I think, the bread and butter for a lot of Japanese players, but the buff to the Yumi cost just actually made it viable. going to be the Yuumi veterancy rushed in. He did actually go for the Eurosure drop in that. Yeah, weakness of what he's doing here, obviously Sofa are going to counter this hard. So you have to be careful not to just get out flooded, which is difficult against Fulani. There is a big risk. Samurai having to go for that body block very early. Remember, the reason why you don't want to let the Sofas touch your Yuumi, it's not just their base damage being high, it's also the bonus damage. They melt through Yuumi. Ooh, pressure towards gold. He could actually snipe villagers instead if he wants to. He does have enough damage, I believe. Yeah. Wait, no, he doesn't. He's a 36. Mali should win from here. I mean, it is the classic flood, right? Like, Sofa count should start to blow ahead of the amount of Samurai count. That's why Louis is brute forcing it right now. It just doesn't feel like he's got enough Yuumi to actually get for the Donzos. I do wonder if you could have maybe Yumi'd first and Mount Samurai second. Or like something even wackier is the idea of Yuumi spears. And I know that sounds so insanely wrong, but Yuumi Onabagacia possibly, but obviously Sofas are going to melt you there. Like you got nothing. It just feels like everyone goes Mount Samurai, and I understand the reasoning, but with the way that your opponent walled here and the design of the map, it is inherently harder to use heavy cav than on, say, Dry Arabia. Especially against this Civ. Didn't Vortex win against Lucifron in a similar situation? What, as Malians? I didn't catch that one. Yeah, you can see Louis does not want to make that farm transition. He's starting to gather a little bit of stone very gradually. We could be seeing eventual 2TC, but that does feel risky in his current position. I kind of wonder if Japan could just rush 2TC at the start of the game in this matchup. Just feels like you'd still be sacrificing too much, maybe? Good news so far for Louis is the attention is more dragged towards the center. This only turns into a hellscape when it starts diving into his base, and we're luckily for him not at that point. Feels like we are approaching it though. Yeah, the Yuumi count just does feel surprisingly weak. The stone gathering's a bit funky as well. We also have gold depleting, so he needs to move to an additional. Probably going to be on the western flank instead of the central. Another rough thing is I feel like Japan at this stage in the game, there's so many situations I see where they really wish they could just drop a castle, but remember, that's not actually a viable strategy for Japan. They don't have castles until Imperial. So the closest you can do is building a TC and then getting the daimyo levels, which is going to equate to about 2,200 stone to get the rocket launcher. Nice little perk raid. I think one thing I'd like to see change for Japan, because like the biggest issue with them historically, continuously actually, has been the economy early game kind of stinks. One thing I actually would love to see is the ability to buy berry bushes on your farmhouses for stone. Almost like they're planting a little Zen garden. So it's thematic, it fits, and then that would give them a way of actually like getting their better food income to be competitive early on at the trade-off of valuable stone. This is a scrappy fight. Louis, nice body block, stops the Sofas getting around the back and brute forces the Donzos into him here. Okay, that was actually sick. Louis MT, that should have been a fold immediately. Held a lot longer than expected. Micro, beautifully on point here. Villagers are in a bit of a sticky situation. The Donzo count is looking quite weak here. Yuumi, enough of them left over, and also the Sofas just getting in the way. Okay, sick hold. Louis, able to stay on the fort here. He reduces the Donzo count completely. Sofa count is still threatening, but they're not raiding. Behind this, remember, it is also 5 relics for Louis. That's crazy. That was actually sick. I think something that players have gotten so much better at doing in the last, even just few months, it's been gradual, but it's really been apparent recently, is using the natural terrain to their advantage. We used to see tree lines. Tree lines was the first step. If you got like a longbow ball and your opponent's going to raid you or like intercept you or kill you cav, you hug the tree line because that minimizes the surface area for you to get attacked. Well, the evolution's now the way people use golden stones. They're actually abusing positioning to force pathing the other way around on these things, griefing their opponent's initiation. Very crafty. $3 to use the train? Not 3 years. It's just advanced terrain usage, because before it was about your own positioning, and now it's about pathing. Because the pathing behavior, like, there's 2 elements to this. So, like, for a start, it is obviously, like, very specific timing and positioning to force that rotation. The other thing is, as improved as AoE force pathing has been over the years, one area that's, like, still full guilty for this game is outcroppings. Outcroppings specifically have very odd pathing, as many people would have experienced with their villages. This behavior also tends to apply to military. So if you hug them, you can force, what we saw earlier, a clockwise rotation, even though they were already anti-clockwise. Anyone realize Philisberto is like that know-it-all guy who always tries to act like the smartest person in the room? But he can't win the tournaments. I didn't know about... You didn't know about Pro... Wait, what do you know about Pro Scouts? You didn't know that you could pick up deer with Scouts? Oh my god. Oh, Philly. So we have got the reblob. Louis is still not in a great position right now, because the Yuumi just aren't worth 1-to-1 what they're up against right now. Still going to require some outplay. Then again, Myriad is jumping the gun a little. The sofa timing, the Donzo engagements just seem to be off. Who's the third best player right now? I think Louis is actually a solid bet. If you look at the first tournament of the year, the order would have been Beasty, Marine Lord, Anatan. Honestly, I think Lucifer might be a surprising runner for it, though. Had a hell of a performance so far in the last few weeks. Lash coming in. Nice interception with the Mount Samurai. They will be the Sofa 1-to-1, as they should mathematically. We have got Sprinter placements on the way, and Myriad, I think, a little bit suspicious of it. He wants the worker kills, but we'll be able to deny that as well. Instead, he gets forced off of it. Repair comes through. Sprinter placement just 5 seconds out. And this clash is looking a bit weird. I mean, the Sofas are surviving through. Yeah, okay, he has the overwhelm. Louis, he just evaporated. Yeah, I think part of it is this wasn't the choke point engagements he's been having over here. It was more spread, so the Yuumi weren't able to target down the Donzos efficiently. We do have a Spoon placement now coming through, extra amount of Samurai that should maybe force Myriad to reset a little here, because his army is getting small and depleted. Like, at this stage, you run the risk of just trickling into your death. Feels like it depends on the day. Oh, I think like it's actually a different direction than that. It's not depending on the day as much as the player matchup. I think that matters a lot as well. Which is why it's good when we have tournaments that have, you know, group stage round robins. It's brutal when you have double elim formats. Like, we do single elim, but it makes sense for our format. But for a major, groups is desirable. I actually think the best format that delivers the best stories, in my opinion anyway, is group format into double elim. Problem is that is incredibly time consuming. This game doesn't feel like it's going to be too time consuming at this rate though. Louis pinned in. Now, Myriad has built a notable eco lead at the stage. He went 2TC, I think about 2 or 3 minutes ago. Meanwhile, Louis is still just on the 1. He doesn't have the rocket launcher yet, so hasn't got that strong point defense. It looked like for the moment he's macroing towards maybe going for a Cast the Crow drop, but that's going to be forced to be reinvested into troops. We do have Onimusha coming. That is a good answer to Sofa. Still, I like the idea of just switching Onimusha Spear here. You're not really getting out your base, so it would make a lot of sense. Louis. Uh-oh. Once again, the Yuumi get caught. Yeah, this Vayne doesn't exist. You can't hug it like you did the previous one. So we got the double Bannerman buff. Sofas are on the way, though, and they're starting to leak through. If you can keep trading out evenly like this while slowly scaling Onimusha, it looks decent for Louis to hold, at least for now. I'm not going to lie to you guys, this is getting a little bit rough. I mean, the farms are coming through, Myriad's numbers are bumping up further. Honestly, he could just take Imperial Age. You've scoured the base, you haven't seen a second TC now. So you don't have to worry that your opponent's going to beat you to the 4th. In fact, right now, Louis is struggling to actually compete on food, taking big risks here. Food income so big? Yeah, and I wonder where all that, like, food is. I mean, it wouldn't just all be cow, right? Right? He has 9 farms. Just let that sink in a little bit. Now, there is a little bit deer gathering, and there's some berries over here. He has almost 3,000 food income. Just mildly and things. And yes, Onimusha reminded people they are basically horseback crossbowmen. Well, crosswoman. Crossbow woman? Crossbow... Yeah, bow woman sounds weird to say, I don't know why. Compared to bowman. Bowwoman. They are crossbowwomen. Something that sucks a little about them, though, folks, is they're technically worse crossbows. Crossbows have 11 base, and for some reason, Onimusha have 10. I get why they gave him lower base. It's pretty obvious. It's because they didn't just want to have another It's a Roost Horse Archer situation. You need to be able to put Twitch chat of viewers as name tags on units. Ah, and who will be programming this elaborate idea? All of a sudden, the game slowed down a lot, but it's not for no good reason. Myriad is going to go for the tech play. So rush on the gold here. He has got just palisade walls, no stone walls coming through. Thought the Huntress may actually get forced out of him here. Genitals have 5? Oh yeah, but like Genitals get triple the damage and cost less than Onimusha. Genitals would be fine if their animation didn't suck. Oh, Filler's bow is funding the development. Oh, what? Why didn't he say? $2 million in prize pool? Okay, I don't know if anyone told Philly this over his years on Twitch, but Twitch chat comments are legally and contractually binding. So we've got a base trade going on here. Did knock on the door. The gold is actually forward of the base now, though. Uy, uy, uy. More troops are rallying, so Louis should have a defense force here. Meanwhile, his army needs to get in and wreak havoc here. Yeah, Myriad's nowhere near comparative. His army is holding in reserve. This could just be a full flood of that choke point. The funny thing is Donzo shouldn't really be able to touch you that hard compared to the sofa. So, like, standing in these areas actually could be a very good trade for Louis MT. The problem is his army is more heavily ranged than the opponent, so he doesn't want to stand still. Start the poke trade. Still a small group of Donzos that need to be mopped up. Looks like the deer gatherers have been found. They did dodge death. They moved deeper towards the next deer pack, while also pushing Myriad off of the area. Nice find there. Is Myriad losing too much? Not really. Currently, it's okay. The problem at the moment for Louis is this is getting to be a ridiculous count of sofa. He needs to rebalance towards the archers, and the wood line's the problem. He's got this one, and then that's it. So basically needs to get some breathing room and try to wiggle out this soon. Meanwhile, looks like Louis is going to start skirmishing towards that north side, though. There's only 6 villagers out here. But for him, every little counts. He's playing catch-up. We do have him, as a result, going 2TC. That's because he only just saw this. When he came in for the dive, he didn't necessarily know or have confirmation of 2TC. So knowing it, he realized this game is going to require some hunker down and catch-up. That's not catch-up. That's blood right there. Being spilt on the dare. Samurai will find his way into the corner. We do have wolves joining in as well. I'm disappointed. Not even very bitey infantry. And the Onimusha. Oh, no. Oh. That's going to be ugly. Louis MT didn't even realize. By the time he does, he goes from what? 12 down to 3. Onimusha proving pricey at this stage in the game. The Raid Force going to get cleared up. He really needs a counter-offensive that pays the pain back. Onimusha have got the Kaburia, so in theory they can actually kite and kill the Sofa within reason. The Mount Samurai will give that reason. I think Louis needs to stop just right-clicking. Maybe a bit more A-clicking here, because it keeps happening that he's rubbing faces against Sofa. We'll work out for him. In the meantime, Mount Samurai dive into the tree lines. So we'll start to rip off some kills, and this is big, remember, because now they're both at 2TC. Louis also starting to bolster the farms. Hasn't quite got to the Shogunate Castle level, but not really too far away at this stage. I mean, this is impressive, actually. The fact that Louis is still in this game feels like it should have been over by now. Just farmer to farmer. Enough damage to clump them down. It's going to stand around for the fight a little bit too long. But there is wave after wave coming. A lot of archers now, so technically Myriad with a thin line of Sofa you'd think would be able to hold, but the Onimusha is the real conundrum he needs to answer. They need to be reached. Easier said than done. Mount Samurai is supremely annoying. I mean, you say supremely annoying, are they more annoying than horse archers? Are they more annoying than javelins? Are they more annoying than Chuknu? I don't know. Are they more annoying than a French knight at feudal age at 5 minutes? Choices. Sad reality is for Japan, it's their sole unit that makes sense. All these other things are like sprinkled details to the comp. Even, you know, the idea of going samurai, you'd think is good, but I feel like there's just so many matchups where it's not worth it. This is one of them, by the way, because if you go Samurai, your opponent can spam Musafari. Also, Sofa count you anyway. Pretty hard. In fact, Sofa's the cleaner way to deal with Samurai. Because if you go to Musafari, then your opponent can get the plus damage from Odachi. And then Onimusha are just weird as well. They almost feel like the perfect solution to Malians until you remember that Malians have Sofa. Not that you need any remembrance of that in this game, as he's just been spamming them. Sorry, my headset is being weird. It won't let me change the sound. But that's what you're hearing. I've stopped playing and started watching AoE. Let me tell you, it's easier to comment than micro. There you go. You've got a new hobby. See, everyone's like, KP, why didn't you play? Why didn't you play? It's much easier to just commentate it. Well, for me anyway. I don't think everyone would find it as easy. I'm from buildings here. So Louis, he still doesn't have the rocket launcher. Which means he is quite diveable here. And Myriad's army is getting fat and stacked. Good lord. Yeah, 88 to 43. Equal on economy, but really not. I got Samurai nerfed? How did I get Samurai nerfed? Nani? I'm not being blamed for this. I will, ironically enough, not fall on this sword. You've resigned to the fact that when your door gets sick, you're going to get it too? No. Hide in a room, make them autonomize, okay? Self-governance. And we'll call them the Plague Colony. Uh-oh. Myriad, this is a bit of a wonky fight, no? But the Donalds are starting to get a bit... Oh my god, Louis! What? Huh? He's sacrificing villagers just to get the one up, and it's actually working. That's crazy. Yeah, so he loses a few, but the reaction onto it was a bit overkill. Myriad didn't want to. At this point, replacing the villagers is easier than replacing the army. Might not sound like it because economy hurt, but from a raw value per unit standpoint, makes a lot of sense. All the nerfs at AoE4 telling devs what to do? You mean me, who usually cries for buffs over nerfs? With exceptions being absolutely broken things like manners. Well, this army melted quick. Why do I get the feeling Louis is going to be stuck in his base again? Which is possibly the worst way to have to play Japan, considering you want gold. Now, he has got the Relic Trickle. I wouldn't be surprised if he's Yorishiro swapped into some blacksmiths as well. He's got, what, one operational? Only one. Where's the other one? Is he missing a Yorishiro? Or am I blind? 1, 2, 3, 4. There you go. So he's got double forge. Oh my dear god, what is happening over here? The gold desperation is really sinking in for Louis. I mean, you can't easily trade. Meanwhile, you're against a civ that actually doesn't even need this gold to have gold. It's crazy to think, even with 5 relics, it's hard to contest with that. What is, like, is Myriad just actually scared of Imperial? Is he looking at that and going, Japanese actually can do quite well there? Because there are a few unique things you have to keep in mind. Like Japan, the Bannermans are obviously better when the number they're buffing is higher. So naturally going later in the game feels better for Japan. It makes your op efficiency a bit better because of the buff. And then there's other things like alongside that that come to mind. For example, if you get to Tanegashima Gunsmith, that gives you a way of scaling a gold army without spending any. When did they make Siege? Apparently never. This actually might force Myriad's hand though. Louis is going Spears. Finally. It took a pretty long time here. It just makes so much sense. I mean, it makes less sense now than it did before because your opponent's into archers. But I do think it was too gold heavy earlier. Alright, 1s if you think Louis is going to win this, 2s if you think Myriad is. Okay, that's a good split. Are the Yumi kind of outperforming here? Yeah. They feel like they are, actually. I mean, the damage is pretty tight between them. But the difference is obviously a little bit more health compared to the Yumi, but also more costs. But the trade-off is Yumi should be a lot more spammable. So both groups practically losing all archers here. Horsemen are not going to win against Sofa, though. 4-unit comp from Louis. I mean, 4-unit comps can actually be really powerful, but you have to be quite fixated on each different group and using them correctly. Because otherwise, if you just A-click a blob, you're better off having a 2 maximum 3-unit comp. Usually it being melee and then the other being range, so you can have clear micro difference between the two. Okay, this is kind of comical considering earlier someone pointed out there's just a lot of castle games going to 40-50 minutes. we are going there. Slowly but surely. Why not making Javs? Yeah, Javs are just kind of terrible. So the problem with Javs is they're 100% going to overkill Yumi. So you're just like wasting DPS. And what makes that substantially worse is the fact that the Javelins have a worse attack speed than archers. You might be able to argue it for Onimusha, but like even then, like typically you don't really see people playing mass javelins in the late game. There is just better units such as archers, and also on top of it, the gold can be put to better units overall, such as the Sofa, Siege, etc. I think Myriad just needs the age up now. Like, he keeps forcing the fight. But now that he's gold-starved his opponent, his tech up should be substantially stronger. Because think about what happens here. Louis MT can just about afford the gold. But then what? Like, you can't build units, you can't get elite, none of it. Whereas for Myriad, well, he can basically afford to repay all his student loans. Is this game live? This game literally was just happening. This series was literally just happening. And there we go. Tech up coming in. Fought the Huntress. People just don't like their grew-up Baras. Also, you know, when you play against Japan, you have to build the Fort the Huntress. Just so you can rub in the fact that they don't actually have a castle. Louis. Oh, he's not happy about this. Trebs? Wait, he had Trebs prepped already? Yeah, he did see the castle drop, so it makes sense. Now, Mass Spearman. Not really something you expect to see out of the Japanese in Castle Age. Might give him the brute force to break through here, though. Oh my god, this Fort the Huntress is barely alive. We do have Springles now, which will be the pristine counter against Spears. Landmark is definitely going up. No doubt about that. The question now is whether it stays up. Oh, it doesn't really look like he's got much firepower left to take it down. It's only the 2 trebuchets. The Fort the Huntress damage is stockpiling quickly into the diving units here. Villagers keep going for the repair, but reality check here is the reload's coming through. And it looks like the landmark is indeed going to go down. So Myriad, as soon as his age up, is a castle down. Still, has all the positives that comes along with the age up. He's going to have elite techs on the way. Far ahead of what Louis can achieve here. Louis himself might be forced towards a Castle the Crow just to contest the middle of the map. Usually that play makes sense for a gold vein, but there's not really much left of the map. Like, I think this is the last one, actually. Both players have been heavily exhausted. At this stage, the problem is Louis knows he's on the clock. He's not choosing an age up, he's choosing a rebulk and go. I just don't feel like the rebulk is there. No, and now the timing is gone. Elite techs are in, and Louis has barely any armies, so he does the right thing. He cancels what he had in queue. He'll be mirroring the in-play. And it looks like we will be getting the Tanegashima Gunsmith, so he chooses the greed. Okay, that does leave him actually susceptible to a dive here, folks. Elite techs are in on all 3 of the primary units in the comp. So if you have an inkling that your opponent is going up in age, the dive now just breaks him. The reason why Myriad's playing so slow on this, by the way, is because he doesn't have enough frontline yet. He saw the Horseman, he doesn't want to run headfirst into a counter, because that's how you do lose while an age ahead. This is worrisome, actually, the way that Louis is being able to get this, though. Especially when you consider the Yurishira drops, he can get elite tech in 27 seconds. Yo, tech up complete. That's the bad news for Myriad. Trebs have almost cleared the keep on the west side. Hand cannoneers get queued up straight away by Louis. Myriad does have the bombards though, so quick clearance on the outpost defense strategy. Villages are also now being sacrificed because Louis is out of wood. Yeah, this is what makes Coastal Cliffs such a damn entertaining map. If you take it into the late game, trade isn't easy. Trees are not easy to come by. Unless you want to be gathering straggler trees, which in fairness there is a lot of. But still. Also, the balance means that Knights Templar aren't OP because the straggler detail, because gold gen-wise, they're not going to do that well. Myriad. He's starting to break through here. The hand cannons have been revealed, but it's early. At this point, archers can actually win that fight. I mean, this is looking great right now. Bombards are clearing the additional defenses. Secret Sight timer continues to tick down. We do have a raid on the backside, but Myriad has the appropriate reaction coming in. Not too much. And Louis has got the psychopaths arriving. The hand cannon Ashigaru. He does not have elite spears though, or Nagayari. Yeah, and this is because he's building hand cannoneers. He's actually missing a lot of key techs. Yeah, just flooding more so for though. Bombards are getting a bit brazen about this. They're going deep. Calm down. Reset. Yeah, I think Myriad's panic rushing a little bit here. It is 5 relics, I get that, but you know you can match gold gen and your opponent doesn't have any additional gold access. At this stage, actually just priming some like Inspire areas would change the entire outlook of this fight. Mangoes are going to start spawning soon. And cannon emplacements are reaching, so yeah, this is a dangerous dive now. Louis realizes it quickly and does back off. He's starting to make me believe here. He's still at the castle alive. And the horseman just feeling kind of pitiful. No Uma Bannerman. Finally, there it is. Elite horseman tech coming in. Spears as well. Yeah, Louis is actually doing the correct thing here. The only way you should spend gold is hand cannoneers because you won't be able to afford anything else. So just upgrade the things that cost food and wood. Because as we mentioned, with the straggler trees, you actually have a way of still gathering throughout the game as we're seeing. As horrible as it is to watch. Hand cannoneers. Myriad about to reload. Not dodging well enough here. Louis takes a hit. That's worrisome. He only has 8. Much better dodge that time around. That's 2 more down. I think the Mangoes are just winning this without adjustable crossbars. Hand cannon is now dying. And Myriad now is going to show him the way of the gun. Musafadi Daka boys are on the way. Yeah, and these are interesting, actually. Like, damage-wise, the difference is not that high between the two. Normally, the Ashigaru with the Bannerman would feel a lot better, but obviously hand cannons for the Marlians slightly more damage than normal hand cannoneers. Means they don't feel as outgunned as you normally would. Add in the potential stealth play, first strike, and all of a sudden you've got a force that could just wipe you, and he's wiped him here. He broke through. He done it. There's nothing left of him. Louis MT calls GG. Myriad gets the one-up against one of the most scary players in AoE4 right now. But yeah, Myriad, I agree. Wasn't going to go into it, but yeah, Myriad was maybe a little bit too horny for the trebuchets. He's like, they need to die. They can't take out my precious keep and my beautiful Banco repairs. All right, Somalians versus Japanese. G1. Myriad win. He is making me believe. Let's see if he can be consistent with that. Game 2, Dry Arabia, is going to be Chinese versus Knights Templar. We haven't seen this much, but I feel like the sample group we've seen, like China's quite, I don't want to say surprisingly good, because I feel like they're good against everyone. But they can, we'll talk about it. Like, okay, they have some weird interactions you wouldn't expect. Okay. Wait, we good? Yeah, I think everything's lined up correctly. Game number 2, and our boy's doing it. Look at this, guys. From caster to pro player, Myriad. One-ing up against one of the beasts of Age of Empires 4. Here in Midweek Muster, number 22. But this is a tricky matchup. Knights Templar versus China. You would think Knights Templar have a really good tempo in this matchup, but if this is one of those pesky Archer spam builds, I think China can actually do just as well as Knights Templar Archer spam because of supervision. The whole thing of like, hey, I get, 20 20% food when I gather wood and I don't need to drop off. Sounds really good. Until you remember that China has some really good ramp-up points as well due to the Mr. Taxman build. And it is going to be the no IO build, so a rush towards the second age for Louis. Looking at the spawn, is this the type of game where you go pro scouts? It's very wide on the spread. It might actually just be better to get a deer shove on the back. It's going to come down to sheep count, though, because that opens the door for possibilities. Right now, the sheep count is not great. It's about to get a little bit better, though. So it's going to be 10 sheep to 11. And that is almost the entire map scouted. So, of what remains, it should favor Myriad. Okay, so great start. Starving the food is going to force your opponent into PS. I'm wondering if there's any... I don't think there's anything cheeky you can do here as Knights Templar. You could... No, I don't think you want a Hospitalier. There's no value there. You definitely don't want to Axemen against China, because most of their builds feature like either Archer or Chug. You just have to play the normie build, don't you? It is a little bit sad how linear this choice is. Almost every feudal choice seems to be French. Oh, okay, but we have a 2TC build. Huh. Chug destroy Confrere. They destroy them a hell of a lot less than they destroyed those guys. Uh-oh. We've got Principality of Antioch. Okay, so thought process. On 1TC, I think unless you have a very good matchup for it, this is a death sentence. 2TC, if you can survive the initial pressure, I see sense in the build. Now, against a player like Louis MT, it's not overzealous, egregious, etc., whatever your fancy word is, to assume that you might just be given a bit of space, because Louis MT loves the layer phase of the game. However, that is like 2024 Louis MT. 2025 Louis MT has a lot of no-chill moments, and funnily enough, China can be one of those civs. So, very important he doesn't get scouted doing this, and unfortunately for him, Louis MT, does he not see it? No way. But what? He's going to check, surely, because like at this point, you want to head into the base anyway, because you want to confirm what the choice is. Now that you've heard the tech up, you can look at the TC and see the flag and the unit. So, because of the vision of China, when he comes to see the TC, he's going to end up seeing the stone. Yeah, and now he can mess with the deer. If he stands in the middle, it's going to totally ruin it for Myriad. Oh, no. Wait, what? He cancelled it. Okay. I don't think Louis realized he could have griefed that a little bit more. So instead now, I think maybe he wanted his opponent to commit so he could start doing this. Just push the deer further away. Frustrate the matter. Very early point. Info is revealed. It is going to be the pro scouts now coming from Louis. In fact, yeah, with supervision, he'll be able to snatch one of these deer. And then likely we're going to be looking at maybe, I don't think it's even worth 1 or 2 horsemen. Probably just prioritize the stables and then think maybe towards archers here. Okay, that one is not coming home in Myriad tonight. It's like one of those movie moments where you're like, but Marie, we had a date. Like, I'm sorry, Johnny. He's just got a nicer car. Okay, so now the question is there any sort of scale point this age for Myriad? Because I have not really seen many people fidgeting with the Axemen since they got their damage buff. It was +1, which means actually, like, it's actually plus 1.1 due to the way that Antioch gives 10% more damage. Doesn't really seem to have changed much in a lot of people's eyes, and also Axemen feels weird to scale in Castle. So like most people just use it as a damage buffer down the line, but oh, our boy's cooking. It is gonna be the Antioch Axemen. Game live or almost live? We already said this, it's almost live. But like, I'm gonna say it again for the people at the back. Why does it matter? Just soak it in. You're seeing oh, it's not even Axeman. All right, yeah, GG. I am upset. You like to look at the game in-game and listen to the commentary here. That must get confusing. Good thing I don't use the speed up too much, or you'd be screwed. Sergeants are fun? Yeah, but like, to reiterate Twitch chat, they suck balls. They didn't sharpen the axes enough. They couldn't chop a ball off. Yeah, the problem with Axemen is the same problem with Genitors. They have really weird animations. They feel like possibly the most clunky units in the game. Yeah, I know, right? Like, I don't want to say it, but clearly he's got a problem with camera work. I agree. You don't like zooming? You don't like being able to see the scout's nostrils? And realize he hasn't plucked his nose hair in 2 weeks? Did he snatch any more deer? He's trying, bless him. But we do have the castle on the way. Yeah, and Myriad added in horsemen as well. In theory, good to block the pro scout's lay. He's going to set up on the second deer, but honestly, if you're Louis and you get only 2 deer stacks, I think you're happy with this. Astronomical Clock Tower now on the way, and at this stage, there's no real eco lead, courtesy of the taxmen. You're able to make Axemen work against the fast castle Burgrave in Diamond? I could believe it. Because probably, I'm guessing the person building that Burgrave rushed castle and undermesh. And Axemen don't care about undermesh. In fact, that build is super effective against Burgrave. Because what you do is you wall. So when the men-at-arms come in, usually the weakness of walling against men-at-arms is you don't actually solve the problem, you delay it. But Axemen, because they have very high base damage, and a lot of it pens, can slowly kill off the men-at-arms while they try to break the wall. So yeah, doesn't surprise me too much that it worked there. Okay, so Louis actually goes in the Lancer despite the fact he's against spears, but makes sense because his opponent's playing wide. Super wide, in fact. Out on double deer. Relic's likely next on the checklist for Louis, so wouldn't be surprised if he immediately drops the monastery. Myriad. This is a 0 pilgrim build, by the way. Really hate the Axeman. I know it's a game, but I can't get behind throwing axes as a serious weapon. Have you, like, okay, so would you like to stand in front of a target while we use throwing axes? What do you mean not as a serious weapon? Like, oh, wait, hold on. I'm like, this is the beautiful thing you get here, folks. In the middle of a cast, we vibe check people. It's very important. You can't get behind a giant-ass axe being punted at someone's face. But in Ulsgaard, Leroy Jenkining, full-on This Is Spartering, a tiny dagger that hits for double the damage of an axe and goes further, you can believe it. Oh, come on, that's sadness. No, look. My favorite part is as soon as he died, the scout smack talked. Did you guys hear that? I don't know exactly what he said, but this is the equivocal. You know that person who like tries to start a fight with you? And then hides behind the big kid on their crew. That's the scout right now. All right, Angerman Empire is going to be coming in. Makes sense. He's up against mass lancers. Hasn't given any reason for his opponent to go crossbow, so it could work out. This is ambitious. Like, extremely ambitious. It's almost like Myriad's trying to give Louis a dose of irony, but he doesn't realize that these walls are way too straight and almost logical in an inefficient way to be real. To be Louis. Yeah, man. Like, I don't know. We're going to have to, like, dive into this deeper with the Twitch chat. Like, Findy just doesn't enjoy fun. I agree with that. Like, if you never just, like, I don't know, lit a stick of dynamite and then thrown it in a bouncy castle full of kids, they love it. Like, hey, look at this sparkly candle. They have great fun with that stuff. Like, can you just get a bit crazy with your ideas? I bet you don't like petards from AoE2 either. Strap a bunch of semtex to a random pleb and send him in. It's great. Nice raid in here by the Lancers. We'll find a few villagers. I noticed how I immediately deviate away from that discussion so you guys don't think about the fact that I'm a father of 2 children too much. Didn't even call them children. I'm pretty sure I just said children. Louis is rushing relics, remember. So Myriad has a tricky time on his hand. He is now trying to play for the Pilgrims, but he doesn't actually have a safe sanctuary point yet. Yeah, also, like, look at the eco. That worker lead doesn't really seem to have paid off for Myriad. Especially with relics now coming home, Louis is ahead. Wait, so I'm confused by this. So, like, is Findeed's issue can be done or effective in battle? Because if his issue is, like, he only likes effective in battle, why haven't you asked for nuclear weapons in Age of Empires? Just saying. Why isn't there a Byzantine flamethrower troop of Greek fire? Just saying. I feel attacked. No! We're simply discussing things with you and subconsciously judging you. More too effective than killing? Yeah, but there's not much more effective than these lances. This is getting ridiculous. This wall is like the most ambitious project that has been undertaken since the Suez Canal. When is this ever going up? Oh, God. Wait, I just realized it. Findeed likes effective things, so he 100% Barbican rushes people, right? What's more effective than a Barbican in the enemy base? By the way, Crackety missed an entire revenue stream with that. He could have made thousands of dollars a month training people how to Barbican rush. What a... Sorry, Crackety. A Barbican at my mum's house. Well, that would involve letting 8 strangers in, and this isn't your mother's bedroom, so I don't think that would happen. Keep my mother's name out of your mouth, and focus on the Chinese now going into the base. Where is Myriad's army? And when will they be attending dinner? Okay, they're coming now. He has got the Templar brothers. So this is kind of ironic because Myriad's obsession with this wall, it probably would have been better to just have some tiny walls around here to funnel the lances. It's just so tricky though. Like, I think Louis' read on this was perfect. His opponent played a second TC out into the middle of nowhere. So what happens next? Lancer spam. Never-ending Lancer spam. And now, oh wow, you've built mass melee? Louis getting into his Springall mode. The sad reality as well is like Louis is in such a dominant position, he doesn't need to reveal the Springalds until Myriad is knee-deep in melee. What's better than a Barbican in your base? My ex-wife finally leaving the house for good? Oh, jeez. You didn't know Crackety was the expert BBQ rusher? Oh yeah, like he was obsessed with it earlier than most. I feel like that's how most of us came to know of Crackety. It was either that or the 8 TC Mongols if you came to him a bit later. Your arms feel like needles? Stop giving HJs for free and start charging. You'll make a living. The amount of people to serve per day will go down. Your arms will feel better. Oh boy. Those villagers... Can this man be allowed to to build a village elite. Okay, he's gone through some things. Louis, the Spiral's coming. Oh, they are on the way. The party is about to rock hard here. There's so many lances still. It just feels ridiculous that he hasn't been depleted at this stage. I mean, I think this is the end, though. Now that Springalds are here, you have nothing. He's trying to flood a horseman as an answer, but that takes time. The primary TC is being assaulted. Oh my god, is he going to kill him with a landmark victory? He hasn't got a fortress! He literally doesn't have a fortress. He has to defend this. More troopers are on the way. Horsemen try to get around the back. That's not going to work out. Springalds are having a coffee break. They'll be on their way soon, though. He is legit. He's not going to allow it. Myriad, he waves the white flag before this turns into a landmark snipe. Unbelievable. I've been robbed. The only civ in the game that has one landmark in Castle Age. Myriad is playing this so bad. I mean, the opening didn't really leave much recovery room. Like, what's the obvious thing he's meant to do there? He gets forced into Angevin because of defensive spears. His spawn is really open. The only thing I'd say is, like, wall like, tighter and earlier. So, 1-1. Myriad still in it, by the way. Remember, he won that open game in epic fashion. This will now be decided on Caramel. It's camel time. Iabids versus Shushi. Iabids versus Shushi. Is he just going to get baited to pro scouting? Because if you pro scout, Desert Raiders can like harass you a little bit. I don't know. I feel like the Desert Raider damage is almost superfluous in a lot of these situations, but especially now with the deer spawn being more split. But let's find out. Okay, we go into the deciding game, one and all, between Louis, MT, and Myriad. That's right, it comes all the way to a third game. Myriad starting this series off very strong on Coastal Cliffs. An immediate lashback by Louis, and now we head into Carmel to decide this. Louis with the Iabids, and Myriad into Shushi. Shushi will feel at home on this map, folks. Carmel, a map that has plenty of food and not much gold. So a civ that can tax and a civ that can pro scouts almost feels like it was born for this map. Iabids, on the other hand, they have camels? It's a bit of a weird one, actually. A lot of the early tempo type builds probably going to feel a little bit odd here. I know Louis is a player that really loves his military wing, though, but it looks like he is going to be in Loggy. Okay, so this is very, very interesting. Usually when you choose Loggy for Feudal Age, it's because you want to have tempo. So likely we're going to be looking at Dervish opening here. It's a bit dangerous against Shushi because Shushi can just go into Chuk. But the thought process here is repeated crossbow is going to be hard to pull off when you've got deer split. So Iabid's mobility should force some weird interactions. And Myriad, he was looking for the jackpot. He hit it pretty good here. That's going to end up being 96 food? Yeah, I believe it's 96. Admittedly, the food is a little bit less valuable on this map. Multiple reasons, in fact. For one, you're going to have all the deer, so who cares? Two, gold is your limitation. But could he have done this instead? I think the Medigarden there would have clipped both. So that would have been 50 gold, probably about 25 wood. But the gold, remember, is a lot more valuable as the game goes on here. Yeah. I thought this was the big lesson we took away from the Pro Scouts meta as well, is that food is kind of overrated for Pro Scouting. If, however, this is a no Pro Scouts build, then all of a sudden his choice makes a lot more sense. Although, with 11 sheep, I don't see that being likely. Meanwhile, Louis at 20. I don't know. This does feel like that classic bigger number feel better. If he just queues up pro scouts, which with this macro it seems likely, food should be the least of your problems. Good news, at least for Myriad, he did get a back spawn in Gold Vein. So very safe secondary here that should be hard for Louis to harass. Louis likely going to be stables drop straight away here. The reason you go stables over Archer range is you open Desert Raiders out of this building, and then you switch Camel Lancers the next stage. It's very fluid. Whereas if you went for Archer range, you'd have to build Archers. So unless you want to play a prolonged feudal, it doesn't make sense. And love this. Starts with the Deer Shove. I wonder if there's a world in which, instead of going for aggro, he'd just shove a second Deer pack. I mean, there is a lot of deer here, folks. Remember, they changed the deer packs from the 7 stacks to 10. Now, overall, the deer count did get nerfed from 60 to 58 on this map, but it's still a hell of a lot of deer. And in theory, if you can actually control it well, which Louis can, 10 deer home pretty much gives you all you need to try and end the game. At least around that timing attack that Hybrids are well known for. Is this Midweek Muster or Elite Classic? This right here is Midweek Muster. We had some Elite Classic earlier. So it has been a mixture. So yeah, if anyone's watching this later and you want to catch some bangers, we had a mixture of Elite Classic. We had B versus Corv and Beasty versus Corv. And then so far from the brackets, I've got to update it. We have had Voldemar. Did we do Voldemar Eliona? Yes. Voldy Eliona. We're doing Lou MT versus Myriad now. We've done Anatan versus Lash. I think that might be it so far. Not bad. Okay, Louis. I actually love that. Louis is honestly one of the few players that still body blocks. And he does it on high ping, which is what's so impressive. Yeah, seriously, if Louis ever wants to just, like, quit the small-time RTS boy league and go for the big dollar, I think he'd take to Dota quite well. Yeah, for those that have never tried body blocking, try it in Dota 2 and you'll see what I'm talking about. That game is the absolute extreme, whereas this is very subtle. But that DPS is not subtle at all. So Scout gets denied. We do have Horseman coming out. Logic here is meant to be that actually Dervish with Desert Raiders can beat the Horseman. But that's why Myriad is flooding. Look at the count here. This might be an overreaction, though. This is exactly what Louis was looking for. It's only a single Desert Raider, so the whole idea of this play is you build it to force a reaction. It's hard to kill, so you have to build a lot. And then your opponent just techs, and he's already got Dervishes to pick up relics. It just turns into a win-win. Do players know how to body block? Hell yeah. Like, you're in a lobby and you don't body block well to make sure we've got good creep equilibrium, you're getting pinged by 4 members of your team. It'll start with your support that will snitch on you. It'll end with us all raging about you. Welcome to MOBA life. More toxic than you ever thought it would be. So yeah, the Horsemen here are going to kind of struggle to find worker kills because the Dervish heals. This dive just feels awkward. And he knows. He did at least get glimpses onto the House of Wisdom, so he'll know the tech up's coming. And Myriad is going to look to mirror. His timing's not going to be too much worse than his opponents here because of how fast Shushi build up. The problem is, by the time you tech up, there's already going to be 2 relics going back to the enemy base. So this play by Louis is designed to cripple the value of Shushi's build. Because most Shushi players want to go fast castle. Triple stables now. Good grief. Gonna hit well as well, unless Myriad wants to switch into the Spearman, yet to do so. Actually, I guess, like, that's the worst feeling, isn't it? Spearmen aren't that great here, folks. Do you know why? Let's see how many people have noticed the conundrum. Because I mean, if my opponent's going Camel Lancer, Spear sounds pretty good. That sounds like the solution, right? Except Camel Lancers aren't stupid like ponies. No, I had to go there. A pony sees a spear and it gets impaled on it. Gets stunned. Gets ruined. A Camel Lancer doesn't. They don't care about spear brace. So usually when you're against Camel Lancers, you want to add in a few spears because they're good DPS exchange, but what you're really angling for is crossbows. And Myriad... Huh? Is that... Juke? Okay, so, like, I think what Myriad is doing is he's trying to run before he walks. The Chug are going to counter archers. But where are the archers right now? Are they in the room with us? Can you point to the archers? Also, this is kind of crazy. Where are the dervishes? Oh my god, Louis is a lot later than I expected. Yeah, so Myriad will pick up the first relic. Oh, sorry, I'm an idiot. He already got two. Oh, thank god. My brain was about to have an aneurysm. I was like, how does he not have the relic advantage? He's going to have 4 relics. And this was sick. He was even quicker than I expected on the return. I mean, it just catches you off guard how quick these guys are. Pro Scouts wish they moved like this. Humble Shalom Monk refuses ride. Decides walking more important. Wait, you guys thought it was caramel? No, it's... Oh, wait, I called it as well. I remember in a video, one of the first caramel videos, I even got like the weirdest reaction out of someone. I pointed out that a lot of people just call this caramel. And I remember a guy in the video was like, it's not caramel, it's caramel. And you must learn to pronounce it as such. You can't just make things what you don't, like what they aren't. I sound like this. It's kind of like, that was the error I got on it. And the comment responses were like, yeah, he literally just said a few seconds later that it's like he's joking. He knows what it is. And that, folks, is the importance of watching for more than 20 seconds on a video before deciding to give your take. Oh dear, that was funny. It was, I think, what it done it for me was the confidence. He's like, what an idiot. The UMT's build looks smooth like caramel right now. Just Camel Lancers feels insane until you realize the ramifications. His opponent doesn't have enough spears or crossbows yet. And any Camel Lancer he doesn't kill is going to get his boo-boos kissed better because the dervishes are already doing everything they can. Sacred Sight's about to be captured, and then all he has to do is come and heal. Nice charge as well. Just trying to get a little bit of extra chip damage in while he can. He's going to retreat towards the base. We do have archer ranges on the way, so the Chug choice will prove profitable for Myriad if he can survive the next 2 minutes. And survive is the key optimal word here. Lancers are lingering on the edge of the base. Louis will look for the walk-in. Doesn't even go for the charge. Turns into a min-distance one. A nice clunk down there. Will find himself a few worker kills. No reason to stop diving just yet, though. Finally gets given a reason when the new spears come out with the crossbows, so we'll back away. But on the other side, Myriad's not doing anything. In fact, is he just not sure what to build? There's no way this is Yuan because you have 1 relic. So this just feels like Myriad's a little bit stumped on what's next. Which is understandable. You would have expected your opponent to add in something other than Camel Lancers by now. Is it 16 already? And the awkward part is, I don't even know if Myriad checked the base, so I don't think he knows about the archers. Because if he did, this feels like the worst comp to build. He's doing full camel counter. Louis has played this hand so well. If he just doesn't reveal the archers until he's around 20, Myriad's going to have great difficulty even trying to attend the fight, let alone win it. So Lancer's going to shut off the flank, so Shalom Monk's going to get shut down. We'll allow for a recap if he chooses. Well, attempts to dive the base are at least going to be scared away, but more worker kills. This lead's getting ridiculous. The growth wing plus the casualties. We're now talking about a 15 villager lead for IU. Oh, wait, I forgot about that. Was it America where some regions pronounce caramel as caramel? Caramel? Or is it caramel? I think it's meant to be caramel. It wasn't that they didn't pronounce the A, so it was very subtle. It did always sound very weird. Reminder of why Cav is king and infantry sucks. I mean, infantry is great for the all-in, but you've just done it on a map where you haven't even, like, walled yourself in. It's a really hard map to not play cavalry on until later on. Once you drop a keep in the center, it kind of changes the dynamics a bit. Because you can set up like Ford Archer Rangers, Ford Raxes, etc. I don't think the issue is like playing infantry. I think the problem here is you opened with an expectation of what to be against, and the expectation was not wrong, but mistimed. Right? Like, what happened here is your opponent was building archers, so you built counters to it. But then you didn't see any reason to have that counterplay, so you stopped building them. And now I can already see what's going to happen next fight. He's just going to flood archers and rain hell. And you don't have an answer to that. Like, you actually have the things that get counted. Meanwhile, Lancers continue to build the lead that gets the win. Yeesh. It's difficult to build cavalry against this as well. Like, your Lancers are just going to be worse. They'll never be able to fight directly or feel good about it. Technically, like, the play here as well. We were saying earlier, Myriad, is like, spearmen don't really work against camels because the brace doesn't work, right? So, like, the play here feels like it's meant to be lance or crossbow. And then you just blob crossbow until you've got enough. Ah, yes. We might as well do this because we're here, Ram. Agreed. Like, the value of your army being stronger doesn't matter if you can't reach. Hence the same logic as to why, like, every game's answer is not just to build nest of bees. So we'll be knocking at the door. Meanwhile, Lancer's now cutting reinforcements. So this is really smart. The way he's rallying troops back towards the main engagement is he's cutting reinforcements as well. So villagers will be found here. Camel Lancers are mostly going to be fine. Looks like he might end up losing one, but this replacement will clear up the spears. He's just losing so much on the walk across. And all of a sudden, forced to retreat. So, Louis now with quite an insane 24 villager lead. 3 relics and a sacred site up. And Myriad's been forced all the way back. His army is at a stage where technically it should have been very scary to fight directly. The problem is he just never can find that fight. Every single time he tries to walk up, he loses something elsewhere. We need a sieve where you can mount boars? No, we just need a bear calf sieve. We need Kislev. Kislev must be added to game. Oh wow, he actually sent onto the outpost. He's like, just give me 5 working. Just 5. Just 5. Please. Louis. He might give you 5. But it's not actually 5. It's going to be a bee slap across the face. Right in from the back. Army's equal size now. Archers are going to clear the way fast. They've got the Mamluks bravery. He's activating fast here. The spearman count is non-existent. That means he's overextended. He knows it. 25 crossbow and the horsemen lead the way. Start step clicks away is not going to work here. So if you A-click and move, you're just going to shoot the unit that counters you. And that means it's chow time. And a GG is definitely going to be coming out off the back of this because this army is simply too big now to contest. Myriad, despite a valiant start to this series, will fall to the Chinese goat 2-1. Bless him. He's even trying to switch PG at this stage. Palace Guard Spearman maybe earlier could have been impactful here. Just to muddy the archer engagement for your opponent. Like, if you think about it, what you're doing with Spear Palace Guard here is exactly what Louis done in the last fight with Horseman Lancer, which is why it worked so well. It just means you have to over-focus on the micro and your opponent just hits the A-click. Decent effort, though, out of Myriad. Should just baboon lances and spears? Yeah, because you can flood them. Like, you have pro scouts and you can actually produce them a lot quicker. The only area you lose out on this type of build is Ibids are going to get more relics. That's just guaranteed. You can't really do much about that with the timings you had in mind. But afterwards, yeah, I mean, like, look at this stage in the game. Imagine you've got a million mounted monkeys just running around here. Shishi Lance is barely losing camels. That's a fair point, actually, as well. Dali horses you're referring to. Because you basically have a camel on ease 20% debuff, but you get 20% attack speed. It's not quite that simple because you don't always get 100% efficiency on attack speed usage. Because movements and fights, but yeah. It's pretty decent. Once you have about 15 lances, it's worth it. Oh, GG to Mr. Myriad. He's not going to make it any deeper. That means we are going to be having Voldemort versus Louis MT in quarterfinals. Fun matchup, man. I mean, considering Myriad, Voldemort, I kind of put them in similar places. I think they match up quite well. Could be that that turns into quite an interesting series when you extend it to a BO5. Gigi, Mr. Myriad. But yeah, it's also just like I said, spears sometimes feel necessary against camel lancers, but they also, like, you get what I mean, they kind of feel like a bait. They do feel like a bit of a bait. Because you just, the brace doesn't work. What role did I play in Dota 2? So when I very first started playing and, like, started to find my way, I was pretty big on mid. Then I switched off lane and POS4. Yo, what is up, Fatblart? Appreciate the gifted sub, mate. Thank you very much. So, yeah, I played mostly POS4 the most in the end. The reason I like POS4 is my ability to fix everyone's lanes and then win the game because of it. While also having some farms so you could actually do relevant things. But yeah, mid, it was like Ember Spirit, Kunkka. Who was the other ones? Mirana, Skywrath. But yeah, I played very unorthodox position 4s, things like Ember Spirit and Void Spirit. And we won a lot of games with them. I think one of my favorites ones, which people doubted, was things like Lifesteal of POS4 and Ursa POS4. But we managed to get into, like, Immortal rank 3000 in the world, in, like, Europe, which is, like, for those that are wondering in Dota 2 terms, that would be, if you scale the communities, I guess that would be the equivalent of being like top 100, maybe top 200. I think it's closer to top 100 though. So we done pretty good. It has been a while. I don't know. I kind of miss Dota 2. I haven't really played the game in a long time. It's just like I never have the time now, it feels like. Because I'm always non-stop with other things. It's also like, it's very hard to invest that extra time into things when you haven't got any financial ride on it, if that makes sense. I've said before, I'd happily go back to do Dota 2. Like, do Dota 2 and Age of Empires 4 would be a really cool balance. Would keep everything fresh as well. You'd be able to enjoy both beautifully. So, yeah. Blimey, so long ago. Yeah, we have a 600 Pudge mid-game, 60% win rate. Nice, nice. Yeah, I play POS4 Pudge. You know, where you, like, throw a hook, and if that hook misses, you just GG, because you don't do anything now. Is House of Lancaster banned? Is House of Lanc? No. They just didn't pick it. They didn't want it. Lancaster's not that good. It's just boring to play against. Especially with the nerfs, Lancaster is, like, not that, like, OP. Are you going to cast another series? I was going to, but I'm weighing up calling it just because my throat is really rough. And we've been going for like over 6 hours of like non-stop casting, really. Well, we had the food break, but yeah. It's been like almost 7 hours, actually. A few things more Sapphire than a good hook. Yeah, like I play some League as well. Or did. I haven't really played that recently either. I need to find more time to play games and just relax. But yeah, like Pike is like that too. But Pike is more subtle. But it can feel really sick. Because like Pike has this whole thing where you hook someone back and then you hop through them and then like your shadow follows and roots them. So it's like a different level of satisfying. And then what was the other? Oh, dude, I used to love things like Here's the Storm for Myriad, the dwarf, because you would jump in, you could literally leap in, and then your ultimate could punch people. So you'd jump in and you'd punch them towards your team. So it's kind of like a reverse hook, but then you realize you probably just fed yourself because now you're in the enemy team. Oops. Like position 5, but hard to go up the ranks. At a certain point, I don't think it is as hard. It just maybe is cracking that certain point. But yeah, I think for me, the problem with, like, I kind of got turned off a mid the more deeper I got into the game because the perfectionism of it and the pressure I put on myself would just tilt me if I didn't do things right. If I just screwed up, like, initial last hits, which, if you're playing a lot of support, you're going to screw up last hits against a sweaty midder who only mids. Is what it is. But guys, I think looking at the bracket, quickly update it actually to paint the picture so far. So we might look to cast a few more of these round of 16s tomorrow. For example, I'm pretty sure Dumu's will happen tomorrow. Sometimes he does it ultra early, so it's possible we'll actually cast the quarterfinals afterwards straight up. But we'll see how it goes. So in terms of ones we've done, we had the Anatan 2-0. We had Louis MT versus Myriad 2-1. Voldemort, I believe, was 2-0, if I remember correctly. Is why it pays to actually do them as you go. Who else did we do? I swear there's one other I'm forgetting. Was there only 3 series? I mean, then again, we did do the 2 Elite Classic series as well. So I guess that would kind of make sense. But yeah, there you go. So we can maybe catch Killy tomorrow. B versus Avali's on the agenda. Sass versus Mio Mike could be interesting. Mio's kind of like wacky. And Sass usually likes to play like aggro cavalry. And then CSO Core, the Battles of the CNC. Yeah, there's a bunch of interesting series. Louis MT, Voldemort should be tomorrow as well. So what I'd say, expectation-wise for you guys, is bare minimum, we'll have all quarterfinals cast tomorrow. And we probably within there will have like time for 1 or 2 more round of 16. So we'll figure out which ones we're going to do. And then we'll aim to try and have like a semi-finals tomorrow. And then 1 for Thursday. It's preferable. So we'll see that. We'll see if we can do that. We'll try and line that up. I do like to at least have 1 extra series for Thursday just because of how quick it is. A reminder, I'm going to need to spend the time tonight doing it. We have got something special coming for Friday. I've been cooking a fresh new map. Fingers crossed it is going to be ready. Shout out to Caillou for putting the grind in. I think it'll be a fun one, so I need to talk to the players and organize them because goal currently is 1 show match, a BO9. We might look to extend it to. But I'll see what the time availability looks like. But yeah. I think that's going to bring us to a close, though. As I do need to catch up on a bunch of things behind the scenes. So, YouTube, I'm going to end it there. We should be live about the same time as today or 1 hour later maximum. So it'll either be midday UK time or 1 p.m. UK time. Thank you for tuning in. I'll hopefully see you.